CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
I am everything the void has consumed. And just as I devoured this city, I will devour your world. You disappoint me. I am not some mindless void spawn. I am so much more. I am the end of your world and the beginning of mine.
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taken what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all and crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The epic of Nila does not end here. I slay foes the size of mountains. You were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon! Ow! That was way too hard! I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Ha! Now you know what you're up against. I am Nila of the 7th layer. May you find joy in the world beyond. I hope the heavens are watching. I hope they're nervous.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
What is going on here?
That's much better. Well, I suppose better is a relative term. Let me see if I've got this right. You looked upon the infinite cosmos, summoned me into this, admittedly rather adorable form, just so I could teach you about dragons. After all, there's none more qualified to teach you about the Dragonlands than me. Very well then, my bold little protege. I accept. We begin with power. The Dragonlands don't just have magic. They are magic. And where does this magic come from, you might ask? From dragons, of course. Each one powerful, each one an asset, if you are in the right place at the right time. The treasure dragon may offer you gold or ancient artifacts should you meet them. Just don't be greedy. One per lucky mortal customer. You understand? Of course, treasure isn't all that awaits as you traverse the Dragonlands. Make your way to the Draconic Shrines, and you shall be blessed with wondrous effects in battle, which you will no doubt need. Take Pandora's Bench, for example, which transforms champions into, well, other champions. Or Sacrificial Pact, which allows you to exchange experience for health and... well, yes. Visiting a Draconic Shrine indeed augments your abilities. But these are Draconic augments, and thus are far more impressive than anything mere mortals could invent. And next time, raise your hand. Now then, where was I? Ah, yes. While some dragons roam the lands, others are tied directly to them. Astral, Ragewing, Whispers, Shimmer Scale, Jade, Mirage, Tempest. One dragon for each of the 7 major Dragonlands. Starting off strong, these rather imposing creatures can be convinced to fight on your behalf if you can afford their services. As I'm sure you can imagine, each dragon represents a powerful magic, so you would do well to commit their names to memory. Astral, there really is no place like home. I mean we are as numerous as the stars in the sky. If the heavens align, you shall receive celestial favor in the form of an astral orb, increasing the chance that an astral unit falls into your shop. Better get wishing. I know. Fire and dragons. Such a cliché. But you're thinking too small and too slow. The dragons of Ragewing don't just feel the burn. They channel it, building their rage meters into a frenzy of fast-hitting power. Do you fear dragons that go bump in the night? Well, you should. After all, the Whispers will steal armor and magic resistance from their enemies. It's always those strong, silent types you have to watch out for. And who said all that glitters isn't gold, The magic of Shimmer Scale can make things downright blinding. What with unique items that scale with your gold. I don't look it, but I am practically green with envy. It is dangerous to go alone, so why not bring an army? That is the Jade strategy, after all. Jade statues protect even while asleep, but attack them, and they are bound to wake up. If that is not enough backup, these statues grow in power the more Jade units you possess. No, your eyes aren't deceiving you. Mirage is the most mercurial of the Dragonlands, taking shape only when called upon. The only certainty is that Mirage units will change their approach from battle to battle, allowing you to adapt and bring your victory into focus. Now, where have I seen him before? Our final stop on this tour of the Dragonlands is Tempest. For lesser creatures, lightning never strikes twice. But for Tempest, lightning is a constant current, damaging and stunning your opponents. Make them regret trying to weather your storms. So tell me, are you feeling educated, inspired? Because that is it. The lessons are over. What? Did you think I was going to tell you everything about the Dragonlands? Ha! Now, where would the fun be in that?
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future. CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
What are you? I am everything the void has consumed. And just as I devoured a city, I will devour your world. You disappoint me. I am not some mindless void spawn. I am so much more. I am the end of your world and the beginning of mine.
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable take in what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all and crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The epic of Nila does not end here. I slay foes the size of mountains. You were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon! Ow! That was way too hard! I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Ha! Now you know what you're up against. I am Nila of the 7th layer. May you find joy in the world beyond. I hope the heavens are watching. I hope they're nervous.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
and the beginning of mine.
Come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving. Oh my, your loving. Oh my.
I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody.
Nobody, give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving.
Ich schreibe einen Text, werf ihn wieder weg. War wieder nicht perfekt, wieder nur die Zeit verschwendet. Geh lieber in den Club, tanz in vollem Zuff. Mach mir dabei einen Kopf ohne Ende. Deadlines bis unters Dach, wie hab ich das geschafft? Tu so, als könnte ich nichts dran ändern. Als könnte ich selbst nichts dran ändern. Kann ich das posten?
Ladies and gentlemen, a perfect way to introduce, I think, here to the PCS Summer Split for 2022. My name's Hysterix, and I'm joined by the one and only Mr. Clement Chu in what can only be described, Clement, as an intergalactic opening to kick us right back off where we started.
Oh yeah, I can't be more excited to finally be back in the PCS. It's been close to, I think, 3 months since we've come back and been able to talk to you all. There's so many changes. It's a different patch. We've got new teams, new logos. It's going to be so exciting.
And I know we've got a lot to touch on as well, right? Because as we go through and A quick reminder, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be saying this all split long, so keep your ears wide open. Just remember, we are sponsored by CDBC Bank. And before we get into things further, Riot Games, Carry Live, and Garena, thank you very much for the league operation and full production. If I don't thank them, guys, we can't be here. But moving forward, Clement, once we go through, you're right. It has been a bit of a while since we've been back. New patch to talk about. We have to talk a little bit about MSI because remember that PSG, after a 5-game grand final, made their way through. Didn't get past the top 6, but at the very least, I think we should be impressed that, I was going to say that they got top 6, but I guess that's also kind of a standard within itself.
Yeah, for sure. If you look at this run and you compare it to the previous run where they actually went into the top 4 and fell down 1-3 versus RNG, the eventual champions, you have to kind of conclude that this was a little bit of a step backward. Like, let's be completely honest, it definitely was. We let North America get ahead of us, and they also took our maple. So it's a little bit sad. But I really think that I think the hidden victor here is probably going to be CFO because they essentially got 2 extra months to prepare and get stronger. And we still have to remember, Worlds is where everything still counts at. So I consider this actually a very, very good start. Maybe, hopefully, CFO in our opening match can come in roaring.
And what has been in the past 2 seeds as well, Clement. So not only does it open up for teams to rise after the preparation in the break, more so the fact that more teams get to go. And when we had such a close grand finals in spring, when CDBC Flying Oyster were a step away from breaking that streak of PSG talent, Clement, you and I were talking about at rehearsal, they've consistently been the representatives. Worlds 2020 all the way to now. This team's always going to an international.
For sure. PSG, I think, is still a heavy favorite, especially with the meta slowing down around them. You have to keep your eyes on them. And, just looking at the standings across, there are one new team that we have to introduce. That is Duish team. They share a very similar roster to the previous Hurricane team, but unlike the Alpha to Hurricane transition, this is actually a brand new organization. So welcome to the PCS. And another team that had a massive revamp is, of course, Impunity Esports. They are still a Singaporean team, but their entire roster is now Taiwanese, and you might know a lot of these names. On and Apex, all the way from Season 5, are back in here. They didn't have a great showing in 2021 on Alpha Esports, but I think this time with this revamped rosters, there's a lot to look forward to, and you get to catch these 2 new teams in the second match.
And that's why it's important, because with 2 of the biggest changes coming through, Jewish Team and Impunity Esports versing each other right after our grand final grudge match, is going to be massive to see who's made the best improvements here. As you were saying before, Clement, Jewish Team, new top lane, and new jungler. Alial's gone back to mid. We can talk about that as we get into the second series. There's a lot of fun things coming throughout the day. And you were also telling me that this seems to be some of the best games on paper that we're going to get for quite a while.
Oh, this is a very evenly matched match today. Kind of no pun intended right there. J-Team versus Deep Cross Gaming to finish the day off. Of course, that's a grudge match between the J-Team universe. Of course, CFO is still there. And I feel like there's just evenly matched across the board. MFT was 6th, and Mega Bank Beyond Gaming was 5th in our summer regular split or matchup. So I think today is really a table setter for what the standings are going to come into. But, I think a lot of it is going to hinge on the patch. We are playing on 12.11, and this patch is where you see the extended teamfight patch. Tempo gameplay is kind of out the window, and the most important thing is how you can coordinate during team fights. You have to be able to dance and not just split push or play these really fast tempo games.
And coming from the LPL, it's something that I was really excited to talk about today, because for PCS, it could be a massive left turn. I remember thinking last split, like, PCS had these compositions, or at least these drafted lanes, that wouldn't have made sense in the LPL. The things that were kind of like, you could say outdated, but also were working out because people knew that, for example, in the 2v2 lane, with people like Unified and Kaiwing, they were drafting a stronger 2v2. And I think this time, Clement, it's really nice to start talking about things that could happen in the bottom lane, right? We're seeing a lot of Renata, Kalista pairing together. I think it's also fair to say that Lucian Nami could be a big hit here in 12-11B, because when we have such strong identified laners in the PCS, it's easy to abuse, especially when we're looking at, some of the better bottom lanes in the world kind of coming from this region too.
Yeah, the first match I think is going to contain a lot of that one. If you
Yeah.
think about 2v2 kill lanes, that is still kind of Unified and Kaiwing's thing. They've always
you
been
go.
known for that in this region. And I would say in this patch where everyone just gets flat 300 HP by the end of level 18, the only place you can still see consistent solo kills is probably in the bottom side. And a lot of that is coming from these power picks, like you mentioned, the Lucian Nami, the Callista, plus the Renata is going to be huge here. But of course, let's get into our match and look at our rosters.
I think, Clement, we can, brace ourselves between, right? As we look at Rest, Gemini Mission, Atlan Koala. No changes here with CDPC Flying Oyster. We have a lot to cover. We have a lot of grounds to cover here running into the start of today. But it makes sense that, as we kind of go through, we haven't done much talking about CDBC because, Clement, no changes here in the roster, the same strong roster that brought us all the way to Grand Finals.
I will say, though, I feel like this is one of those teams that is going to take a hit in the new meta. They were known as a 4-1 split-pushing team in the past. Their most played champions were things like Graves in the top side and Zaya in the bot lane. And I'm not really sure the meta actually fits them. This is not a team that was really known for their teamfight coordination. In fact, their style was actually very non-interactive between their players. They basically just crushed you through the laning phase, and then, we don't see each other until we're hitting the Nexus, essentially. So I feel like in this matchup, CTPC has actually taken a step back, and the biggest thing to pay attention here to is, can they improve from their final game in the PCS finals, where they kind of collapsed and didn't have the coordination to match PSG.
And so I want to ask you about PSG, on the other hand, the domestic champions, the international representatives, almost 3 years in a row now, depending on if they get to Worlds or not. For PSG, it's Hanabi, it's Buri, it's Gory, Unified and Kaiwing. We have a new jungle mid, Clement. Juhan and Bay are no longer with us. And now we've got Gory, who I just cast in FPX literally last split.
Yeah, this is a super interesting duo, but I don't think the general outline is going to change that much from my discussion with you, especially. This is someone who is not especially known for the laning space itself, but a very good roamer and a very good team fighter. So I think he's basically, I would say the biggest thing is if his champion pool is better than Bay, then it's probably just a straight upgrade, but I don't expect the style to change all that much. Buri, on the other hand, he comes from Africa Challengers. We saw him in 2021. You might remember him for playing a lot of Red Kayn. I think that's kind of what is kind of special about his champion pool. But he's taken a year off. We have to kind of catch up with him and see how he's going. Overall, I still think PSG is going to be that team that relies on the team fighting quite a bit. They still have, I would say, the best AD carry, the most established AD carry in Unified. Even though Unified didn't have a great MSI, I still think domestically he is going to hold that title up there. And I expect kind of a slow grinding game from them, where CFO are kind of the ones that I'm very interested in what direction they're going to go.
I mean, you said slow grinding game for PSG. Remember that you talked about the team fighting meta, what 12-11 is. And a reminder to our audience as we jump into pick ban of our first game back at the PCS 2022 summer. It is our grand final rematch here, and 12-11 in the region after an almost 3-month break. Clement, it's going to give us a lot of answers as we already start seeing those 80 carries that we talked about being a powerhouse band.
Exactly. I think Zeri is still your go-to band in this patch. She's moved much more over into a purely crit sort of build since we last saw her in the PCS, but still incredibly powerful, and I still expect a lot of bands to go through. Another big thing about the drafts around in 12.11 has been that jungle attention. Of course, you have Wukong coming in over 60% win rate, and that's also true for Viego. So those two champions are basically kind of the linchpins for the drafting in this patch, and I'm really interested to see which one Gemini does get. I think Gemini is much more of an early ganker, so I think Viego is actually a little bit more dangerous, but PSG actually going to open both.
Yeah, so which one's a higher priority here? We kind of get a bit of an answer. This is not available. You might be eluded at home, but Bel'Veth will be enabled on 12-12. We just have to slap it in the face as if Bel'Veth was hitting you herself. And Clement, as we kind of talk about those jungle picks coming through, I wanted to highlight a quick stat. In the LPL, Wukong at the moment, hang on, it's not going to get picked. Wukong at the moment is 75% by itself, 24-8. So if the PCS tells me anything, this pick right now needs to be respected, and will the Viego be enough from Bury's debut?
Oh, this is going to be very interesting here. I think Wukong is just an incredibly strong champion on the patch because everyone has extra HP. Wukong actually deals percent HP damage with his Cyclone, and because you can stay in team fights for so much longer, he gets full maximum stacks of that stone skin. He goes up to 50 armor, and he's just unkillable. This is probably the best team fight jungler that we have, and very, very fast clears early on. A great duelist, all around just the best jungler on the patch. On the other hand, with the Tahm Kench, that's a very strong signal for those infinite scaling compositions. The Senna, the Corki could come in. There's lots of range on this composition, and CFO is going to respond.
But Clement, it's the Corki that's picked here early on for Gory. Now, this was a priority when he was on FPX, but look at what it gives away. Senna right now looking so strong. Maybe they know that CFO were going to go past it and just give it to PSG anyway.
That's a very interesting pick right here. I feel like if you give a team Corki and Senna, two champions with essentially infinite scaling, then you kind of force yourself into a mid-game plan. I don't think you can match that when you go plus 35 minutes. So CFO, they're looking to get things done, I would say much more in the mid-game. We've talked about this patch. It's much harder to play a tempo match, but you can still kind of differentiate yourself between a mid-game focused team and then a late-game focused team. CFO, with that Ezreal being locked in, it's clearly going to be something a little bit more mid-game focused.
It gives us a bit of a remnant of last split as well, right? Because we talked a lot about mission, a lot about rest, and the jungler tension between are these solo lanes and building the game up at speed. Not about tempo, but CFO seem to still want to play on that level, while PSG do exactly what we knew them for in spring. A slower team fight, a ranged team fight, Clement, making sure that Gemini can't get anywhere near them. They're going to have a lot of space to be played with now the easy center taken for Unified.
Yeah, this is super easy. Super interesting. CFO is basically saying that... sorry, not easy. CFO is saying that... Look, we're going to take away Viego in the bans 100%, and PSG, you're just going to be playing with a weaker jungler, no matter what you pick here. So CFO are very comfortable in the strength of Gemini versus Bury to kind of finish things in the mid-game. That is not... I don't think that's a mainstream idea to draft in this patch whatsoever. I feel like most teams do prefer to actually have scaling on both sides to kind of balance things out. The CFO are showing a lot of confidence here in this draft, especially in Gemini's ability.
Especially when we get Mission on one of his core carries as well from the last split. Now, as we go to the second ban phase, the Bard getting taken away from Koala. Kaiwing's always piloted that one or two, but now that we've got the bottom lane established, a big question is what goes alongside. Clement, we've also seen things like Karma, some of the enchanters to build up some of the poke with Ezreal. I wonder if this is going to be next on the agenda for PSG.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what matchup here is good here. I think we still have to remember Renata is in there, so that could be a pick that could punish the Tahm Kench quite well. And it's just one of the all-around stronger picks, I would say. A Yuumi with Wukong, very strong combo.
Yeah.
You can stealth yourself and make Yuumi invisible and then start ulting with Final Chapter out of nowhere. I like that PSG kept that one in mind. But for CFO, I think their identity here is it's fairly cut and dried here. I don't think they're going to try to push the tempo bot lane necessary. It's much more about just keeping jungle and mid lane ahead and then transitioning mid jungle to the other side lanes.
And remember, we said that Gory had a hard time in the LPL with his laning phase. That was his biggest issue, where he got outlaned by, let's say, 15 or 16 of the other mid laners in a 17-team league. So Bury is going to be debuting here on the Trundle. Give him a bit of help and response. Again, another frontline member, another disruptive member for PSG to build space.
Yeah, I really like this coming in from Bury. It's a good 1v1 answer to something like the Wukong. It can stabilize the laning phase. And it also has that pillar that traditionally has gone so well with poke composition. So PSG definitely coming in with a lot of strong picks, a lot of identity in mind. And for CFO, I think they need to pick up the tempo. You know, Gwen's not a champion that's going to get going early, especially when blind pick. So they need a support now that can roam with the likes of the Syndra and the Wukong to wreak havoc and close this game out early. Rakan's a great idea here.
Okay, well, going back to another one here. It looks like CFO are drafting in spring Like, Clement, if this was spring, we could say quite easily, apart from maybe the Wukong, that this looks like a very typical CFO draft.
Yeah.
But on the other side for PSG, while we're keeping things slow, Clement, 10 seconds, how do we round this out going up against the Gwen?
I think like any answer like the Jace or the Gnar would be okay here. Both provide you with a bit of poke. I feel like Gnar is probably more in Hanabi's wheelhouse and a little bit more consistent in terms of being a team fight frontline. So, Gnar is kind of the expected answer right here. But overall, the match, I don't think the side lanes are going to matter that much. I would even say PSG has a stronger side lane in the bot side for sure. But the mid jungle is where everything is going to be at. And we have to pay very close attention to, what Gori is going to bring right here. He's not going to be able to go with the cleanse. He's just going to go with the teleport in this one. Yep. And that's just a pure scaling track here. So Mission is going to have right of way. I expect this mid game to be very explosive. And what we have to see is he going to get any of those turret dives off? That's kind of going to be the make or break point for this CFO comp.
Yeah, good point. Turrets hurt a lot more, and turret dives have been negated in a lot of regions. Another thing I was looking forward to coming in here, I know I've already talked a lot about the LPL. It's hard when I've got a reference point that feels so, close, like stylistically in a way. Clement, we've had turret dives even in 12-10. 12-11 still been coming through, but we know regions like LCK, EUNA have averted from it a little bit more. The biggest question is if, as you said, if CFO can pull it off. And to round out what you were saying, you were telling me that there's essentially a clock on CFO for this mid game, otherwise they're going to get outscaled, correct?
Absolutely. I feel like if you go into the late game, the engage is so difficult. They still have the tools to pull it off in the Wukong and the Rakan, but they're massively outraged. The Gnar versus the Gwen matchup, the Corki Rockets, and also Senna with essentially infinite scaling is going to take over. So CFO definitely looking to get the ball rolling in early dragon fights, and especially just with the matchup advantage that you have in the Syndra versus the Corki.
Simple dynamics, simple win cons here from Clement K. Chu to welcome us into game number 1. The PCS finally back on. 2.5 months. Almost 3, as you said, opening broadcast, Clement. It has been a while waiting for this one, but as we finally get our grand final grudge match back on the Rift with a very different PSG, with, once again, an imported jungle mid PSG, Clement. The spots have been filled, but by very different players. I mean, Bury, this is his first competitive League of Legends match in a Premier League in the A division, at the very least as well. And for Gori, he was essentially booted out of FPX because Care did the job better. So it seems like there's a lot to prove from the champions, the domestic champions of the PCS Spring.
And that's what is so cool about the PCS ecosystem, is that we take a lot of aspiring talent from the LCK, from the LPL, and we give them the best shot possible to actually reach an international stage. I think a lot of aspiring talent has used the PCS region as kind of that stepping stone onto bigger and better things. It's true that we do lose a lot of talent. They just come in and pick us dry, but it's also cool to know where these talent actually start and where they actually get their first, ray of sunshine, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, there's good opportunities. We stole Sword Art. I think, Kramer technically could be seen as a steal, although started in the LCK. We have people like, who else? Junja is still in the LPL, although not playing that much. Mofo came over. There's so many players, the list could go on. So, yeah, Clement, definitely thankful for the development that happens here. As I want to talk a little bit about what's happening in the game, because junglers are starting on the same side, pathing up towards the top lane. And as you said, it's not really going to be about bot here, or at least shouldn't be outside of the 2v2 dynamic.
Yeah, I feel like CFO completely conceded their bot side matchup, and you can tell just by the summoners coming in from Kaiwing as well that they're very confident in winning this lane. The Tahm Kench even has that teleport. He doesn't need a combat summoner whatsoever. And this is kind of what we see in the bot lane in this matchup specifically, is that, Senna does have the superior push against the Ezreal. You get shoved in very easily, and it's actually kind of hard for Rakan to do much in terms of damage early on versus Tahm Kench. So this is a double counter lane for PSG. I expect them to be winning a lot. And for CFO, it's kind of a straight scale to 6 plan. I don't expect a lot of action to be happening.
Yeah, I mean, also, this is a lane that Clement has constantly been banned across the world, not just LPL. It's seen as one of the strongest picks right now. In solo queue, I think Senna's at like 54, 55%. It's something nuts. And I have been abusing her as support. And if I get AD, well, you better believe I'm picking Senna as well. I just feel so strong at the moment when we've talked about durability and the game's changed so much. Senna still has a hell of a lot of healing and a safer time to scale, but Mr. Chu, we don't have to talk about the woman with no CS in the bottom lane as things continue moving on. Instead, we can talk a little bit about the options that CFO have. Now, you were telling me about the mid game with mid jungle. How do we start playing that out here for Mission and Gemini?
So I really think that the most important thing is that they can move both the Syndra and the Wukong into the bot lane and stop the push from Unified and Kaiwing. I think that's going to be the balancing act. What you're going to see is a kind of a race between either PSG can get their bottom pieces into the Herald fight first, or can Mission on that level 6 spike actually go down to the bot lane and stop the push first. I think that's going to be the most important timing difference here coming into this. You can already see in lane, Mission basically gets to do whatever he wants. He's hit the level 5 or earlier here, and you also see Gemini, with that mid pressure, able to secure a bit more vision in the rivers as well. So that's going to be the most important timing point. If I'm PSG, what I want to do is I want to push and move everything to Herald. I don't want to stay in lane and wait for Syndra to come to me. I just want to get out and make it a pure team fight while I have an advantage in the AD carry.
Because it's going to get harder and harder, right? Like, as Bury gets levels, as Hanabi gets Mega Gnar more frequently, as Kaiwing has that ult up more often as well, as Koala goes for an engage. But look who's coming down. Bury in the right place at the right time, but he will be spotted out from a ward. And luckily, Atlan and Koala don't get bullied too much there. But still, a good lane here for Unified and Kaiwing as they continue to get free souls. And State seems to be very nice for them pacing along.
Just shoving that one in. And I do want to mention in terms of kind of the patch, why you're seeing so many compositions trend towards the late game. Everyone is a little bit tankier, and it's just harder to hit damage thresholds. I think one of the biggest things that have slowed the game pace down is actually your ability to gank someone. Because people are getting a 70 base HP right off the bat level 1, and then they get about 8, I think it's the stats 14 extra HP per level. So if you think about that, it essentially means that you need to fit in 2 extra auto attacks. Mission just hit 6 though.
Yeah, he's okay for now. Gory pays respect with Valkyrie out, and Bury actually here is good timing. As Mission in front of his face, might have to burn a flash, the pillars up, and over he goes, but that's summoned down with a good timing window from Bury.
Yeah, really good thing for him to take control of the lane now. That means Syndra just can't manage to venture into the river without a lot of help from Gemini. His flash is gone, the gank is very imminent from PSG, and I think that really shifts the balance of power here. I feel like PSG now can move into Herald without really worrying about the Syndra visit.
Oh, especially when, the package, well, not going to be up at 8 minutes, at 10 minutes, but still for Gory, if it lingers long enough, he can get an advantage here. But you're right, Clement, that summoner down. We can also see how Bury abuses it with 1 minute 30 left to go before the Herald. So if he can pay attention to the lane one more time. But at the very least, a net advantage for PSG, who wants to play the game slow, as we talked about. So no first blood here, Clement. No tempo build up for CFO just yet, but Gemini's close to hitting level 6 himself, so maybe that will change the upcoming fight.
Yeah, we'll see if the most important thing here for PSG, like how they kind of move with this back here. They do have the teleport, so what that means is that they could potentially still go bot lane and even out the numbers if CFO decide to do something in Herald, because they have that teleport that can send Kaiwing directly to mid lane. There's a lot of ways they can actually play this one out, but for now they're just going to keep things slow and steady and head towards that bottom lane, just go into the standard laning phase. I think a huge thing we should pay attention to is where PSG is actually going to drop these wards. They know that Syndra wants to go bot, and they have to have a plan to prevent that.
Seems to be in the bottom side river for now. Kaiwing just licking away at the man with a lot of feathers. Bury getting behind enemy lines as well, and he's level 6, so the subjugate now up and available, but the gank stops there again, kind of just warding out, making sure there is no fission in that try on the side of CFO, and the game continues to hold on. Now, Clement, Herald's coming up. 8 minutes now. There it is right in front of us. And you can see already Koala starting to make the move up to the top side. Ping's coming down, so CFO, excuse me, going to start prioritizing.
And this is where that teleport from Tahm Kench comes in so handy. You know, you can play kind of a 3v4 for the first part of the Herald fight and just teleport in and instantly make it a 4v4. So they can pressure 2 points on the map at the same time. Mission, in the meantime, I really love what he did right there. He just shrunk outside of vision, picked up the Raptors, get a little bit more of that CS, and you can tell how worried PSG were. Instant pings across the map. They're going for the Silk Road pings, as we used to call it in the LPL, just the path behind the red buff right there. And now CFO are going to venture into this Herald. This is a strong play off of their mid lane. I want to see if they remember that that teleport exists.
Well, for Kaiwing, he's level 6 as well, so it would be impactful, but PSG are going to give this one a miss. And as you were saying before, Clement, Unified and Kaiwing going to get some time alone with the turret. 38 souls already at 9 minutes of the game. It ain't PP God and Photic level, as they had 56 by this time, or by 7 minutes. But getting alone time with the turret, any center is going to be appreciative, especially since it looks like 2 turret platings there, Clement, the size of a Rift Herald push.
This is an absolute plus for PSG. They equalize the gold even if the Herald does get 2 plates, and they're also going to get a Dragon to boot. So I feel like CFO, they need to really think about how to make a major play with this Herald. They probably need a kill or something to equalize this. Yep. It's not just enough for the gold.
And we know that kill is got to be mid. It's a 20 CS lead on Mission. It's the game plan for CFO as Dragon goes down. Again, something else that can extend the timer for PSG in their debut game back in the split. And Clement, maybe not. Maybe it's about Mission getting to the top side, as Hanabi now going to sit against his turret and hope for the best.
This is good timing. Hanabi just came out of Mega Gnar. Here we go.
But he's already used the hop, so he gets a bit of attack speed, flushed away from Scatter the Weak. Unleash Power is good, but there's not enough orbs out. Hanabi gets away with his life quite easily, and Mission commits the time for little to no expense.
Yeah, Hanabi still also has his TP up, so that was definitely not a play that went into CFO's way, and now PSG has a chance to answer back. They know Bury's here.
Oh, especially with Koala taking the engage. Kaiwing under turret, the ultimate easy as that first blood for Unified. He doesn't even have to lift a finger. Clement and PSG on the board first.
What an easy play here. They just equalize on the other side of the map. And unfortunately, I felt like Koala went in a little bit early. Doesn't get a chance to use his summoner. Loses the majority of his HP. I felt like he definitely, you know, especially after seeing Bury, could have played that a little bit safer. Tried to draw it out a little bit more. But his battle entrance just didn't do much. And he got severely punished in terms of HP.
Rough start. Let's look at the replay here again, because PSG had this set up so easily.
Yeah, you can see Koala, actually the one going aggressive here, takes every skill shot to the face and just dies. So, kind of doubtful that the execution was on point right here. Mission getting caught, just stealing some chickens, but it's going to get away. He's
yeah, he's still trying to bridge that gap, trying to make it further on. He won't get the big one, runs home to Daddy, and Bury gets the smite down. So, at the very least, denying some jungle camps from the new PSG member. He is down a little bit over Gemini, but Clement doing his job well, as we saw in the bottom lane. PSG with a 1k gold lead as well. The scaling condition remains to be nice and steady. And for now, CFO still need that play to open things up with the Herald. Still need Mission to keep charging ahead.
Yeah, I really wonder where they're going to put it. I don't think bot lane's going to be an available option for CFO because they're constantly getting pushed in right now. So it seems to me that their best chance is going to be that mid lane. Mission, you know, it still has that. Flash is already up right now. Gemini, however, is going to try top, and Hanabi just turned into mini.
Once again, good timing here from CFO as the Herald gets placed down. The pathing from Mission is all the way around, right between 2 turrets. Hanabi knocked up first, and the Scout of the Week used an auto for Mission to get the kill. Finally, he's on the board as the Rift Herald walls to get the charge, so CFO able to equalize part of the gold. Is looking for Gory now with the quickness down. Atlan's come on in. The Mystic Shot flashed away from Gory. Still on the escape path out, but behind again. Mission there unleashing power, and he scatters the Weak alongside it. Finally on the board as Atlan gets forced to flash away, but hey, CFO got what they came for.
Yeah, a very safe flash here from Atlan, but on the other hand, CFO, what a beautiful sequence of plays. They basically caught Bury on the bottom side of the map. He was out of position right there and unable to defend either of the solo lanes. He doesn't really get much for it here in the bottom side either, and I feel like this is such a good play for CFO to completely reverse the lead here. So we'll look at top lane again once more. CFO does a great job of timing the Mega Gnar in top of these ganks. Navi is just coming out of Mega Gnar. There's no chance for him to get the extra HP. And in the mid lane, Koala with some nifty mechanics is able to catch Gory mid-Valkyrie, cut the gap closer short, force the flash out, and sets Mission up with a beautiful just gimme alley-oop kill. You know, the kill does go to Atlan in the end, but you know, that was just such a nice sequence from CFO to come in and grab back the gold lead.
And Clement, you know what I spotted? Bury was on a ward. He was clearing a ward outside of his blue buff. So CFO, that one ward, giving them so much information. And with CFO's bottom lane moving to mid, now finally on the board themselves as well, the game looks a little bit different. CFO controlling the gold lead. They may not have gotten that first dragon, but now that we have Mythics up across the board, or Essence Reaver in Atlan's case, it does feel like the control of the game is going to swing quite a lot, Clement, and around this dragon could be a very different scenario than what we're expecting before.
Yeah, we should talk a little bit about the Mythics coming in right here. Some very interesting things going in. The Syndra going for the later game build, not going for the Luden's Tempest, actually going to go for the Liandry's Anguish, which makes her gives her a lot more staying power later into the game. And on the other hand, we have Ezreal Atlan not actually going for the Triforce. This is just the fastest build possible, the cheaper 2-item spike in this sense with the Essence Reaver. So I think for now, CFO actually has an advantage in terms of the poke. Here we go in the team fight.
Okay, no steal. No steal. We're expecting Gemini to come in with a steal, but it's double dragon for PSG. They got to the river first, and even with the gold lead, even with the item advantage, timing seems to be the benefactor here for PSG.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to contest kind of these even vision situations when you have Unified coming in with the Umbral Glaive. That's one of the strongest items earlier on.
Yeah.
You can just scan vision. It's basically a double scan right there, and CFO weren't able to manage the steal. But this Herald can be very important. We just mentioned that because of the item power spikes we're going to get from the Ezreal right here, they do have, I believe, a poke advantage in this fight. So if they get this Herald, it's very possible they can instantly transition into just taking down the mid lane tower and opening up the map. So PSG have to be on guard all the time to defend the mid.
Well, I guess that's what Tahm Kench is for as well, with a bit of mobility added into the kit. But hey, Clement, you know, with the second Herald going down, still, it's 16 minutes, and it's still not a massive CFO early game. So I need your thought process as to how this transitions, because side lanes have opened up a little bit from both sides, with only the first turrets going down on either side of the rift. And I wanted your 2 cents as to how CFO can kind of try and find the tempo that they found before.
Even though they haven't transferred their leads into a massive advantage, I feel like they're on the cusp of doing so. If you look at Syndra right now, she's so much more powerful than Corki. You know, Corki's still waiting for that mana, Mira mana to come online, and essentially the Hex Drinker is a defensive item. So right now, CFO, I think once Atlan goes back and gets that Mira mana, he's already charged it up to full. This is a massive power spike, and they also have a Herald. So if CFL don't fumble this push, I think they're fine, and they're actually on schedule.
Okay. Well, it's coming through shortly. You can already see Gemini with helping out the push and Scatter the Weak. Wants to put the Herald down now, and as it drops, it's also Koala off on the wing. Trying to find himself a bit of juicy meat, with the damage like that coming through from a 2-item Ezreal. You can see why is that's an ulti from Rest down on the bottom side. Teleport to follow up. Mission now in, but the minion wave gone with a great rocket from Gory, who's been ganked by 4 people, and once again exposing the mid laner here. It feels like I'm watching FPX again as Gory goes down, and CFO, Clement, that's the push, plus a little bit of income on the side.
Yeah, but I'm a little bit surprised that they did that, because they essentially lost the Herald push in the mid lane, and PSG were able to take a tower on the top side. So for me, if I'm PSG, I'm actually pretty okay with that trade. I didn't lose my mid lane. You know, I'm able to equalize a tower, and they burned a TP for my for that kill. If you look at Gory, he's still held on to his flash. He knows that he was a dead man. So all in all, if I'm PSG, I'm actually pretty happy that power spike from CFO was traded out evenly.
I'm surprised. I really thought the turret went down, but at least CFO are going to get this bottom lane in the interim. So eventually, one taken down, they'll get themselves equal standings with PSG here, and the gold lead continues to be in their favor, but still only 1k. And Clement, we also got to talk about what you set up for PSG, which is, well, when their late game, when their range comes into effect and their front line becomes quite annoying, Liandry's or not, you're still going to have a team that buys a lot of time with the first 2 dragons picked up, and the game already being so long because the dragons were picked up very late into the game.
Exactly, and I believe we do have it's an Ocean Drake right here. Oh, it's going to be the Hex Tech.
Hex Tech. Oh, Clement. You really are old school. Oh, Gory. Hang on a minute. Hang on. I got to take you, Clement, because this, once again, Gory getting caught out. Now, would you like to quote what I said before? It might not be the laning phase anymore, but Gory having a bit of a rough time of it, over pushing here. And PSG want a response play, but Gemini off onto the wing as the Arcane Shift forward comes in, but they won't get the mid lane turret. So Gory once again giving over free meat to the Butchers and CFO.
Yeah, that is kind of a weird sequence. I'm not really sure why Gory is there. We haven't seen any usages of the package right here, and
also true.
Free gold to Gwen is not where you want that money to go. Like, that could shift the matchup considerably when she goes back to lane against the Gnar. I think these are just, these are acclimation woes that you get when a new player comes into a team. PSG are going to almost take down this mid lane tower in the meantime, which gives them a lot of control over the mid lane, but definitely could have been a little bit cleaner for them.
Yeah, it could have been. But Dragon's coming up as well, so, maybe the vision of mid lane turret for now seems to be taken off as everyone groups up. Now, you asked where Gory's package usage has been. Gory now without one. Still not under his belt. It's 20 minutes into the game. Clement, have we seen one at all, or am I just blind?
I don't think we've seen one. No, not.
I'm not sure. As we go into Mega Gnar, though, Scatterly going to be burning his health. Hanabi still evolves, though, but it's way too late as his health goes down. Atlan now gets in and Rest with the Needlework unleashes hell on Bury. If there's a way to set up your 3rd dragon, or at least your 1st dragon of the game, this seems to be the way for CFO.
Yeah, this is communication mayhem coming in from PSG. If you look at the right side of the map, there was actually just 0 vision for Gnar. Very surprised that Hanabi would just sort of walk in on that. I think that's one of the most blatant mistakes that we've seen from Hanabi right there, and CFO get a freebie.
But PSG are not done yet. They want to slow down. They find it, Pillar on top of mission as well. It's going to be Bury. He's tagged up by Koala, but in the meanwhile, bottom lane turret goes down. That's PSG trying to get the kills. And the turret was already there standing, left to a crisp. You'll find it, but Clement, there's always a trade from CFO. Now up 3,000 gold at the 21-minute mark. And it is looking like the tempo that they wanted to build in this game is continuing to ramp up.
Yeah, and the most important thing of that sequence is just how much gold that Rest was able to get. Not only was he participating in the kill, he got a free tower in the bottom side. I actually feel like PSG misallocated their members right there. They went for a 4v3 play in the mid lane instead of defending their own tower. And those inner towers give a lot of gold in this season.
They do,
so
600.
Yeah.
So Clement, as we get an engagement, you're going to have to tell me otherwise, but hang on, the fight is enhancing itself as we get a lockdown from Unify, but on the right wing you can see that Gory is now joined in. Yet again, no package, but again, there's no dragons, so I think this one's okay. But Clement, at the very least, PSG always searching out for picks on CFO. They'll burn some summoners from Gemini and Atlan, but as we get a scout of the week, Kaiwing has to save the day once more onto Unified, who gets back out into the fight, but it's into the Needlework. He's low, needs a bit of healing light, and as he shoots it out, once again, PSG try to poke them down, but CFO are comfortable. Clement, bit of back and forth, bit messy. It seems like we continue to sway to and fro.
Yeah, I like what PSG are trying to do. I think they understand that at this point, they're not going to find any advantages in the side lanes. Both of their solo laners are pretty significantly behind, so they go in and venture for a pick. I think that play was perfectly fine. You know, they get the flash from Atlan at the expense of the teleport. there's no major objectives right here, so I think it's completely okay. A good win for PSG in my book, actually, sort of dragging this game out and burning away some of the ultimates here.
It is running pretty slow, as PSG would love. Turret might go down, but still for PSG losing your turret at 23 minutes. The engage comes through from Koala. Furry can't get out. He's got a flash, but used it so late. There's going to be no range here from anyone else's subjugate. Helps keep him alive. So CFO with a pick. It's in front of Baron, but remember, they're on the wrong side of the map, so technically it's not.
Yeah, so, I don't think CFO is going to be able to answer with a Baron play anytime soon, but it will come into effect. There's basically no chance for Bury to actually come over the Baron pit. I fully expect them to be able to deal with the Blast Cone, so as weird as this may sound, the steal might come down to something like Kaiwing just gobbling up Bury and taking him over the wall. It might come to something really desperate in order for them to steal back the play here. CFO now with a decided advantage in River, and I think they can just kind of play keep away at this point. Mission has a very strong item advantage over Bori at this point, and PSG are going to have to fight their way into this River.
It's going to be hard. I mean, the 2-item Corki now picked up, but even though those items coming through from PSG, you can see on the other side, 2 and a bit here for the core carries in Atlan and in Mission. Gemini even close to getting his second, and, importantly, rest is quite large. He's got himself almost 3rd item coming through, as we might even see another fight. Bury getting Mission down, but remember, he has no flashes. Koala sets up for the engage, but it's on top of Hanabi. He's tanky enough with the force of nature, and Koala gets punished for it, so CFO still trying to find those angles, but PSG standing strong, continue to make these fights slow as hell.
I have to commend PSG. They did a great job in that fight. They catch out Mission. They were basically fronting. You could tell Gory was actually not going to join that fight. It was just a misposition by the mid laner coming in here. So, they get to defend top lane perfectly. They don't lose anything to the 4-1, and they burn a major engage tool from Koala. So PSG once again just inching their way towards making this game drawn out. And at 25 minutes, 4K really isn't all that much. PSG, I think, honestly, and just kind of these, what do they call it? This is kind of the IG move where it's known as wiggling. You just kind of hover around the enemy team and wait for them to make mistakes and just draw the game out.
Yeah, no, that is a classic IG move. And also, when you have a comp like this, you're wasting time. Because Kaiwing, Bury, even Hanabi, so many defense mechanisms where it makes CFO fail is we actually see the Baron, but it's outside of vision. Control ward down, ignoring them. But Gory has the package, so they must know. Clement Mission sitting in the middle brush, the Pixel Brush trying to wait for a lure.
Yeah, this could go very bad. They don't have the quickness. There it goes, but they need it back out immediately.
Okay, package comes through onto Koala, who just gets out of there safely. In fact, the package won't do much else as Rest turns with the needlework. Gemini back on in. Koala won't get the engage on Gory, who is team fighting so well. This is what we said about the man coming in over from the LPL. As he flashes over the wall, it's Hanabi who deals with the rest, and CFO have lost the fight at 26 minutes. Mission's down, Gemini's down. There ain't no smite to contest this Baron.
Yeah, that was unnecessarily risky from CFO. I feel like they lost their cool here, but Atlan could still make something of it.
Well, he's going to have to try because it's going to rely on Koala as well. Rest coming in without an ulti, without summoners. Atlan having his flash available at least gives him a bit of space. Kaiwing looks to the engage, but Baron still goes down, and Gory's damage just hit that point. Hanabi starts hopping around, and CFO pay the respective price. It's PSG now evening up in gold. It's PSG with the Baron and Clement. It's PSG who are heading towards Dragon with a very big opportunity to secure their 3rd.
Oh, I'm getting PTSD from the finals of Spring Split. This is very similar to what happened. CFO had an advantage in their composition, but they just didn't utilize their cooldowns. Like, PSG just called the bluff. Like, Kaiwing plays a lot of Rakan. He knows that quickness isn't there just yet. So PSG, they honestly get free reign walking into River. CFO instantly realized that, oh wait, they're calling our bluff, and they're just sectioned off from each other. Look how awkward it is for Mission. He has Hanabi in front of him. Hanabi does a great job at zoning Mission from the fight. Not a lot of damage done, and they're able to section and zone CFO into multiple parts and just pick them off one by one.
Beautiful little combo from Kaiwing in Unified. Damage comes out. It's not going to be that impressive at the moment, folks, but remember the Gory, who had such a rough time getting caught out in side lanes, once again comes to a team fight, Clement, and his positioning is great. I just don't understand how this guy can be such a significant team fighter as he can't be a laner as Gemini trying to pull the trigger again. They've found Bury, but the Subjugate's healing him up, and they've bought time. Unified plays back at the range and helps Hanabi get yet another kill. Gory's rejoined the force. As with a teleport in, he makes 5 versus 4, and CFO knowing have to back away with another forced engage.
Yeah, CFO, they only have 2 divers right there, and the rest of the team isn't able to join, completely cut off by Hanabi once again. Oh, 5-man!
Yeah, that's a big scout of the week, but Koala still can't follow up. That quickness not available, Clement. He has flash, but he comes over late as the needlework finally follows through, but a 2-man route coming through from Unified might end it here. As the poke from Gory also quite significant. PSG might back out of this one, and I guess a win for CFO when they're trying to stop PSG from moving ahead with the gold Baron play.
Yeah, what a good job done by her by Mission. I was very close to being a couple of kills. Atlan actually misses a couple Mystic shots on the back of that. They could have picked off Hanabi and delayed this timer even more here. But I think this is at least a good point for CFO to stopgap. Just look at how much gold they threw away with that Baron play. I gotta say I'm a little bit disappointed in CFO. I don't think that they needed to be in that much of a rush into the Baron. They could definitely have waited just for their cooldowns to come up, to have a better concave on PSG as they came down river.
I mean, this is a grand finals team. This is a team that could have very well gone to MSI. And as you said, Game 5 was very disappointing. For CFO, starting the split like this might be as Koala comes in trying to redeem himself. Gemini with the knock-up as well. Unified ulting, trying to get the shield, but Mission over the wall. Helping out with Atlan as Koala with yet another knock-up, and Rest angle is perfect on top of Kaiwing. He flashes over the wall as Gory still doing a lot of work, and Clement, maybe it's too late here as CFO still can't deal with Gory and Hanabi cleaving the rest of the fight.
Well, this is not exactly what you want to do as CFO. They try to get a good surround from multiple angles, but their own mid laner is not very mobile, and you could tell it's so hard for Mission to get into a good position behind the front line in these situations, and PSG are just able to group faster and beat off the flanks one by one. Beautiful team fight for them. Once again, they're just running away with this game.
Using everything to try and kill Unified, and the problem is that Corki has hit that point as well. 3 items strong, now with a bounty after starting 0 and 3, but not important, Clement, as we look back at CFO's angle you talked about, which started so brilliantly.
Yeah, they get Unified right off the bat, but are unable to kill him until the teleport does come down here from Mission. So that's the majority of their burst damage already gone in this fight, and Mission is caught off in such a bad spot. He's not able to go anywhere. Koala tries to go in and save him. He pays with it with his life, and I feel like CFO, you know, they did get their initial target, but there was no exit strategy for them. They're just caught in no man's land.
Kind of like the last one from Gemini as well. It's all or nothing at this stage. You know, we're 31 minutes in. Dragon's so heavily stacked against them. And in 45 seconds, there's a Hextech Soul that PSG look pretty poised to take. And, you know, Clement, at this point, I think we're hitting some peaks here with 3 items on Mission. Yeah, we know Syndra will still do fine, but like Atlan as well is getting past that mid-game we talked about. Unified is starting to take over. Rory is starting to take over. Hell, even Hanabi is doing so much work on the 3.5 item. It feels like the damage source is immense, and for CFO, getting caught with their pants down yet again could even just net this game 1.
If PSG just stay grouped, there is 0 chance that CFO beat them Unified.
Yep.
I really don't see that as a possibility whatsoever. So I think what CFO need to do is they need to concede a lot of position and just hope that their poke can somehow save them. On the other hand, PSG does have a lot of poke themselves as well, but when it comes down to a dodgeball fight, mechanics do come into effect. They do matter here. There is some chance that CFO can maybe get out a win here. It's just very
But look at Gory's package. It might depend on that as Pillar goes out early, and the poke lands from PSG, but only onto Kaiwing in the side of CFO. True Shot Barrage lines through and misses. As Dragon gets to half its HP, Gemini's just trying to time this one. He needs a steal to keep CFO in this game, but as Needlework comes through, Dragon resets in a longer fight now with Gory packaging Rest and blowing him up. Hanabi doing the same in the front line as Look for the Gemini stun, won't even matter. The darkness to fly through the rift, and mission slowed down once again. PSG on a tear. They've come back from MSI in great form, and Clement opening up their split with an explosion over CFO.
Oh, what a resume setter for Gory right there. Blows Rest, the most prominent member on CFO, up with just the Valkyrie, the package, a rocket, and an auto attack. That was all that was necessary to just take down the most fed member on CFO and open up to a debut win. Well done, PSG.
Clement, you said team fighting is key in this meta in 12-11. I think CFO just got a whole can of realization as to what the patch has been about for so many different regions. PSG coming back in their form and playing a game like they would any other split. It just seems like this is a meta that PSG can really abide by, considering that they were one of the slowest teams, Clement. They are a team that are happy to team fight as well.
And what's so, I think, important about PSG's win here is that they were able to take advantage of small openings and just continuously waste the initiation from CFO. CFO actually were in a very sizable lead. They hit their Mira Manas faster. Both of their solo laners were winning, but because they had to burn defensive ultimates just to keep members who were out of position alive, PSG were able to drag it out into a very ill-advised Baron fight, and it just wiped the floor with CFO.
As easy as that, honestly. I feel like at this point, ladies and gentlemen, as we look through PSG versus CFO, like, this was the match we wanted to deliver, but Clement, you set up such simple conditions.
Yeah, exactly. CFO, they did get what they want out of the Syndra pick. The roams were nice, but they really let the game drag on a little bit too much in the mid game. A couple of bad trades in terms of towers, and just watch this. Corki gets to his Corki point. He doesn't even use the package until this point in the game. He did use it in the Baron, but this is his only second package. And just look at how impactful he is in these team fights. We talked about the scaling factor here for PSG, and this is something that I mentioned in the pregame and why I thought that CFO might have a difficult time. This team used to be based very much on win lane, win game. That isn't really what the meta provides anymore.
Not even close, right? Like, our winning lanes, you know, and the game's going longer. Durability means so much more. And for PSG, when you think about Hanabi being a player that's so great for setting up fights, you know, Nars, Ornns coming through, like Hanabi, even Sion in the past, this team kind of set up for success. And it's nice to see this kind of form coming through when we did see a pretty clean game, Clement, the win condition in the back of their minds, and never really faltering to CFO trying to set up their mid-game mark.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like PSG, even though you could tell that Gory was out of sync with the rest of the team, it didn't really matter all that much. And for CFO, another thing we should mention is I'm a little bit surprised that they're actually starting with Atlan. Xun was their go-to in playoffs, and in my eyes was actually the better team fighter. Then going back to Atlan is something that I think we have to pay attention to and continuously track. Maybe this is a meta thing. Maybe his champion pool just doesn't fit. You know, Xun was mainly your hyper carry and your Xayah player. Those aren't really the champions that are played right now. So some worrying signs that we have to continue to keep our eyes on for our second best team.
And I think as well as we continue to see PSG throughout the split, we'll be answering some of the questions you just brought up, like how Gory fits into the roster. Great team fighter, as we talked about it. It's funny that in this first game, we literally got the Gory that I remember casting all split long on FPX. Hey, his lane struggles a little bit, but he's going up against the Syndra. Fair enough. We get out of the laning phase. Mid-game's a bit shaky there, Clement. However, then we get into team fights, and suddenly Gory's positioning is like a new man.
He was just so beautiful, I think, on both of the critical team fights. The first Baron fight, you could tell that he completely cut off mission on one side and was able to out-damage 3 members on the bottom side of the Baron pit right there. And in the last one, he just one-shot press. Like, there's not much to even say about that going into the team fight. So
that's so easy.
Yeah, I think PSG are still coming in with very much the same profile and the same strengths.
Yeah, and even like, you know, when we saw in the draft phase, kind of questioning a little bit, like the Wukong priority was there. And as we go through and kind of just recap this game, like the Wukong first pick, Clement, a very big deal. But centering Tom at the moment is a late, especially when you second pick Corki. You let Atlan get away with that. Excuse me. You let Unified get away with that. In
For
the first
sure.
game back, seems like a bit of a sin when we know how good this pick has been globally.
And that's why I was so curious about the AD carry position, because in the playoffs, what we saw was that CFO can actually win lane against Unified and Kaiwing with Shin on the roster. With Atlan, they actually are much more, I would say, passive. They do default to the Ezreals and the Aphelios a lot more when they're playing with Atlan. So it's interesting to see. Maybe there is some reason. Maybe it's the experience factor with the team or something. We don't really know what's going on behind it, but it's definitely against the trend that we've seen them set up.
Especially since, for all I know, from all I've seen, Ezreal's haven't done too well in the LPL at the very least. But hey, let's stop talking about the bottom lane. Gory in his debut game gets MVP. And again, we talked about the team fight. Yes, he may have been caught out numerous times in the side lane and, some question marks were raised. But as soon as we got to those fights, that Corki came into fruition and we saw some decent enough packages to fly through it with it as well.
For sure. And I feel like these are just signs to come on 12.11. If you guys like long games, you kind of know the usual suspects as well. It's going to be Azir, Corki, and Victor a lot of the times. You also get the Sylas. Basically, scaling is, I think, the most dominant factor that you're going to get. And if you're looking for tempo, Ari, Talia, Galio, those are probably your answers.
True.
That's kind of what the meta looks like.
Roaming mids. I think you and I talked about it and what could possibly be coming out of that mid lane. We've seen things like Lissandra, Galio, Twisted Fate, Sylas is a matching unit. But at the moment, we've just not seen Syndra. We haven't seen these lane dominant picks. So a lot of questions that need to be answered here. And for Clement, for you and me, I think we can kind of expect that next time around, however long that may be for CFO, they should have a better read on what we know the meta is right now.
Hopefully, for sure. And just to remind everyone, they will get a rematch. We have not shifted the format in our summer split, so it's a double round robin, and they will have their chance to keep the justice in the land.
That was my way of saying I haven't looked past week 3 yet, Clement, so good little cover there. But at the very least, folks, we've only just kicked things off. Remember, we've got 6 matches over the course of today, or tonight, wherever you may be. Impunity versus Duish Team. Their debuts coming up right after this.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
I'm standing my ground, I won't give in. I'm moving ahead, I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, I'm raising the roof. All the mistakes I made, now I can change my fate. No one can take this heart away. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game and make it to the end. I'm gonna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give
You show me you love me. Send me roses, but you know you want this. You know you want this, so show it, show it. I don't wanna be your friend. You don't wanna be my friend. We don't wanna be just friends. Why we gotta pretend? So baby, what we waiting on? Why we keep dancing around the subject? You don't know whether you like it or love it. You don't wanna show affection in public. Don't worry about that. Cause baby, it's already yours. It's already yours, it's already yours. It's already yours, it's already yours. It's already yours, it's already yours. It's yours, it's yours, it's yours. It's already yours, it's already yours. It's already yours, it's already yours. What you waiting for, what you waiting for. You know that it's us. Blue faces, you spend it and pay this, but baby, just face it. You want this. Touching around the subject. You don't know whether you wanna kiss it or touch it. Why don't you wanna show me love in public? I don't understand. Cause you know it's already yours. 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 It's yours. It's yours. It's yours. It's already yours. It's already yours. It's already yours. It's already yours. What you waiting for? What you waiting for? It's yours. It's yours. It's yours. It's already yours, babe. It's already yours, babe. It's yours, it's yours, it's yours. It's already yours, it's already yours. It's yours, it's already yours, it's already yours. It's yours, it's yours, it's already yours. It's yours, it's yours, it's yours. It's already yours, it's already yours. It's already yours, it's already yours. What you waiting for? What you waiting for? You know that it's us.
Show me love, show me love. Taking this pure heart of mine high above, high above. We go off in the night. We leave in the red lights. Man, let 'em need you can see right, see right. We go
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCS for the summer split of 2022. I'm Mr. X. It is my pleasure to open up show alongside Mr. Clement K. Chu. Now, Clement Chu is very famous in many different worlds. I think at one point you were called Bummer 3000 or something like that. You know, there's some many words for you. However, one word that we didn't call you was CDBC Bank, who is sponsoring the PCS. What a transition. Before the match starts, we'd like to thank Right Games, Carry Live Co. and Garena for PS League operation and full production. Clement, please say thank you.
Thank you. You got to try harder, man. You got to try harder. That was the worst transition from you I've ever heard.
That's okay. Maybe that's what makes it great. But we're going to go into a game that's probably going to be better than the transition at the very least. Impunity versus Douish Gaming will be something to look forward to because, Clement, we've got a bit of a rebrand. I think we should start there, considering that Douish Gaming, previously was Hurricane Gaming, but we've had a transition.
Yeah, I wanted to stress that this is not the Alpha to Hurricane Gaming situation. This is not a rebrand. It's actually a different organization. So it's not just a name change. And with that could come a lot of different things. I think a huge problem that was plaguing Hurricane Gaming and Alpha Esports in the past was just their team setup. They always had two players in different places. This could still be the case for a Douish team. We don't really know, but it's expected since they do have two Chinese players on the roster. They did inherit mainly the same players, though. That's really important to point out. Xiaotu, previously known as Aliao, is still here. Bangtu and Enhao are also on the roster, so they came alongside with Hurricane Gaming, and so did Lakina. Actually, was on the squad. Didn't play last split, but now that ICU has left, he is coming into the roster, and I think he's kind of the player everyone is most interested in because he does have competitive experience in the ECS alongside the Meta Falcon team. So that's kind of interesting. There is some connections to the PCS already. And as for their jungler, WSJ, we just don't have any information. It's WSL, excuse me. It has been just a tradition for Xiaotu to bring in a completely unknown player from China every single split.
I feel like a lot of PCS teams have been doing that though, even last split, right? Meta Falcon team were an extraordinary team where no competitive record, but also did have one in the back end, just not Premier League, not A-League, not even B-League, a team that played together. But there's a couple of teams that have been doing that. And I want to keep it relevant to what Douish team have done. We do have WSL, as you said, who doesn't have, competitive experience on track. How are we saying top lane, Clement? Lacune?
It actually is an English word, and it's pronounced Lakine, which means unfilled gap. A very
Are you saying? I don't know. Okay, so I don't know my own language is what you're essentially saying.
You're Australian, and you're forgiven.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you very much for the free ride. Hey, while we're looking at Impunity on the other side, we can talk about them before going back because this roster's had some major change-ups. So ICU going up against, I would say his former team, Clement, but it's not Hurricane Gaming anymore. Alex returns, Apex returns. We have LZ here, who is debuting, and Nature down in the bottom lane alongside him. Where do you want to start on this one?
I feel like Impunity, first off, this is a completely new roster. They are running a full Taiwanese roster this time around, even though they're still a Singaporean team. And I think there's immediately one huge benefit you can spot right from the player camps. They're actually in the same location right now. That was not the case for Impunity in the past. And as we know, PCS is a massive region spanning across the entirety of the Southeast Asia. So having everyone in different locations actually creates lag within the team, no matter which server you select. And the ping sometimes can go up to 100. So I think right off the bat, this is huge for Impunity. I think this is the second match of the day for a reason, because Apex and ICU want revenge. They used to play for Alpha Esports as well, and I struggle to say that they have good memories. Apex, legendary player coming all the way back from Season 4 in the PCS, the LMS, but the time he spent on Alpha Esports, he went 1-17 and was 10th place in the league. So I feel like Apex has that chip on his shoulder to prove that he's actually better than what he showed.
I mean, this is also a team that, while looking for revenge, Clement, remember that, Apex, Alex have played together before as well. A really big note here. So I feel like there's a lot to talk about from the previously known FPX jungler, but we're already in the pick and ban. The story can hold for the time being until we get into game. We were mentioning a couple of these points running into the start of PCF for 12-11. We saw the Kalista completely hovered over last game, not even touched. This time around, Jewish team had the opportunity to first pick Ger, even with the Renata still available, Clement, which is a very popular duo.
There we go. The Renata comes in, just like you mentioned. I feel like Xiaotu and WSL are just bearing into my soul. It's a little bit distracting, but back on track. This is an incredibly strong duo because you can pop the bailout onto Kalista, and Kalista has the strongest AD carry trade at level 1 and level 3. The way you do it is you just have a Ren stack on one of the minions, you go in with the bailout, you pop the Ren, get the refresh, get the slow on the enemy, and then you just chase them down. Very easy to execute, extremely powerful. That is what we are going to have to watch because it's the strongest kill lane that we have in the meta right now.
And for Bangtu and Enhao, when we saw last split, they were very big on the 2v2s. I'd say even sometimes flipping it. It feels like this suits the style here of Jewish team. Is on the other side for Impunity. Let's talk a little bit about the bans, Clement, because we've rolled through pick and ban. We see the setup there 2v2. The Aphelios comes through still, despite all the 80 carries that are still up available. We don't have center available, so Zeri's gone as well. Kalista, Lucian Nami still there. They've completely gone over it for, I guess, a safer lane that has a bit of scaling potential.
Yeah, this is super interesting. When I looked at Impunity's roster, I believe that they're still going to go into a 4-1 direction, which is, I feel like ICU might be the best player from at least the records that we have. He had a very good season on Hurricane last split, even though the end results weren't that spectacular. So I feel like Impunity probably going for a very steady mid lane, steady scaling bottom side, and they're going to put all of their chips top. On the flip side for Jewish team, I read this team to be, I thought that they were going to be a much more poke heavy team. Xiaotu's best champion was Zoe, and Bangtu's best champion was Ezreal. So that was the direction I had in mind. But this time around, they're actually coming out the gates swinging, and this is very aggressive, very melee focused. It's basically a chase down brawler team that they're showing us.
Well, I like it because even though we talked a lot about tempo being denied and a lot about drafts, at the very least, we get to kind of revisit how tempo can be played. At the very least, though, Clement, for Impunity, you set it up so nicely. Well done. You read that Impunity were going to be kind of like this 4-1 team where we have Azir, we have Aphelios, and guess who's going to be sidelining here with ICU on the Jax against the Gwen. It feels like they've really set up the top to succeed.
Yeah, I love watching ICU play. For those of you that are uninitiated, ICU stands for Aurelia Carries You. He's been on the top of the Taiwan ladder for a long time, and he's great with these fighters. I think last split, his Jace was amazing, his Jax was amazing, and for me, I think Jax is a sleeper OP pick in this meta. He's, with the fights going on very long, he's almost guaranteed to get full stacks on his passive and just start wailing away at people.
That's a good point. I haven't seen too much of it back in the LPL, but seeing ICU on it, who you've just reminded me, I keep in the back of my mind thinking intensive care unit. Like, that's what he's going to do. He's going to put people in the hospital in the top lane, considering with how he performed in spring. But Aurelia Carries You definitely seems a bit more PG. Clement, as we roll into this one, you already talked about the skirmishing on the other side. I'll be asking you questions as we get into Summoner's Rift, because for Jewish team, this is a new roster. Well, technically, a new organization coming through. As previously known as Hurricane Gaming, Clement, you've already established that there's been a lot of changes here for both organizations, for both teams coming through. This is a new split, and some of the teams that people are most excited for rolling in. As Jewish team enter the Rift, we're going to see how they play together. We're going to see how this all comes together, considering that, I don't know, it's a new split, a new feeling, and going up against Impunity, which could be a top team, which they already feel like on paper. It's important to establish yourself at the start of the split. Clement, what do you want to kick off with this one? Because I think the most important thing that fans remember is that Xiaotu, he was mid laner before last split, but the whole of 2022 spring, this guy was a jungler.
Yeah, he had a very interesting style, which I felt like fit how he played as a mid laner. He was mainly a tempo mid. He played a lot of assassins. He played Echo in both the mid lane and in the jungle. And he's just known for getting in your face, getting good mechanical plays off. He plays with his, he's played with a Chinese jungler throughout all these splits. So his gameplay is very much based on 2v2, and I expect that to continue to be the play. If you have two players on the same ping level in the same location, you are naturally going to gravitate towards more of a two-man game. And against the Impunity setup, where you see this is essentially a 4-1 composition, I feel like what Duish team is going to do is basically two-man against ICU. They're going to send Xiaotu and WSL and just set up traps for him again and again, and try to win the game that way.
Okay, well, it seems pretty fitting here. WSL, it's his debut game in the PCS and in competitive play as far as I know. So a lot of direction feels like it could be coming from Xiaotu. As the lane we haven't talked about, Clement, that WSL is going to be picking apart first, seems to be this bottom lane. I'm going to pause because camera's still up here. But I'm noticing that LZ and Nature might be caught out. Pillar started off here and the flash away from LZ. But it's also their debut in the PCS, and this rookie bottom lane has been caught with their pants down.
Oh, I love that play coming in from WSL. You have to remember the best time for the all-in for Bang2 and Enhao is level 1 and level 3. Kalista is absolutely the best AD carry here. The Rend actually slows and also resets. So you essentially have two abilities against most AD carries, especially a level 1 Aphelios that just doesn't have anything. So it's a really nice understanding of where the power spikes are, and you can expect that play to happen level 3. Like, basically, this combo is pretty easy to read. They always just kind of go in at those time frames. But on the flip side, it does mean that Alex is going to get a lead here in terms of the EXP.
And he was slow to the invade, so this is given a lot of time for WSL as Lacune, Clement. Was I saying that right? What did you reminded me what it was?
I had to check the dictionary, but it's the plural of Lakina, so it should be Lakine.
Lakine. Oh my god, it's going to be so hard.
It's a
Lakine.
word that came into English from the French language, and it means unfilled gap, which is, I think, incredibly poetic for a new player.
Yeah, it is. Very deep for a PCS game, isn't it? So.
Yeah, it is. Surprisingly so. Like, I'll be honest, I'm not even sure if the player knows, like, where the word came from, or was it a deliberate thing? So we'll find out in interviews, I guess.
We're going to see a bit more of him, though. And the top lane, Lacune is going to get the flash out of the top lane. In fact, that was WSL. And for someone who hasn't played competitively, Clement, I'll bring the attention back to this jungler. He's making work early on this Trundle.
Yeah, I really like this because I feel like a lot of players just fall into the mindset that you're not going to get ganked on 12.11. You have so much more HP. Like, if you think about the number of auto attacks extra it takes to kill someone, almost all laners essentially have a free flash when it comes to getting ganked. And I feel like a lot of junglers are actually preying off that mentality and doing 2-minute 30 ganks and doing level 2 ganks and getting great success just because people don't expect it.
Yeah, very true. He sacrificed the CS for it as well, right? So we'll have his camps to go through, but as Alex tried to invade and failed, had to move away, you can see he's up to his last camp, hence a bit of the lead. Now, Clement, I've also Googled this to make sure as well. Lacune. We're on, you know, I've listened to it.
Oh, it's cool?
Lacune, yeah.
Yeah, it's French. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
That's okay, dude. That's why I had to listen to it again, because I've already asked you twice, and it's one of those words where you hear it and then it falls out of your mind immediately. Like, my attention apparently just can't hold it. So, by the way, Lacune is down in CS up on the top side. He's 10 down against ICU, despite the flash burn, despite the pressure given by WSL. So it does feel like for now the laning phase is going relatively well, even for Apex here in the mid lane with his debut back in the PCS. Xiaotu running into this Azir naturally. Doesn't have a range, Clement, and is also down 10.
Yeah, I think the top lane is kind of expected in this matchup to go the way of Jax earlier on. As a Jax, you do have a big cooldown difference between your Counter-Strike and the Hollowed Mist coming in from Gwen, so you can abuse those cooldowns quite effectively. But later on, I think it does equalize out just a little bit. And with the flash gone, I actually expect Lacune to be completely fine here.
It's Nai. It's Lacune.
I'm sorry. Lacune.
This is going to be the whole broadcast, just trying to get the name right. And then
I do want to transition us into talking a little bit about the strengths of this Impunity composition. The biggest thing here is that they have massive amounts of wave clear superiority in both their mid lane and their AD carry. So if they can keep these lanes equal, they can drag it out for sure. And when it goes to the very late game, when sustain starts to get built onto the Jax, then yes, the Jax does win the matchup versus Gwen later on. So I think if we're looking at the game plan, that should be what Impunity is up to doing. On the flip side, for a Duish game, what they're so good at is their chase down potential. This is amazing because you have the Rend reset for the slow. You have Sylas that is just naturally very good with gap closers. So their game plan is we get a catch somewhere, maybe we 5v4 and force a kill, and then we can chase down the rest of the team across the map.
And the chase down continues when Sylas has so many ults that help him do that. Like Apex's ultimate stolen, Alex's if need be. I'll also say that Nature's ulti is one of Sylas's best to steal. The AP scaling on Nautilus's depth charge feels so relevant. So at the very least, Clement, a great point. The chase down is what we want to see. And now that we're hitting level 6 as well, the skirmishing, the chase down potential, that can start coming through, especially as Jewish team are down on the bottom side, controlling vision for the time being, and seem to have their catch on blue and maybe even the dragon to kick things off.
Definitely. I feel like for Impunity, they know that this is going to happen just given the draft, and they're just going to try and wait it out. I feel like for Impunity, their whole goal, their best play, is probably to sit back on a couple of Drakes, try to get a kill top, and then transition it into Herald, which they are on time to do.
They've got the push out mid too. So with the vision control added in, that just seems to be the easy play for now. But Alex is backing away. Alex not sticking around for the spawn, seems to be looking for the chance to get Sheen, to get Caulfields. Sheen is in a very good spot, so I won't deny him that. But at the very least, Clement, maybe Duish team have a bit of time here, as they also seem to be moving Enhao up to the top side too.
Exactly. I think they do need the extra pressure on the Herald at this point because both of their solo lanes are losing while their bot lane is fine. So transitioning the pressure from bot all the way to top. And if they get this Herald, this is actually pretty huge for them. I would consider it quite a big win on the side for Du, because they essentially take away the biggest win condition for Impunity. For Impunity, if they don't get Jax ahead, I don't think they win the game. Their comp just has a lot of difficulty doing anything or being proactive on the map. So they absolutely need Jax to win. And even though the gold traded back and forth might be equal for Impunity, I think they lose out because of their win con reliance.
Okay, well, it seems a heavy reliance on the Jax indeed. Herald gets picked up, the Dragon response, and even with the plating, Clement, strong statement to make, but you know, I back it with how we need to see ICU succeed. Doing so his own against Lacune. 9. Got there. And as we see to his team, you know, grouping up around mid now as well, we can kind of see how they can advance this game because, as you said, skirmishing a real big deal. Xiaotu's stolen away the Emperor's Divide, and even though he's glitching out for the time being, still won't stop him alongside WSL from creating that strong mid 2v2 that you talked about in draft.
Yeah, I don't think Impunity have a chance in the bot lane whatsoever. There's just so many catch tools for Duish team to chase down Impunity if they ever leave lane. So I feel like Impunity are just completely sit back, rely on ICU to carry them forward. And to ICU's credit, he's doing a great job here in the top lane, abusing the laning phase. He's already got 2 plates, even though he's down a summoner early on. So that's just how strong a player ICU is. I feel like he was our best new talent, right alongside with Shin from the Spring Split.
Oh, I mean, I couldn't agree more, right? Like, ICU, the reason the Hurricane Gaming looked strong in some of the games was because this top laner took over. So, at the very least, for Duish team, or should I say Impunity, it feels like the cards in that bag seems to be a safe bet for their debut. However, we haven't seen it advance any further. And as you pointed out, the Herald could be a real significant factor we look at as a bit of engaged setup here by Enhao on the bottom lane, but WSL is fast approaching. They don't want Nature, and that is because Nature doesn't want them. Alex is also in the river, and that helps out. And the Duish team trying to get the ball rolling still with the bottom lane.
Yeah, you know, LZ actually doing a really good job in this bot lane. Of course, he was given 2 plates, and in that trade, unfortunately, Enhal not able to land any of the skill shots. The jungler was in position. That could have been an easy transition into turret take with the Herald nearby. They're still going to have another go at this one, but of course, this time, Impunity are well informed.
Well, with the Herald getting dropped down, hey, that's free gold over to Bank 2 and Enhal, and WSL's going to help with the push. Alex is moving down, but Xiao2 has an ult to steal and is moving himself, so for Impunity, they just have to accept that the rewards given over to Bank 2 are going to be easily taken. And for Duish team, the gold might be 2k, not in their favor, but at the very least, Clement, we know that bot lane has already started rolling.
Yeah, I'll be honest, like, looking at...
Hang on, don't be honest. Not yet. Not yet. Hold the honesty for now. Enhal's caught out. The bailout used. Fate's call to save him. The safety in this bottom lane as Bang 2 puts him right back on the spot. Or rather, Enhal does himself. And WSL here in case Alex sticks around.
I feel like Duish team are actually playing this game a little bit inefficiently. I feel like what you should do is you just ward up the bottom lane. Like, Impunity are not really going to try anything bottom side. They're far weaker in terms of the champion matchup. You just ward up, make sure Alex can't get a gank off, and you hard camp top. You just deny the win condition, and Impunity, they actually have a really hard time doing anything to you. So I'm a little bit surprised by the focus given into the bot side and how ICU is allowed to just run away with these matchups by just constantly forcing this Gwen onto low HP.
I mean, it's a bit early, but we can also talk a little bit about the fact that they do have a rookie jungler. This is his debut in competitive play. For WSL, joining the PCS, joining competitive League of Legends to a high degree. Very different playing field, but more importantly, direction for Duish team is going to be a big question because for me, I didn't have the insight into the team. I don't know if you did. But Alia was a pivotal figure. He played towards ICU in the last split. It was very simple, very straightforward. Now for WSL looking for Apex, but he simply gets out of there. It's a Nazir. And Duish team with direction, it could be a big question depending on where their strongest voice comes for in this new split.
Yeah, I feel like in the past, whenever Xiao2 was on a team, he was the central member. He was the one making a lot of the playmaking when he was jungler or mid. Either role was the case that way, and he was usually the first one in as well. So a lot of initiation duties coming from him. Of course, he does have a bit more competitive experience compared to some of the newer members, and he's also just been in the PCS the longest out of the team. So I still expect Xiao2 to carry a lot of the weight right here. But coming back to what's happening here, I feel like a lot of the tempo coming from Duish team is not exactly what I hoped it would be. I felt like the way they wanted to play this one is actually keep a very tight control on Drake stacking and force Impunity to fight on their weak side of the map. So far, that just hasn't really been the case. I feel like for WSL, the way you should play this is, when there's no objectives, you just hard camp the Jax, and when there is a Drake, you just go down and collect it. Like, I don't think Impunity realistically is going to fight you that much over the objective on bot side.
Because they're getting to this point where they're just slowly ramping ahead, right? 2,500 gold, 2 dragons now, so Impunity are controlling the flow. Now that Enhal's on top of a ward as TP comes through, this Kalista needs to save his support and once again does so. But Bang 2 without an ulti, that gives Herald over Impunity. And ICU, Clement, he doesn't even need support. If the win condition can do it by himself, why not? Counter-Strike comes through, bops him on the head, he'll die himself. But First Blood with the extra 100 gold in his back pocket. Herald's still going to be started up, and now Duish team want to fight, but is it too late? And already got face called out of there, and they gave Alex a reset as he returns back to the PCS. This ex-FPX jungler, ex-J team Clement, is out for a vengeance. He has something to prove here against Duish team.
Oh, Impunity, just with the extra vision and the earlier rotation coming in from the support, is able to get so much off of that.
They're walking his vision again. Alex still had flash. Apex gets given free auto attacks. And Duish team, you lost so many members. Why, Clement, are they continuing to fight?
I don't know. They just can't help themselves. They're continuously face-checking, and Impunity, I've got to give it to the rookies here in Nature. He just landed 3 back-to-back critical hooks. They're not easy to land, and that just set them up for a massive lead here. 3-1 plus the Herald. That's going to snowball Jax and ICU to incredible heights here. And I just feel like we're starting to see a runaway in a rare fast game in 12.11.
Well, I think it's also important to note, Clement, that even though Impunity, we noted their conditions, if Duish Team give it to them on a silver platter, then the whole of the map is viable as we watch the play again.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here. Both the top and the bottom do get vision advantages. ICU uses the drop very well, and he backs off, then thinks better of it. I'm just going to go in for the trade. I'm going to get your Ignite, your First Blood, get that tower down as well. And at this rate, Sylas cannot match him in that bottom lane. This is a very uncomfortable position for Xiao Tu to be in.
He's 40 CS behind his own mid laner. 40 CS behind is WSL in his debut game against Alex. A 2-0 on this Viego. Once he got the reset in the fight, you can see how badly it went for Jewish Team. It's only going to get worse from here, folks, as we see those items coming in strong. We see on the other side, Jewish Team only have 2 mythics available, and I think for Impunity, those 4 members are already working on item number 2, and Clement, to review what you said in draft, with the 4K gold lead, Impunity looking comfortable because of the scaling, right? Because of the team fighting. Even though the Jax hasn't been set up per se, it still feels like the lead is going to be significant enough for now to talk about.
Yeah, and you can see the problem here with you is that they just don't have the wave clear to outshove and force towers against Impunity. They have to catch them out in rivers and skirmishes, and that's hard to do when the enemy has a split pusher that can leave lane faster than any of your side lanes. So I think they are getting caught into a very precarious position, and what they have to do is they need to use that Fate's Call aggressively. So far, Fate's Call has always been used defensively, and we have not seen the initiation power be unleashed. They need that to get a catch.
I mean, hostile takeover as well from Enhao while you're at it. Xiao Tu with these ultimates hasn't been significant in any of the trades, so it does feel like, for Jewish Team, it's just been them getting caught out, and in crucial moments like in front of the Herald, it's given the gold swing over to almost the 5k mark now. Clement, Impunity have a 3rd dragon that they can threaten here from Jewish Team. They are stronger at this point, or at least still feeling the strength, as the pick in the bottom side might show so. Apex and Alex, AA batteries rolling on to Likunai. And down he goes. Kill number 3 over to Alex, and 30 seconds till Dragon. That is an easy setup.
Yeah, Likunai, definitely showing some rookie tendencies right here, getting his gap closer burned, just wave clearing, and gets caught with his pants down. I do want to say that a team that is almost pure melee, like Duish Team, doesn't have the best comeback mechanics. Once you get out-damaged, once your natural HP from being kind of like a melee champion wears off, then you're running into full damage Aphelios, full damage Azir. It gets much, much harder. I do rate this as a team that does need to get some mid-game kills in. If they don't, I think this game is kind of already out of hand.
I mean, when we're looking at Night Harvester on Xiao Tu here for his first game, it kind of feels like as well, like the items now in his inventory can't be used to a full effect because he's not going to be able to buy time in the fights. He's not going to be able to get the skirmishes that we thought Duish Team always wanted. There's so many things that have come through and just not come into fruition, Clement. So many lanes that were set up nicely, WSL burning flashes, the early game looking solid, but Impunity have held strong, and they haven't had to hold strong for long. They've got 3 dragons under their belt before even we had to start talking about scaling. For Apex on Azir, for even the Viego snowballing ahead. Like, I mean, LZ, his flash got burnt earlier in the game, but now he's up almost 80 CS. Xiao Tu's ulti's good. It's a 2-man. The skirmish finally begins, but onto Nature. They won't get the reset. Instead, the hostile take it from Xiao Tu. It's great. In fact, Enhao's one to burn it out, but meanwhile, LZ has got the Shuriken army out, ready and available. Jewish Team's debut looking like a bit of a flop here as Impunity are smurfing on these kids, Clement. A triple kill already to the new AD, and Apex over the wall making it a sure thing with a full-blown ace. This is the new Impunity.
Dude got the drop, but they didn't pack the damage. Nature with a beautiful stopwatch, able to get out, flashes away, doesn't even fall down, and then ICU collapses from the back. Absolutely nowhere to go right there. I think, unfortunately, Dude just started something that they couldn't finish. The idea was right. They needed a catch. They got the vision here, but I think the target selection was a little bit off. They opened up onto the support mainly, wasn't able to finish off the kill whatsoever, and this is just open season for LZ and Apex. They aren't even touched at all in this fight. There's nothing for Bang 2 to salvage when he comes in here, and that's a perfect ace for Impunity. So I gotta say, I'm loving this Impunity squad. For me, they are the biggest dark horse this season.
Yeah, they are just some big names returning to the league. Some big names who've been around for so long. Alex is one of them. Apex we talked about, and we didn't mention the one player that's not actually starting here today that does have a big track record. Arn is on this roster, who, Clement, we know has played with the likes of these guys before.
Yeah, Arn is absolutely legendary when it comes to the LMS history. You know, he was part of the squad that made it the furthest ever. But we have a fight on our hands.
But how long is it going to go for? The needlework hits no one, and WSL's already at half HP. Apex is coming in red hot with the Emperor's Divide, but maybe the flash stops him in his tracks. As with Baron buff, Jewish team were trying to slow it down, but Clement, I think it might have inadvertently sped up the process.
That was a pretty good opportunity for Jewish team to go in. Here they go again.
Another one. Depth charge stolen away by Xiao2. Once again, the AP Stallion coming in red hot, but LZ blasts him. And Alex helps out over the wall. The jungle, a massive throw as he turns into something else fierce, and Bang 2 with a good bailout, but unfortunately it sets up yet another reset. Alex is 5-0-2 in his return back. A good sight once again, Clement, and experience seems to be trumping over Jewish team in this opening game.
Yeah, Jewish did play that with a lot of hesitancy. It was very clear that Impunity were giving them a 5v3 chance, but they didn't pull the trigger. They just held on to the Fate's Call, and then they went in again, which ended up being disastrous. Nobody able to follow Xiao2 in onto LZ. It was a 1v3 situation. He gets taken out as easy as that, and now Impunity just beating out Do with fewer members is going to be able to sweep through 3 different towers at the same time. We'll watch this again on the map, and the key thing to remember here is that they actually had a 5v3 on the previous fight, but they didn't fully commit. They go in now, and you know, there's just a lot of reaction time for Impunity right here. They beat back the 4v3 with quite a lot of ease. I just feel like Bang 2 needs to be a little bit more aggressive with that Fate's Call to make things happen at the start.
But as you said earlier on, the reason this draft feels so good is because for Jewish team being behind, you know, you mentioned there's so much melee damage, so much close quarter combat. You know, Callista's not the biggest range AD carry we know. We have Gwen, Trundle, Silas. You know, Renata probably has the biggest range out of anyone. And for Jewish team, every single time they have to walk into combat, nature's there standing. What a game to play Nautilus into, considering you're so far ahead. Every hook seems to be designated to land, and Impunity are just giving the kills in their face every single time.
I need
like
to
this.
see. Oh,
What do you need to see, Clement? Do you have time? No, you don't. Two-man shove back from Apex, and the flank perfect. It goes Goldie, buys a lot of time, and once again the bailout does nothing. A good response from Xiao2 with the stolen ulti, but once again the damage isn't there. And Hal and Bang 2 the last remaining, but the Counter-Strike flush fraud from ICU finishes off the job. The heal gives the movement speed, and LZ two-shots him. Clement, this is getting hard to watch. It's 16 kills to 2, and I think finally Impunity will be able to end this one with their debut in 24.5 minutes. All I can say is that this roster revamp looks pretty scary for all future PCS teams facing into.
For sure. Welcome the new Impunity to the PCS. A completely revamped roster right here with completely new results. Last split, they were 6th place. I expect them to be able, in my own predictions, to overtake Beyond Gaming's spot at 5th. That is, I'm just going to put that out there. That is what I expect to happen with this new roster. On the other hand, for Jewish team, I felt like they came in with a very solid draft. They had some good moments in terms of the laning phase, but the team fight coordination was very, very lacking. And I felt like Nature just kind of outshone Enhao and Bang 2. I feel like if you look at all the team fights, they really needed a lot more engage coming out from Fate's Call and the handshake. We just didn't see that.
I mean, the successful bottom lane was really the only successful bottom thing there for Jewish team. Clement, we talked a lot about the Jax win condition, but it quickly evolved into some of these skirmishes going wrong, into the skirmishes looking even better for the team that had the Azir, had the Jax, had the you know, the Aphelios. Like, it didn't make sense if you looked at it on paper, but it's really rough to watch a game where, you know, the setup's easy, the win conditions are there, but Duish team didn't really know how to pilot, and I feel like starting through the jungle is a nice place to start because flashes burn early, but there's no follow-up punish. There's no follow-up to these lanes. There's no denying of the Jacks. Instead, trying to get in the bottom lane when LZ and Nature quickly learned that they could play back.
Yeah, there were a lot of weird things going on with the jungler position for sure. I felt like this was a Drake stack game 100%. You have a superior bottom lane. You have Kalista that gives you another secondary smite. So you just try to stack that as much as possible, and you just throw all the Herald Stop. That's basically your win condition. Like, Impunity, in terms of their picks, cannot contest in the bot side whatsoever. So it's a little bit unfortunate that I felt like Duish team, they let too much go the opposite way in the first Herald fight, and that's just where the game just kind of blew up.
I mean, it's also like kind of in front of the Dragon. Do you remember WSL and the rest of the bottom lane go for the blue buff invade, go for the camps? Dragon sits there, they have to reset because Herald's coming up. So I think timing a big part, as you say, and not there in time while they try to take the trade. It's like, well, yeah, first Herald, okay, that's not bad. But as you say, a Drake stacking game with a Kalista Renata, like, you have the 2v2 in the palm of your hand. It's rough to watch, but also really good from Impunity. I think we can highlight that it was a solid game where mistakes were punished almost immediately. Alex was someone who was nice to watch back in the driver's seat, considering that, you know, this guy's got a lot of experience, and it showed for his debut game back here on his new team.
For sure. I think those were expected qualities for you to get. You know, these are players that have been picked up by other regions and looked into seriously. What surprised me the most was definitely this bottom lane, because we didn't really know what to expect coming out of kind of the rookie duo right here. And Nature, I felt like, blew me away. There were so many good hooks coming from this guy. The Nautilus play was absolutely amazing. They lost an early flash in lane, but were able to equalize so beautifully as well. They got to their mythic item points first. They never died in lane whatsoever. So, you know, the biggest questions for me in this bot lane for Impunity were also answered, and maybe that's why we don't see Blaze on this roster. I think mainly it was because they wanted to move the team probably to Taiwan, which is why their Singaporean players were kept. But, you know, Blaze was a huge star player. He was a great player in his own rights, and, you know, maybe this is why that we're seeing kind of a new duo here.
Yeah, so maybe it'll take a, you know, I'm kind of just thinking on the side of Fiducia, maybe it'll take a bit of time for them, but yeah, for Impunity, like, the change around has been so nice, and it's only one game. You know, we got to see how they go up against some of the top teams like the PSGs, the CFOs, depending on who the top teams are this split. You know, J Team, Beyond Gaming, DCG, but at the very least a very nice showing, and I think we kind of got what we expected, Clement. Even in the top side, like ICU still showing he's a terrific player, still taking the 1v1. Kind of giving us that flair that we were hoping to see once again in summer.
Oh, for sure. ICU I think is a long overdue star. But the MVP actually going to go into Alex this time around. That's kind of an interesting choice here. Does have the perfect KDA to go along with that. You know, always very important when it comes to MVP selections is just those stats. Had a heavy farm game, and I think you know, this just goes to showcase why Viego is such a strong pick on the meta, because you can have a very quiet early game, and he has one of the best scalings hands down. You know, he has the resets in those team fights, and because of that extra HP, even when Viego starts fights, he can actually survive to contribute later on as well, which is why I think Viego is the second best pick right alongside with Wukong.
You get the resets, and straight away you're taking over, as we saw in those skirmishes as time went on. A great game for Alex to debut. Congrats to his MVP. And Clement, for me, all I can say is that, you know, Impunity truly lived up to the name of their excitement. All these changes that came through the brand new roster lived up to what could be a top 5, top 4 team, depending on how we see the split progress.
Yeah, for sure. I think the goal for them is definitely you want to finish the split on the upper bracket. That's definitely within the realm of possibility.
Maybe too early, but then again, hype's going to be built up some way. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. When we come back, we've got to remember that it doesn't end here, Mr. Clement Chu. It'll never end here. Why would it? Because as we come back from break, as I'm buying my time and telling you what's coming up next, Mr. Clement Chu, it's Beyond Gaming and Meta Falcon Team. Maybe not as exciting as the first one, but still, Beyond Gaming return. We're going to see if Meta Falcon Team still have that edge.
We gotta.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Offen, Kollabo, Oscar, Milano, Cesar, te amo, Gefühle vergessen, du hast die letzte, teures Essen, weiße Westen. Keine Baguettes, kein Audemars, Top von Rex wie ein Superstar, 110 auf dem Kudamm, ja, gib Gas wie Schumacher, Kickdowns bieten im Huracan, too bad wie Lucifer, heute noch in der U-Bahn fahren und bei dem Supercharge, Broke im KDW, Tagtraum SQP, Frankfurt schläft der WSW. Anspruch 10 von 10, Scheine bunt wie Fabergé. Sorgen sind passé, bald der Wagen weiß wie Schnee. Bin schon wieder unterwegs, seh kein Halt mehr. Träume von der Bühne, Durek passen zu den Neiger. Leben wie ein Traum mehr. Joy sagt, sie will Rockstar wie die Zeppelins. Nur unterwegs, ich brauch kein Festnetz. Alte Freunde sagen, du hast dich verändert. Doch ich bin immer noch dasselbe. Shawty sagt, sie will Rockstar wie die Zeppelins. Ich fahre weiter oder festen. Lass sie tanzen wie ein junger Michael Jackson. Man sagt, der Himmel sei die Grenze. Aber sag mir, Baby, wie weit kann es noch gehen? The Cash, den Bands, die Rims, voll Eis, die Stacks, das Haus, Goya, den Wein, die Tour, Hotels, das Glas, voll Wein. Von Stress kommt Angst, die Nacht allein. Bitte komm, Baby, sag mir, ob das alles sich noch lohnt, yeah. Wieder nur unterwegs, bin schon seit Wochen unter Strom, yeah. Immer noch ohne Pause, sagt man sich die Million, yeah. Traum zum Greifen, na doch ist der Preis für mich zu hoch, yeah. Sie sagt mir wieder, ich vermisse dich bei mir. Und sag mir, bin ich dabei, mein Gewissen zu verlieren. Meine Mutter schreibt, du warst schon seit 5 Monaten nicht hier. Sag mir, was hier grad passiert. Verrückte wie die Zeppelins. Nur unterwegs, ich brauch kein Festnetz. Alte Freunde sagen, du hast dich verändert. Doch ich bin immer noch dasselbe. Shawty sagt, sie will Rockstar wie die Zeppelins. Ich fahre weiter oder festen. Lass sie tanzen wie ein junger Michael Jackson. Man sagt, der Himmel sei die Grenze. Aber sag mir, Baby, wie weit kann es noch gehen?
Will bring me back to life. With a change of scene, I hear my future calling. Time is healing my disguise, and I wanna finish what I started. My secrets will run me down. My baggage will wear me out. I need someone to play. I need someone to play. Break my stride, abide my time. Just because I'm no good at second chances. Still living, I have a funny way of showing how I'm feeling. Just wanna finish what we started. The secrets will run me down. My baggage will wear me out. I need someone to play.
ich träume jeden Tag, was ich wirklich will, lass. Ich hoffe, ich werd nie wieder wach. Darum trinke ich noch einen Schatten, träume weiter hellwach. Mut ist Macht, ja, ich träume jeden Tag, was ich wirklich will, lass. Ich hoffe, ich werd nie wieder wach. Darum trinke ich noch einen Schatten, träume weiter hellwach. Gedanken sind manifestiert, was ich will, ist zum Greifen nah. Ja, ich weiß, wer ich bin, vor allem, wo ich hin will und das seit dem ersten Tag. Ich kämpf bis zum letzten, zeige keine Schwäche, wenn es hart wird, komm ich erst in Fahrt. Mein Willen kann man nicht brechen, denn ich höre auf alles, was mein Herz jedes Mal zu mir sagt. Ich lebe nach Regeln, die Regeln des Lebens, für Pläne, die keiner von euch hört. Und könnte ich es wählen, würde ich es jetzt genauso tun. Ich hab es schon gemacht, ich hab es schon gemacht. Ich hab es schon gemacht, wo seid ihr jetzt? Ich hab's schon gemacht, ich hab es schon gemacht, wo seid ihr jetzt? Mut ist Macht, ja, ich träume jeden Tag, was ich wirklich will, lass. Ich hoffe, ich werd nie wieder wach. Darum trinke ich noch einen Schatten, träume weiter hellwach. Mut ist Macht, ja, ich träume jeden Tag, was ich wirklich will, lass. Ich hoffe, ich werd nie wieder wach. Darum trinke ich noch einen Schatten, träume weiter hellwach. Ich teile mit euch meine Visionen, will, dass ihr lernt, so wie ich es tat. Ja, ich geb einen riesen Fick auf die Kohle, meine Idole oder Deutschrap-Charts. Ihr könnt alle mehr mit Pistolen, doch wer von euch es wirklich hat? Doch dieses Leben wird sich nicht lohnen, denn die Option ist nur der Knast oder Grab. Also lebe nach Regeln, die regeln dein Leben für Pläne, die keiner von ihnen hat. Und könntest du wählen, dann wähle es genau wie ich. Ich hab es schon gemacht, ich hab es schon gemacht. Ich hab es schon gemacht, wo seid ihr jetzt? Ich hab's schon gemacht, ich hab es schon gemacht, wo seid ihr jetzt? Ich teile mit euch meine Visionen, wo seid ihr jetzt? Ja, ich geb einen riesen Fick auf die Kohle, wo seid ihr jetzt? Mut ist Macht, ja, ich träume jeden Tag, was ich wirklich will, lass. Ich hoffe, ich werd nie wieder wach. Darum trinke ich noch einen Schatten, träume weiter hellwach. Mut ist Macht, ja, ich träume jeden Tag, was ich wirklich will, lass. Ich hoffe, ich werd nie wieder wach. Darum trinke ich noch einen Schatten, träume weiter hellwach.
I give you everything that I have, but it's never enough. I try to take you through to the end.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Hysterix. I'm joined by Mr. Clement Chu, the man, the myth, the legend, who once upon a time was in Europe casting a team. I forgot that team. I'll ask you in a second, Clement, because it wasn't CDBC Bank who are sponsoring the PCS for 2022. And before the match starts, just remember we're thanking Riot Games, Carry Live, and Garena for the PCS League operation and full production. Now, Clement, first of all, what was that team?
Was casting. I was coaching Ninjas in Pajamas, but that was way back then.
Hey, there we go. Who are now, still, by the way, not in the LPL yet, but still technically, have ownership of V5. So who knows how the world swings around. But we're going to get into this third series, which is important because this is also the debut of MetaFalcon team in Beyond Gaming. We'll be saying that for every match today. But Clement, starting with MetaFalcon team, you know, this was a team I think we were relatively impressed with last split, considering that they were a team that, you know, were built on synergy and were built on the fact that they all play together, and despite being rookies, they still were on the same page, I guess.
This is the team that is trying to test out the limits of friendship magic, basically. They decided to stick together. They had a very cohesive play style, but towards the end of the playoffs, everyone kind of knew what they were going to do. Their main carry was their jungler, and they like to move around with Whale and 665 to the side lanes and create lots of havoc. However,
Really
very considerably by their champion pool issues. They tried to play against Zeri, which is still not viable, and they also failed to produce a control mage in the mid lane. So I think for this matchup for both teams, it's kind of the same issue, is that we have to see how they cope with their champion pools being essentially obliterated, especially on Beyond Gaming as well. Minji's best 3 champions, Akali, Zoe, and Orianna, they're gone. I feel like that leaves Beyond Gaming to a Silas or Bust team.
Oh yeah, that's a great point. I mean, for Minji, like a complete direction change. And while we're on Beyond Gaming, it is also Lakai starting out today, so no Liang. But we've got 2 teams who haven't really made too many changes. The only changes to come through are the fact that we have ourselves Issue in the bottom lane instead of Epoch. Now, Clement, that's a very minor change, considering that we know that, you know, the rest of them are still there, and that's what the highlight was. So it feels like we are going to get some consistent methods from last split. It's just, again, about 12-11 and how these teams adapt.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest thing for these teams is, yes, they can keep the same play styles. For the side of MFT, you definitely still expect them to have roaming mids, to kind of have a fast upbeat and sort of chase you down tempo, try to move 665 into the side lanes. Their jungler, once again, dealt more damage than their AD carry in their top lane throughout most of the split. So that's kind of their character. But they do need to expand their champion pools. If they can cope with just having Zeri in their bottom side, I feel like that solves a lot of their ban pick issues. On the other side for Beyond Gaming, they were a 1-3-1 team. They did play pretty slow, and I feel like the alleviated pressure in the laning phase will definitely help out their style. But the biggest problem is still the same. They just don't have an adequate champion pool on Minji. That was the case in spring, and I expect it to be a whole lot worse in summer.
Yeah, so with mid out of the way as well, I mean, what we get in the top side, like, I feel like we got some very extravagant champions there, and I wonder if that gets reeled in a bit with the way the pool is at the moment. I think as well, Clement, we talk about this team being a 1-3-1 team, like Senna Tam at the moment seems to be a must ban against Beyond Gaming if we're talking about keeping a strong 3 dynamic. Is the lineup, like I said, it's going to be Lakai starting in the top side today instead of Liang, Husha in the jungle, Minji mid, Wako and Kino down in the bottom lane. Again, roster relatively the same, apart from Lakai, who Clement, he played less games last split, I'm correct?
Yep, Lakai had a very rough split, if I be completely honest. Of course, he is kind of the not much younger, but the younger of the 2 top laners that they have. And, you know, Beyond Gaming, with picking up Lakai from Machi, where he had a very good split, it was expected that they were going to groom him up and become the next top lane star, the next split pusher. He does play a lot of Camille. However, that last split was kind of weird for him. He just didn't do very well in lane, and hopefully after the break, he's able to improve, get back to his pre-Machi form, as I like to call it. And for the rest of the side, I would say the best player that fits the meta here is definitely going to be Wako. Wako has been a hyper carry for life with a knack for Kalista. So I think the stars have basically aligned for this player, and I just hope that Megabank Beyond Gaming, they can refocus their efforts around drafting compositions for Wako and just for him to take them to the finish line.
So maybe it doesn't have to be a Senna Tam. It's an interesting point. We talk about the bottom lane as we get into draft. As on the other side, Meta Falcon team, it's Taco in the top lane, 665, 1 Whale and Issue. Issue starting out today. This is his debut in competitive play as well. As, you know, Clement, this is going to be interesting considering that for the bottom lane, running the rookie member, when we know that this was the team that you said there are some champion pool issues, or could be potentially as we go through.
It's just such a fun team to watch. They have a very coherent identity, is that they just want to run at you and wombo combo you. So they had a lot of things like Set. They had compositions like Renekton, a lot of bruisers in mid lane just to make sure that Wen is able to leave lane. There's a bit of Doinby mentality going on there. And 665 was a main carry. And what the team lacked in champion pools for the rest of the positions, Taco made up for it. Taco played a ton of champions. I will not say all of those experiments were successful by any means, but he did play a lot of champions, so he's always kind of the wild card in the back.
I remember watching him in 665 was a lot of fun. Clement, fun stat for you. Last spring, I looked up how much Lakai actually played in the regular season. Only 2 individual games, and they were both against Meta Falcon team. So once again, Beyond Gaming have something sinister in mind. They're like, let's run Lakai against Meta Falcon team for the 3rd time in the row this year. And as we enter the Rift, we can talk a little bit more about the bottom lane now that we're here. You said Wako and Kino, the aggressive bottom lane could come through. Well, the ban the Kalista themselves, Zeri taken away on the red side, but things like Senna still available. We know Lucian and Nami, if they want to pick it up, is there too. Clement, what else are you looking at?
I actually like this from Beyond Gaming. I feel like Wako should be the hyper carry of the team. So if you take away that super aggressive Kalista, that does open up the table, mostly for things like the Ezreal to just come back in and have a good time in the meta. On the other side for MFT, super interesting is that they're actually banning Zoe and Akali still. So giving Minji tons of respect, even on 12.11.
I wonder if this hurts him. Does his champion pool come into question in this game with some of those pockets taken out even in this meta? Well, on the other side, Meta Falcon team not asking questions about meta because it is a safe Ezreal bottom lane going up against the Lucian here, Clement. And it means that, Whale and Issue are going to be on something that's a bit of a mid-game chop.
Yeah, they have to think about how to deal with that Lucian Nami lane. That's been absolutely terrorizing all the global top leagues here. And against the Ezreal, it's very difficult to survive that one. Once again, MFT are not overly concerned about their bot lane. I would say their bot lane, Whale has been pretty good in terms of the team fights, but in laning phase, they've never really relied on them to get a lead right there. So the Ezreal is on par for them. But they still need to have something, I think, very strong in the mid lane. This is the most critical spot for sure. You've taken away all the tempo champions from Minji, and I feel like you have to get something like an Ahri or something here. But they're going to hold it on for later.
It's so crazy that the pick priority is completely different. Senna goes through with Tarm still available. They also got Wukong on the side of Beyond Gaming.
Yeah.
Like, MFT were happy trading away Viego, and as strong as he is, Wukong, one of the most banned across the world. Clement, you're saying before, LPL has a 75% win rate with him at the moment after 40 plus games, but across the world, it is just such a high priority. And for Beyond Gaming, a strong bottom lane with a great little skirmisher here from Husha, seems that we are going to be putting a bit more focus on bot and a bit more focus on the early game.
I just absolutely love this Wukong pick coming in from Beyond Gaming. His passive is great against physical damage dealers, and Wen typically doesn't do a lot of damage. He's always sub 20% for the team most of the time. So I just see this Wukong being unkillable in team fights throughout the majority of the game. And then you already have like a very strong pairing that can just blow up the bottom lane. What MFT have is, it's a very good, I would say, bot lane if you want to gank someone with it. Like, you just throw the ult down with Leona against the Nami. Not a lot that Nami can do. You pop in with the Viego. That's almost an insta-kill level 6. So that's where I think they're going to try and stabilize the bottom side.
Clement, I'm not sure if we ended that one a little bit earlier because I believe, there is a pick ban issue. I was like, man, that doesn't look like a way to round out the draft. So, folks, apologize for that. We are going to be returning to pick ban once that's fixed up. At the very least, we're going to assume that everything went ahead. Because, Clement, it does feel like, for 3 strong picks coming through, now there's a lot open up in that top side. But I should pull out that for Meta Falcon team, when you already have a bit of engage, as you said, needs to be a bit of AP damage, needs to be something that goes through Wukong, needs to be something that mid can actually deal with, that one can carry on and get out of the nature of the low damage mid laner that he was in the past.
Yeah, what I think we're going to see from the side of MFT is likely Ahri. I think Ahri's probably the best pick right here. It has tons of chase down potential. You can initiate with the Flash E, and that just allows you to get kills and resets over and over. So I think that's the direction that the draft is most likely going to develop into. On the other side, I also feel like Beyond Gaming is perfectly happy to fight Tempo with Tempo here. Let's be completely honest, in terms of just raw laning power and just like the talent level of the players, Beyond Gaming does have a bit of an advantage right here, and they also have the picks to do so. So I expect this to be one of those faster games. We are going to see another one of the games that goes against the meta grain and just gives us an explosive early to mid game.
And with MFT, I'd expect that, but, Beyond Gaming, we talked about them being this 1-3-1 team, Clement, not the fastest themselves. It does feel like we're coming into a game set up where Beyond Gaming have a good read on the meta. And I think the most interesting thing for me, as I said at the start of the draft, is like, dude, Senatarm is open. That is just wild. Senatarm left open, Wukong left open. There was priority bans against the Akali, against the Zoe, right? Like Minji, excuse me, his champion pool, which we're calling into question. But we also know that picks like the Ahri still available, right? Minji as well, you assume he plays the other side where he goes Lissandra. Things like Ryze, were played in the spring split of PCS 2. Maybe not so much anymore. The Orianna still comes through. The Galio banned away. Like, there's so many levels of this where it does feel like for Beyond Gaming, having a good read is amazing, but Minji surely is prepared for summer, where we're not going to run into the same issues of champion pool, despite a very niche couple of bans.
I've got only a couple words for you. Meta Falcon drafting. That's
okay.
They don't typically draft for the meta, and I think from my perspective, it probably does have a lot to do with champion pools. If I'm being completely honest, I feel like that's the case in spring, and I think it might continue to hobble them in summer. So we'll see if they come out with some of those power picks right here. I'm not sure what to make of Ezreal Leona as a lane. I think it fits MFT's idea of just sticking something that's safe in the bottom lane, but at the same time you're just leaving so much power on the table.
Yeah, you really are. I mean, at least the Gwen gets taken away, which would be a big pick for Lakai if let through. But going through the rest, Clement, we're seeing Mordekaiser bans. Now, what does this tell you? Because I've seen Mordekaiser into a couple of things in the LPL. Kayle was one of them, I believe. Sejuani the other. Maybe if Lakai goes for weak side.
I haven't seen Mordekaiser be particularly successful. To be completely honest, I feel like it's so much harder for him to actually get a kill within his ultimate. Like, despite like battle mages across the board getting better, Mordekaiser is one of the rare ones where he's actually suffered a little bit after the changes. So maybe they have something very specific in mind. The Kayle definitely could be potentially one of them. I don't think Beyond Gaming even need the kill, if I'm being completely honest. I just feel like they would be happy to slam a Camille down here, just get engaged and play through bot lane.
Oh yeah, Camille's a nice pick up there. Nara an option as well, as we've seen earlier on, Clement, if that fancies you. At the moment, we still don't have AP damage for Beyond Gaming either, though, so kind of curious to where we get the Minji pivot. But for now, Ahri was talked about a little bit before. When going to snatch that one up, and it's not available, guys. Don't ask. Not available. Teams have been hovering this one. Let's get something a little bit more serious, I say, in the next 15 seconds.
I think Waco's just trying to mind game Taco. That was definitely one of the champions that he played. Wasn't very successful there. Beyond Gaming gonna go back into a very typical answer to the Ahri. Lissandra can take away a lot of the mobility advantages that Ahri enjoys here. And like I said, I just feel like Beyond Gaming, they just want to pack more engage and have some more zoning tools, so that's what they're going to go for. In the meantime, I'm not a huge fan of this Kayle. I don't think it fits the tempo of this team. MFT are trying to play mid-game, but Kayle isn't really mid-game.
True. I mean, safer laning phase, but you're right. We're looking for that late game condition. The clock will start, but hey, for MFT, Clement, round it up a little more for me, because if it's all about mid-game here, then what? Skirmishes, neutrals, like how does this operate?
So MFT, I think if you don't look at the Kale, the composition actually looks really beautiful. It has great catch. You can pull in damage from across halfway the map with Ezreal, so that really helps you with getting these picks. And then once you get those picks, you have multiple resets coming from the Ahri and the Viego. You know, Ahri is just great when you get that initial kill. You can chase people down with the extra uses of a Spirit Rush. So the composition itself works really nicely. The Leona, the Viego, the Ahri, the Ezreal, all of that fits together. I don't really like the Kale pick, because I think a Kale is essentially forcing you into having a late game plan. If Kale doesn't develop, she can go sideways really, really terribly. So I think the Kale is a bit of a sore thumb on that composition. On the other side, if you look at Beyond Gaming, this is I think this is actually a really good answer to what MFT have. They have great team fight area control. They have multiple like big CCs around Drakes, and they should just outright win the bottom side. So if I'm looking across the board, it's MFT, they have a really strong identity, but Beyond Gaming have great answers to what they want to do, and I actually expect them to come out in the 4v4.
Clement, in small spaces, man, I'd be scared facing down Beyond Gaming. As you said, good response to Meta Falcon team. If it's the Viego, the Ahri that jumps in, they get punished quick and fast and without a response otherwise. But if Meta Falcon team can get those resets, Clement, I see Ahri, I see Viego in a different light, and I see the opportunity for that mid-game to come alive. But let's see, because for Meta Falcon team, they've got to piece this one together. Clement Chu isn't happy. And when Clement Chu's not happy, teams sometimes lose. When teams lose, they don't gain pride, especially when you're going up against Beyond Gaming, a team that was in the upper echelon last split. Well, Meta Falcon team have a lot to prove, especially with teams like Impunity getting better, holding on to a playoff spot, and I'm talking about this on day one, so it's going to sound a bit irrelevant, but holding on to a firm top 8 placing and starting off with a bang is exactly what you want here. Let's get back into the riff for game number 3 of the night. Clement, a pleasure to be with you once again when, you know, we've had a variety of comps tonight, and we've kind of had an experience of the plethora that is 12-11.
Definitely true, and I think there's still a lot of variation in how you can play these compositions. Tempo is definitely a relative concept, so we still see teams pushing for early game win conditions. I think the first game of the day was very obvious coming in from CFO that they still wanted to play something very close to a win lane, win game style of play. Even though the game time has been dragged on quite significantly. It's about 2 minutes longer than it was in spring. At least you still have these variations of people playing 1-4 compositions, people playing more for mid-game, and not just everything being Corki Azir.
Yeah, which is nice. I mean, if we were in that, I'd probably shoot myself, Clement, because that was a rough time to go through. Good trading in the mid lane here, but Minji's taking Electrocute. And as we look closer at this game, one with the unsealed spellbook. I've seen this a couple of times, Clement, but we know that Minji, for now, going to be feeling pretty confident as the game has to pause. One took the wrong runes. No. Oh, we don't know. We'll find out.
We'll find see what happens here. But, just talking about, I think, beyond MFT a little bit more, their most critical member to target is going to be that Nami. This entire draft just relies upon picking on old man Kino. Everyone know Kino, he's had his kids, he's married, and he's completed his university education, which is actually quite rare in professional gaming. So everyone knows he's kind of like the old man on the team. And they're just going to try and test his reactions. If they can kill anyone, it's going to be the Nami. The Nami is definitely the easiest target to go for. Just make her into sashimi, and you kind of snowball off of that. That's the entire MFT game plan.
I mean, I'm kind of offended right now, Clement. He's 24. Now, you are in your 30s, and I'm almost 28. So, wait, how old am I? I'm 27, actually. I'm 27. I'm not almost 28. So, taking offense here, because he's born in 1998. His birthday's April 12th, by the way. Kino and I have the same birthday.
Really?
So shout out to Kino. Yeah. I actually just went to look it up because I'm like, Clement's calling him an old man. How old is Kino really?
I've been with Beyond Gaming to Worlds, and Beyond Gaming call him an old man, okay? Like, aging works differently in esports. I'll just put that out there.
That's rough. Like, I feel like as soon as you turn 25, people think, you can't play competitively anymore. You have to be someone special, right? Like BRTT is an example. I'm trying to think of an LPL player that's still like aging well and still in competitive play. Like people like Rookie and Knight, as we get back in the game, they're still only like Rookie's 25, by the way. So you kind of look at what they achieve in their young years. As welcome back to game. We'll keep it a bit relevant for you as, you know, we talk about the old man, quote unquote, Kino. Clement, before we went to that pause, you were starting to say that it is about punishing this Nami. That's what MFT want. For resets, for otherwise looking for one part of this duo and setting themselves up with a mid game.
Yeah, I think that has to be the target here. I don't expect them to win bottom lane. It's very difficult in this matchup. So what you're going to see is probably MFT just hold on to level 6 before they fully commit onto one of these lanes. Beyond Gaming is definitely going to be the aggressor in both the bottom side and the mid lane, in the laning phase. And for them, I don't really see them trying to gank all that much either. It's not very easy to gank with the Nami. The Aqua Prison is almost impossible to land if someone is watching. So I just kind of see a farm up and the laning phase tipping over to Beyond Gaming just because of the lane matchups themselves.
And maybe even a bit more, because as blue buff starts here from Husha, 665 waiting patiently, but Kino's here. A nice ebb and flow, but this is going to turn quickly.
Sashimi, let's
Beyond
go.
Gaming, they found the stun onto the sport. Clement, you said it. Kino's flashed on and he's dead. Earlier than expected, but at very least condition hit as a nice another ebb and flow. Meta Falcon team taking the fight and taking it handedly. One's going to get the kill. That's 2 for Meta Falcon team, and it's Beyond who went too deep for the invade.
That was my biggest worry with Beyond Gaming, because Kino does not play enchanters. He is an all-in, just tank carry type of guy. So I feel like in skirmish situations, enchanters are actually incredibly weak. They rely on getting multiple rotations off, and this was a play for them that we're seeing right here from the observers. Great observing here. That MFT had full knowledge of. He sees the Wukong, knows what he's planning. He gets the Leona over, and in these short skirmishes, I'm just thinking that, you know, tank supports are just so much so much stronger in these situations. They pack hard crowd control, they have more upfront damage, and they're able to get the reset here onto Nami. And I think this is gonna shift the matchup quite significantly here.
Oh, well, maybe it won't. Maybe it won't, because we come back to live and somehow we lose the context as to why Beyond Gaming got one after they were handed a bit of a silver planet. Clement.
Yeah, interesting. Didn't get to see the start of that one. Husha does come in with a red buff, so maybe that was very helpful in securing that one. But anyway, they are able to equalize, and I think the most important thing here is definitely that we're not going to see that Ahri with a significant level 6 lead to move elsewhere on the map.
Let's have a look. Glacial Path flashed away from Clement, and 665 comes in.
Wow, that was surprisingly easy.
Yep.
I think they just got
we're
the
seeing
flash.
it again. Lakai with a great flash. Oh, that boomerang as well tags him on the outside. Husha comes
One
in.
more auto.
Whack down the auto. Lakai coming in clutch, man. That play was all him.
Yeah, Husha showing up to play here. We didn't really get to see the start of that one, but I believe it was another situation where Husha just was able to track 665 and pull the trigger a little bit faster here. So the solo lane's already going very, very well for Beyond Gaming in this one, and I do think that means Beyond Gaming can almost take a free Herald, because their bot lane is going to be constantly pushed, and I don't see any lane that can actually push out and punish Beyond Gaming if they just want to just straight move towards the objective.
But I just don't understand, Clement, because it was that invade that sets up for, you know, Whale one to navigate through their lanes a little bit easier. The resources coming through. Yes, we still know that Beyond Gaming, as you said, have winning lanes, but for Meta Falcon team, their jungler now caught out in a couple of positions. The setup for one, setup for Taco, both going wrong, and we go back to square one. Now, Meta Falcon team are going to be starting the Dragon here, Clement, but you can see already Husha's starting to walk over. Minji trying to do the same thing now that he's level 6. Might be too late.
Ooh, this is MFT still holding on to a lead in their bottom side because of that kill and assist. But here we have Beyond Gaming trying to close the gap.
Well, he's level 5 now. Husha walking in really fast. Kino looking for the slow. Active Prism doesn't connect, but look over the wall. Minji does. That ult coming in handy, and when unable to use his Clement, we get into small chokes, and Beyond Gaming are flourishing.
Yeah, that was a little bit weird because Wen actually didn't try to stop Beyond Gaming whatsoever. Beyond Gaming were just able to walk past the Ahri completely unmolested and close down on the target. So I feel like that was a bit of a communication mistake from MFT. That like they had the players in position, but Wen didn't try to interfere at all.
Yeah, kind of just sat there. I don't know if his mana was low, Clement. But yeah, it's kind of crazy to see this bounce back. Beyond Gaming now in their lanes once again, 500 through mid, 500 jungle, 300 in the top side. A very significant lead that's built up here, and it's only going to get worse. Clement, we saw Minji with the ultimate, but more importantly, Husha with the Cyclone is coming up ready, available. Meganar will be there for the Herald too. I'm kind of curious as to what you think now with how the game stage changed. As to what do you expect in front of the Herald that's coming through?
So both solo lanes should have the pushing potential right now, and I think the safest play for Beyond Gaming is actually just move Lucian up towards the top lane. Like at this point, Lucian isn't getting a whole lot off of this bot lane just because of the kind of like the kill factors that's gone over to MFT. So once they have the shove, I just expect them to start moving because honestly, as an Ezreal, you don't really have that much wave clear potential. Same thing goes for the Leona there as well. So it's very easy for Beyond Gaming, I think, to set up with a numbers advantage here.
Moving around with Vision, that's kind of been the game so far here for MFT. Got to give them props. Their vision control has been really nice, and what's set up for the first play onto Husha, the catch out on the blue buff. Also the vision control towards his top side, and deep, we really don't expect it, has given them good tracking onto this jungler. For now, as the Herald starts up, there's nothing really they can do. Minji starting to regain more and more control of this mid lane. Top side continuously pushed up against this Kayle. And as Husha picks up the Rift Herald, Clement, give me a lane. Tell me the progression now that you have a bit of tempo. Metafalcon team actually starting the tempo on the bottom side. Onto Wako here, the engage begins. Both summons already burnt. Kino can't heal him up. And the Heartbreaker burnt for the flash as well. One now caught out on rotation as Minji has him, but ulti won't be committed. Husha was nearby, but I guess Minji just didn't want to burn it, considering Cleanse was there.
I just want to say that was hella greedy from Beyond Gaming. Like, I'm very surprised that their bot lane continued to push after their Herald was already taken. We've talked about this in pregame. This bot lane cannot survive. If Viego comes down, like, I don't care how you play this, but one of you is dying. Between the Nami and the Lucian, it's just too hard to survive this one. And sure, MFT do have to burn a lot of flashes, but that to me was just greedy for Beyond Gaming. There was no reason they should have stayed that far up. And you know, props to MFT, they do punish.
Well, the game continues to be back and forth. 7 kills, 9.5 minutes, just about 10. And where do we leave this, Clement? Like, what do you even say about this? Because every single time, it seems to be based on a whim that these picks are picked up. We go into a replay, we miss the next one. It's like a jungle difference at each turn.
This feels like the patch never changed, honestly. This is like your old comfortable tempo, how League of Legends is supposed to be played, and then you look at the other regions and everyone is sitting like sub 5 kills at 15 minutes and things are going super quiet. This is a nice change of pace. Like, we should actually savor these type of games because they don't come around very often in this patch.
That's right. I mean, things are a lot slower than usual, and kind of nice to see this pace of the PCS as Herald gets dropped down in the mid lane now. That gold going across goes to Minji, goes to Husha. Clement, I want to point out that things are only going to keep getting sped up, considering that you even said in draft it was going to be a faster game, but we've also got a Divine Sundra on this jungler here. Husha in control, Minji the same, Lakai shortly behind. We are going to have those mythics quite soon, and Dragon's up in 30 seconds where it feels like Beyond Gaming might have a bit of an edge.
For sure. I think Beyond Gaming just have so few targets that are actually burstable at the start of the fight. Like Wukong, he can go invisible. Lissandra's never a great target, and Lucian could actually be picked out here. Wako's missing both of his summoners. But for MFT, like, their entire composition just relies on bursting down one target and going into reset mode. So that's the most important thing. They're going in on Wukong. Not sure about this one.
Set of plays. Cyclone, Tidal Wave, and maybe not. You're going to give it to them as the Heartbreaker doesn't get him out. Issues next up. Beyond Gaming were engaged upon, but unfortunately, Clement, that was AD damage as well. Going to take the culling, healed away. The last bullet's flying through. He survives. But Husha's there. He'll finish it up, surely. There's one now in the mid lane. Still, the Ignite goes down from him. Resets the Summoner. That'll be Flash. And Husha was unable to get the kill on the bottom lane after all we saw.
That was such a weird fight. MFT with full vision on Beyond Gaming members.
Like the other ones.
Yeah, they decided to pull the trigger on Wukong. And, you know, Wukong is a champion I specifically said that would not be burstable. They still went for it anyway. I'm not really sure about why they were pulling the trigger here. I just don't see any way for that to be successful. Yeah, they have full vision on all members too, so... Okay, I guess they just miscalculated. I don't have much to add.
Well, I guess the all-in was, you know, yeah, you're right. Maybe not calculated in that state. We come back to live. Whale will survive here, but Dragon goes down to Meta Falcon team. So at the very least, when you're talking about their mid-game triumph, MFT still have an opportunity with controlling the Dragon pace in this game. That's one thing we can say, despite everything going wrong, is, speaking of going wrong, Lakai versus Taco continues to happen in front of our eyes. And look, he's got friends.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Taco can smell this one out. We see the pings going down, question marks across the board. He's holding on to his ultimate, so I don't expect this to come through necessarily. What Beyond Gaming just want to do is just draw MFT members to the top lane. If they draw them top, I feel like bot lane is still a much easier target to go for across the map right here. So we'll see what they do with that one. Wukong goes back, picks up some more items, and we'll be taking a look at some of the mythic choices coming in here.
Yep.
We do have Ezreal just... I think because things have gone kind of sideways, he does need to pick up immediate power. Not going to go for the Triforce again, going for the build that gives him a little bit more wave clear potential in the Essence Reaver. Meanwhile, in the top lane, this is kind of expected for Kayle as well. I feel like in all three games today, we just haven't seen top lane. Like, top lane has just been left alone.
True, but I mean, what games have we seen? Gwen, Nah, like, we've seen push and pull quite a lot, and to be fair, the Jax game from ICU gave us a little bit more, but you're right. You know, top has been a little bit more quiet. Kind of been about mid-moving, Clement. And that's what you and I were discussing in rehearsal. It's like, in the LPL to be a bit repetitive, like, we're seeing so much Galio, we're seeing, you know, Vex is here or there, but things like Ahri that can also move, the Lissandra we're seeing on our screens, Twisted Fate pops up every now and then, the Silas to match something like a Galio. Things about moving to the side lanes and influencing the rest of the map. As again, this game has kind of been more important. Like, imagine if we didn't have Minji with lane control and then moving out in those fights. Feels like Meta Falcon team probably would have gotten away with murder a couple of times.
For sure. I feel like the Ahri definitely is very powerful, and the all-in potential from their bot side is great as well. You know, talking about moving mid lanes, even though Taliyah isn't, I would say, blind pickable, I think she's incredibly strong coming into the patch, and we do see her just being kind of OP tier in both mid and jungle on this patch as well. So that's one of the sleeper OPs that I really think would fit Win and his role on the team. So I'm looking forward for both 665 and Wen to pick that champion up.
Yeah, it does feel like it's something that, especially in the PCS, as you're saying, more than sleeper OP, but we'll see as the split goes on. You know, it's only day one. People still, you know, developing into 12-11. Soon we'll have 12-12. Bel'Veth will be enabled as well. Like, it's going to be a completely different environment. At some point, Nyla will be here, Clement. And that's just going to be a nightmare in itself. That champion is like, you know, Bel'Veth ×5. So, yeah, we got a lot to look forward to with some of these champion picks. We get a Rift Herald charging while we're talking away. 3k gold lead for Beyond Gaming. Yes, they open up mid lane. Minji can start moving now a little bit as well, Clement. And Husha is just putting Wako and Kino here for the time being, while you can see that Minji just heads bot.
I just want to say, look how clean this transition is compared to what they did last time. I really think they should just bring their bot lane into Herald. Ezreal doesn't push fast at all. So you can get away with murder here. It's far less risky because MFT has all eyes on that Nami. They want to get a piece of her, and you just deny that by moving into Herald. They trade better in both ways. They get the extra gold, the extra objective. So, I feel like Beyond Gaming did kind of fumble a couple points in their early game, but so did MFT. So we're back to equal.
Yeah, we are. And coming back to what you said, how do you feel about the state of the game? Because at least this Kayle is getting to the point where, will be relevant. Level 12 is a great sign here for Taco. And I wanted your 2 cents as to how the game progresses when you said that MFT had a very strong mid-game comp that, could play around a lot of these skirmishes.
I just think that MFT, they drafted for 2 things at the same time, but they might get away with it because the kill is a ticking time bomb. You get her to level 16 and you look at Beyond Gaming, they don't have range. Nobody can actually reliably crowd control Kayle from range and not get hit down. So there definitely is still a bit of a win condition. I wouldn't let the alarm bells ring just yet, but I think it's very plausible that MFT could drag the game out to a point where Taco can come in and save them. If you look at the Drake stack, they're under no pressure whatsoever.
Oh, yeah.
They can let this go on.
I mean, there's no issue. Is Cullen going to come through mid? Issue takes most of it, but that's just adding a bit of pressure while Husha does the dragon by himself. So this will be the first one for Beyond, but as Clement just said, 2 dragons for Meta Falcon team in a position where the game can go a little bit longer too. We're only at 18 minutes in the game, and Clement, I've noticed today, these teams, we're not getting the 5-minute dragon. We're not getting the immediate dragon start. I think Meta Falcon team have been one of the earliest to start the dragon by all means, but it's not like we're getting that bot pressure transmitted immediately into a 5-6 minute dragon.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of it has to do with just the support choices that we've seen. This has really been a patch about enchanters. Once enchanters can't be bursted down by tank supports, then they're actually very dominant in lane. However, they also like to stay in lane. They don't really move out into the river and do a lot of skirmishes. So I feel like there's so many facets that the durability changes have moved in the game. Generally speaking, everything does feel a little bit slower. If you're just coming back into the new season, not the new season, but the new patches, it feels like wading through water.
I mean, you're not wrong with the feeling of a new season, right? This patch is, for me, looking at it when LPL started, Clement, I was like, hang on a minute. 12-10 was huge. 12-11 as well was a bit of a pile-on. And trying to go through all that preparing for cast was just massive. It did feel like when items got changed. Remember, items got changed and we were like, oh my god, it's going to take, weeks to learn. Durability wasn't that bad, but it was still a lot to take in considering that the game state changed massively off of it.
Yeah, and there's a couple points that can help people understand what got stronger and what got weaker just right off the bat. So whatever does percent HP damage got stronger because relative to flat damage, you kill at the same time. Another thing that changes, if you're a tank that relies on resistances instead of regeneration, then you also got stronger because regeneration got nerfed while resistances were not touched. So the champions that benefited from that the most, Sejuani and Wukong, and there are a lot of fringe champions that fit that bill as well. Olaf is one because he doesn't lose resistances anymore. He can run at people. And also, I think one that I'm keeping my eyes on because it's one of my favorite picks from previous seasons is actually Shyvana top. Shyvana does a ton of damage, kills in the same speed because that Flame Breath is percent HP, and she also gets extra resistances off her passive, so she fits the bill really nicely.
Got played in LPL the other day. Omji-Shan pulled it out, but enough of that. Looked off. Meta Falcon team are walking into certain danger. 1 by 1 is Issue. It's the second to go down. A double already. Wako unleashes hell and gets the collector proc. That's a triple kill. Running in for more as Taco finally pops that ulti. And all of a sudden the game speeds up as Gwen running back in. Acropris and easy. Wako wants the quadra here. All he has to do is run forward, but Relentless Suit is already down. Beyond Gaming punishing 665. And with it, the dominoes fall. Clement, one mistake and Beyond move straight to the Baron and what feels like the game in the palm of their hand.
Yeah, that was such a weird sequence. So once again, MFT does have knowledge that the members are converging from Beyond Gaming, Beyond Gaming has somehow managed to pull the trigger faster. You know, they walk through wards, they stand right in front of a tower, and MFT do not react. You know, the Kayle ultimate comes down a little bit late. So
okay,
like,
I'm going to assume Mr. Clement Chu, you sound a little bit laggy, sir. We're going to try and work on that one. No, you're right. Your cat's biting the cord. I understand. You know, I completely understand. It's all right. We'll see how we go. You know what I got from that, Clement? Don't go near the turret. All right, that's what I got out of that 20-second conversation that seemed to be a little bit glitchy.
All right, I should be back. Do I sound better now?
Yeah, you sound amazing now. Go for it.
Thank you so much, man. I just feel like MFT they underestimated their opponents so heavily. Like, you can see the pings that they suspected Beyond Gaming was around the corner, and you still saw 665 trying to wave clear it with Spectral Maw, and he's just instantly blown up. The Divine Intervention wasn't used by Taco either, so it just felt like they were caught in a daze, and once they started losing, they also weren't really sure how to react here. So Beyond Gaming, massive runaway play right here. I'm not exactly sure that Taco can get to the point where he's strong enough to carry the team at this point. Finished the second item. I think it's a little bit late.
I mean, well, you know, the laning phase gets a little bit better, you know, Clement, with everyone being more durable. We've seen late game Kayle do a lot as usual, but not as much as before. I think it's kind of important to note that, as you said, it's a match here as well. That's a good divine judgment from Taco. To be fair, reaction time gorgeous, but caught out again. That's the third time that Whale has been directly in front of Lucian, and they'll pay for it. Beyond Gaming are taking everything with the member removed from combat.
Oh, I just love Executioner. Lucian. It is so satisfying to watch him pop people with only one ability used. You can get the extra on-hit buff coming in from Nami as well in that sequence, so just really well done here by Wako. And NFT are going to find it hard to move out of their base at this time. I think Beyond Gaming actually has a lot of sticking power. If you look at the Lissandra and the potential invisibility Wukong engage, like, how do you even walk out at this point? I don't think they have the ability to control their jungle at this junction ever. Like, they need a major engage and someone to make a huge misplay from Beyond Gaming.
Yeah, how are they ever going to get out there, like, for the rest of this game? 7k gold lead, Dragon coming through, and yes, Meta Falcon's team still made it so that this Dragon Soul, this Mountain Soul, won't be coming through for Beyond. But we're just kind of waiting here to see how far Beyond Gaming push into the base, because for MFT, they're on death's door a little bit here. Taco is trying to get level 16. He's doing a bit of damage, Clement, but still he's a little bit off, and even then we're asking ourselves what happens when 2.5 minutes till Baron, and we'll just see what Beyond can pull off for now.
Yeah, I think Taco's still a ways off. I feel like you probably want to go for that Lich Bane and just sort of one-shot Wako later into the fight. That's definitely a possibility here. But at the same time, I feel like Beyond Gaming have a lot of different ways to kind of speed this one up and just end it early as well. Once they reset, they should be able to deny Taco from ever walking out of his tier 2 tower. I feel like that's a game plan. Like, if you can't force Taco from getting EXP, at least starve him for CS. Like, that's a perfectly valid way to kind of slow down the growth of Taco, while at the same time just suffocating the entire team from MFT as well. And we are moving into that territory where I feel like Beyond Gaming will just start Baron right off of the timer.
Yeah, a minute 30 till that happens. Taco unable to be starved out, even though a good ward here from Beyond Gaming, but he's getting the majority of these waves. So I think there's still like some of that hope in the back of our minds as he's a minion away from level 16. Taco will have himself that in the next wave crashing through as Beyond start clearing out vision. So Clement, all of a sudden, once again, we've slowed down quite a bit. This inner turret on the top side seems to need to go. Beyond Gaming grouping up around it, and with the wave crashing in, finally, it feels like we see the move.
Yep, again going in. Wako going low.
Yeah, but there's an army nearby. Kino can heal him up and weren't using the Spirit Rush. That's one move down. But at the very least, Beyond sticking around, waiting for the next wave. You can see that Lakai is trying to push it in as another move from one. Minji dodges away. The Meta Falcon team still holding strong. The inner turret. This one might have to go.
Spirit Rush already down from Wen. He has to flash to get that E down, and looks like they're just going to give up for now. And Beyond Gaming are trying to push as far as possible before they turn around to Baron. Of course, MFT know this, and this is the turning point. You know, we've seen some crazy games where Kale is able to just get everyone in the Baron pit. I'm not counting a miracle out just yet.
Well, with the turret going down, at the very least, adding pressure in the side lane for now. Objective bounty 2 for Meta Falcon team. Clement, it is going to be some much-needed gold, and Taco pulls it up. That's quite a lot for himself. He'll take a camp too. And you can see, up towards the top side, there is some warding starting to be placed out by MFT. So there are some positions that Taco can take with his TP that I would be a little bit worried about, Clement. This game is going a little bit too smoothly when Beyond were the ones that found such a huge lead and are still up by about 7,000.
Yeah, this is going to be the turning point. I think MFT, if I'm them, I probably have to venture out and try to contest this Baron some way. You can see Beyond Gaming trying to go for a cheeky pick onto Taco. Not going to happen right here. Don't get the slow down. And this is going to be super interesting because there's multiple ways that I feel like they could play it. What I would like to see Beyond Gaming do is actually keep Husha on the top of the river right here. He's able to use Cyclone and stop a lot of people. Minji can kind of do that as well. And with Kino in the pit, they actually have a lot of long-range control. So they can just go in with, they can stop people with Tidal Wave, have someone as a sacrificial lamb. So I feel like they should be willing to pull the trigger. Here we go.
Well, they do. Cyclone comes through. It's a flash in the backline for Husha. And just like that, Meta Falcon team, bit of trouble, but Taco's still alive. It's good as it's flashes away, but Lakai about to go with Mega Gnar, and Beyond Gaming still are the ones in an advantage. Charm buys more time, but Wako has deleted 2 members, and Lakai the third. Whale down, it's only Wen and Taco left remaining. Taco as his tail though, still strong as the Charm connects. Once again, Taco, full XP, Wen survives the Acro Prison. It's a bit mistimed. Mid laner still standing as Taco is going to start doing tail things. Beyond Gaming trying their heart out here, but as Taco hands forward, Husha now to finish it off. No! He dives! The dive forward, Taco denies. Meta Falcon team, yes, they can rely on their top laner.
Taco holds the fort. It was a 1v4, and he manages to snag the double at the very end right there. I think Beyond Gaming just realized that they were probably playing with their food a little bit too much. So we're going to watch this from the start right here. Very standard stuff with Sandra over the wall, but most importantly is Taco decides to keep himself alive here. He kites away, gets damage on Likai, and honestly, Beyond Gaming, they could have and they should have gone for the Baron, but they wanted more. Wako takes the tower shot. They don't focus down Taco. They have to get Taco earlier on in the fight, and just watch this sequence. Likai wants to use Husha as a springboard, and they both fall down. It was a really nice play, honestly. Like, Wukong goes invisible, and he jumps over Wukong's head. Doesn't matter, Taco still snacks them both.
And I mean, that's the concern we talked about. Like, Meta Falcon team now only 5,000 gold behind. Clement, out of the replay, they got the Dragon. Meta Falcon team respawned quicker, because Death Timers, you know, being this long in the game, they were able to move down to the Dragon. They're now on Soul Point. And all of a sudden, you know, the Kale pick starts working out. There was a little bit of concerns from yourself, and I'm sure a lot of people, about how it would come together. But now that we're in it, it seems a little bit solid. And even with the Baron, I'm kind of going to ask you, how to Beyond Gaming try and end this one?
I feel like, again, this is what Beyond Gaming should have done the first time, is you just have people to play interference, and then you just rush down the Baron on the other side. So Lisandro's trying to do that. Tidal Wave goes down.
65 getting in, wants to steal. Husha gets it though against the wall. Good ult from Lakai. Finds Taco. He's still at full HP. He's culling narrowly misses, but he runs forward with the Divine Judgment into 4 people, into Husha. This Kale, yep, it's hit the late game, and Taco knows it. A double kill here for the Mexican top laner, and Clement, MFT, they're having a fiesta.
Oh, the MFT victory condition. My head is just, it's hurting so much. I did not believe in this Kale pick, and I want to say I was sorry. I am so sorry. I misread this completely. I think Beyond Gaming, there's a couple things that did go wrong for them. Number one, their Nami tidal wave whiffed completely. I don't know where Kino was aiming, but he wasn't hitting the ramp. He just kind of went through the goalposts on that one, so it didn't stop anyone. And they allowed Kale to get down the river. Look at this tidal wave. What did that tidal wave do again? I don't think it did anything. So they're able to get down the ramp, get in position, and even though the Baron is taken, Taco once again 1v4s just says, "You are stuck here with me," and goes back in for the kill onto the Lucian. So I feel like this was the right play, but unfortunately, Beyond Gaming actually mis-executed the keep away part.
True. 5.5k damage. Baron picked up by Beyond, but it's a minus 3.5k power play. And MFT are still within range. 3,000 is the gold, getting less and less relevant as we go on. A 4-item Kale on that top side that's now brought the game back, that is close to Flame Horizon, that has a GA that's just picked up. Full items. You can see Taco's so close to his screen. He's becoming Kale with each passing minute, Clement.
Oh boy, this is getting kind of crazy. I feel like this always happens between Beyond Gaming and MFT. Beyond Gaming for sure are the more experienced team. They have the better laners, but MFT have consistently been the ones to take down Beyond Gaming. They are the Beyond Gaming kryptonite for some reason. And we're just seeing it again. Like, I feel like every Beyond Gaming MFT game is a classic because for some reason MFT is always able to claw out a team fight.
Was this the one where was it Wako that was the AP Kaiser last split, Clement? And we just saw the poke out, got to 45 minutes plus. Was that the MFT game? Because I remember there was something crazy. I remember casting it, and you're right. It's always kind of ends at this late game stage. One big play, and I remember last time it kind of flipped on its head where Beyond looked like the favored one and MFT suddenly just found a fight out of the blue. So here we are yet again. The Kale has been the talking point for the last 5 minutes for good reason, and Beyond Gaming are just hoping that MFT make a mistake.
Yeah, this is they need to pick off the Kale at the start. They need to burst her, get her to use Divine Intervention on herself, and then save the CC for when the Divine Intervention is there. So you want to CC her while she's in her ultimate, and once she comes out, you can kill her afterwards. So,
but then Clement, she has GA. So then what?
Then you do it again. I think
Okay.
that's the only answer right now.
Okay, well, good Aqua Prison at the very least. Minji in a flanking angle. Maybe that turns the tides here for Beyond Gaming. Having control most of the game as Cullen comes through. They want it back again. Husha with the engage onto the jungler. 665 is golden, and without his team, an issue is low. But as he flashes over the wall, still, Meta Falcon team won't be worse for wear as True Shot Barrage tags them all. 5 seconds till the Dragon. MFT are channeling down the mid lane, and Beyond Gaming are moving to the objective, but exposing their lane.
So we have to look at that crowd control. The most important things right here, Nami tidal wave, and of course the Mega Gnar ultimate. If you get those two long crowd control durations onto Kale, you can save the fight. If you miss those crowd controls, then it's just not going to happen. If you look at Taco, he doesn't have any sort of cleanse, and it's not being built by Leona either. So it's possible to crowd control him for a long time. But Beyond Gaming have to make the sequence actually count here. That's going to be the big test.
So maybe Mikhail's Bell is something you just kind of add insult to injury for issue. Because you talked it out, the cleanse available here on Kino, on this Nami, which it seems like always going to be used on Wako, the most fed member of Beyond Gaming. But I'm curious to see what comes next here for issue as... Yeah, we're just lolling about for the next minute. Baron coming up next, Clement. And by the way, if we do get to the next Dragon, which is a big possibility, 4 minutes until that, and that's solved for either of these teams.
I'm just gonna burst out laughing if somehow MFT like just beat Beyond Gaming all of their games in 2022. Like it's, I always love these matchups where one team, you know, is higher in the standings, but they always lose to that one specific team on the bottom.
Yeah.
Those are the
It's like
fun
the
ones.
kryptonite. Kind of like the Rogue Warriors in the LPL in the past, right?
Yeah.
It was always Rare Adam who were like ready for playoffs, and then Rogue Warriors come through. But
Ooh, Kale's
staying
out
in
here.
this game, I mean, Minji getting spotted out. Good ward here from Issue. It's going to be control water though as Wako still heads forward. They don't care. Ulti burned out from Husha. The support is dead. MFT and numbers
Kale coming
advantage.
back in.
Minji getting low as one jumps on into that one, but here's Taco. He's knocked up.
There's the
CC
crowd
there.
control.
Clement the ulti as well, but as he hasn't been killed yet, I would assume that's a problem. Healing up as one head forward once more with the charm. Nobody dead apart from Issue. Beyond Gaming still with 5 as Matter of fact, even running forward into Beyond. They thought they were gone. Lakai gets a knock back, and now Taco, one of the only ones standing once again. A mistake from Meta Falcon team, and Beyond Gaming snap them up.
And there's only a flash on Wako right here, so their burst damage is fairly limited. Taco could still make a stand here, but it's going to be one of the hardest stands in his life. 1v5 essentially.
Well, one at least adding a second number into that. Closer path taken and onto the GA now. Taco has died once, one jumping in, and Issue has respawned. Cullen coming through, Taco on his last legs. It's level 18 Kale wants to get back on in. Issue almost kills Wako as Taco will not work forward. Lakai is next on the menu as Gwen has gone down. It's a tight race here from Beyond Gaming as Lakai with the ulti back in. Taco gets CC'd and the condition is hit. It's a hard-fought game from Beyond, but it's a win nevertheless.
The Baron bait at the end for Beyond Gaming was so nicely done. They just set up layers of traps on top for MFT. And I feel like MFT slightly mishandled their last engagement right there. They got caught, I think, a little bit needlessly earlier on. Like, honestly, for Kale, at that point, Taco could probably take close to a 1v3. So I felt like they should have let the play develop with Kale. Baron would not have been the end of the world, but walking out onto the base, losing members, losing the TP and the Divine Intervention so early on in the fight just gave Beyond Gaming so many opportunities to finally finish off the Kale. And that's, to their credit, what they did. They did that beautifully. So many blinking HP bars. They're able to pull out a nail biter.
I mean, a nail biter, a back and forth, a sway, a crazy game where, you know, like Meta Falcon team had no business being in it, but Beyond Gaming, it draws out, and it's kind of crazy that it ends with a Beyond Gaming win after everything we saw, Clement. Like Taco teleporting the fight in the last play, not getting in position, and more importantly, MFT walking back in like, oh okay, we have to walk back to lane. They're contesting Baron, but I don't know. Very messy, very fun are the right words to use.
I don't think that walk back was necessary whatsoever, honestly. Like, they had the Ezreal ultimate, and they likely had double blue trinkets as well at that point in the game. So
that is
it felt
true.
weird. Like, they could have just let that Kale develop a little bit more. Like, your Taco can take a 1v3 at that point.
Yep.
I think that's, without question, you could probably do that very easily. So I think they just went out a little bit too early, and that gave Beyond Gaming, even though it was a window, it was so hard to actually close out. That's just such an insane game to watch, and I think that's a clear indication of why Kale is the second most picked top laner on this patch.
Yeah, like, you know, like the turnaround games make it look insane. We've seen it not picked as much on 12-11, Clement, in the LPL, but, you know, still, Kale coming out at all kind of shows that the PCS has been watching other metas, that these players have been kind of tuning in to the rest of the leagues. And it kind of came down to the people we talked about. I think the key players on Meta Falcon team were 665 and Taco at points in the game. Although 665 got bullied around a little bit by Husha, it is fair to say that this Viego with the counter punch around blue buff early on, what set Meta Falcon team up for the early game that then swung around anyway, but still set them up nevertheless. for a minute.
Yeah. If you look at this game, you can see that I feel like MFT are still coming into the league rather rusty in terms of their early game picks. A lot of these picks they started themselves, and they just completely fumbled them. So it was a really weird early game for them. But then I think for Beyond Gaming on the flip side, they let 2 team fights get decided by Taco, and that was a big no-no. The Baron play, especially, I think. I'll be honest. I don't think Kino played a very good Nami this game around. To be completely honest, I feel like he missed a lot of critical crowd control, especially when it came to Kale. So that gave them an opening right into the pit. Able to let Taco to dominate with a 5,000 damage team fight, and it dragged the game on to the point where I think they very could have lost it. So, this is what you expect out of a day one, I think, from both of these teams.
That's very fair, because like it is only day one, right? That's the point. We're at the first day of the PCS. Meta's still being worked out by these players. Solo queue and scrims are one thing, but adjusting to what everyone else is doing in the league, I think, is always one of the hardest things. When it's a 10-team league, especially when you have double best of one, when you have double round robin, like. It's it's going to take a little bit of time. So Clement, at this point, what we've seen today are very big adjustments, but also a lot of changing drafts from these 3 games. Like each game has been pretty different so far, to say the least.
We've got such a good taster of the meta and what it really has to offer this time around. What I'm really surprised to see is a lot of teams still deciding to push the tempo. Many teams are still bloodthirsty, and that, for me, as a viewer and as a caster, is always a plus to watch here.
It is.
And I would also like to add that I think our top laners have been, just hogging the spotlight throughout all these games. Taco, for me, in Spring Split, was very obviously like one of their better players on the roster. And I can't wait to see if they kind of shift the meta up to play more towards the top side, rather than go for like what their usual mid-jungle roam the map combo has done, which I'll be honest, at this point, I don't think it has been MFT's strongest point relative to the other teams.
No, it hasn't. And again, like, we kind of came in, talking about how Meta Falcon team had some champion pool issues, but coming together as a team was always their strength. But at the very least, in this game, you could say the same thing, right? Like, some of their team fights were good. The way they played around Taco as well was quite innovative, but at the end, it was Beyond who pull out the win, because let's face it, Clement, like, they were the ones set up for success, and they are the ones with experience. So naturally, when it gets that late, that one mistake is technically less likely to be caused by them.
I love Beyond Gaming because they always try to thread the needle in difficult to execute team fights. They're not a team that is ever afraid to go for those 30% chance plays when they're at a deficit. They've done that so many times against better teams like CFO and like PSG as well. So, Beyond Gaming for me is it's a team that you can never really count out, and they have so much initiation experience. Congratulations to Wako, 12-2-3. They didn't have a good start to the game early on, but his picks were so pivotal, and I really think that Wako is going to be the main piece of this Beyond Gaming team moving forward in face of the meta.
Man, Wako has had some pretty impressive performances in spring. Good for him to start off this way in summer. And I think Wako is someone who, Clement, when I was talking about PCS to some of the LPL casters, to other fans as well, Wako always comes into the conversation. I feel like Wako and Kino do have these excellent moments. While I know you're not impressed with Kino in this game, and you'd like to make fun of his age further, at the very least, Wako played some of the better Lucian that I've seen on the Premier League stage.
I think Lucian Nami is going to be a long-standing combination that you're going to see. And as we mentioned before, one of the counters to that is the Kalista. So we have to pay attention to that draft pattern. Kalista doesn't really care about the mobility from Lucian, and she can also chase him down. So that's kind of one of the one sole points that is going to be standing in Lucian's way. Otherwise, he's probably one of the best 2v2 kill combos that you can draft.
Are we going to see people abuse him or not? I mean, the biggest question is, how do they get through it? Because Lucian Nami can also fall on its head. But enough about the meta discussion. We're going to our second last game of the night. Sem9 versus Frank Esports. their debut, of course, coming up right after this.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Get what you want, that I won't stop fighting till you understand, that I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Girl, I want you every night. Come on over. Girl, we do this every time. Come on over. You always get what you want, that I won't stop fighting till you understand, that I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Love you till the end of time. Girl, I want you every night. Come on over. Girl, we do this every time. Come on over. Love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Love you till the end of time.
I had a dream I was chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of your was out on vacation. No debating, no conversation, no invading this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it. I had a dream I was chasing, I was facing intimidation, but I stuck to the basics. None of that public relations, the rest of your was out on vacation. No debating, no conversation, no invading this sovereign nation. I was tested, invested, and blessed, and you guessed it, I made it. I've been risking all. So tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience paper thin. So tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong, alright. So tell me where to go, tell me where to go tonight. The cold is caving in, my patience paper thin. So tell me if it's wrong, tell me if it's wrong, alright. I feel like giving up. Say that it's not enough. Praise me, say that I adore you.
A feast for the lions. Tell me feel alive. Hold my hand, I can be your eyes. It's fading in the sky. Stars to fight, stars to fire. We'll keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer, let it. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn tide. Big enough, we'll find a time. I'm still alive, yeah, darling, forever give up. Yeah, darling, forever give up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. The boiling point as we know it is close to frozen. What a time to feel alive. We'll be by the river when the floodgates are open. I think about it all the time. The stars to fight, the stars to fire. We'll keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCS. My name's Hysterix. I'm joined by Mr. Clement Chu here for our debut day of the summer split. We're now up to Frank Esports versus Sem9. We've gone through the day. We've learned a little bit about what PCS players think about 12-11 already. Looking forward to some new insights, Clement. And in this series, match, I should say, I think we're going to get a little bit of an insiders. Before I ask you for your opinion, remember, sponsored by CDBC Bank is the PCS for 2022. We also want to thank Riot Games, Carry Live, and Garena for PCS League operation and full production. Now, Clement, thank you for the clap. Tell me what you think about these two, starting with Sem9, because you gave me a fun fact as we came out of the break.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for Sem9 is that they are still looking for their first win in 2022. They came close a couple of times, but unfortunately, no cigar in Spring Split. And I have to say, Sem9 is a team that I am most worried about coming back into this split because the meta does do them no favors. The way they try to play, since there was an obvious gap between their laning power compared to other teams, is that they try to play super strong early game lane dominant champions and then snowball into a win that way. You saw a lot of LeBlanc from Lazar, you saw a lot of Lee Sins basically running center compositions, trying to get early kills, and unfortunately, that is just not how the meta currently is. So I think this could be a blessing or a curse. It could force them to play in a more standardized way, or it could just completely cause them to implode. Either one has to happen.
Either one, is expected, Clement, because when you're at the bottom, all you can do is go up. At the very least, for Frank Esports, can we do a bit of a touch-up here? Because I know that we do have a new top laner here on the roster, and at the very least, I'm looking at the startup today. YSKM is actually starting here as well. So we get the new top laner, and Clement, I looked into him. IG Young player. So from the LDL over in China, he actually played alongside Nady, Xiao Yueji, and Mitsuki, all who have gone on to play LPL at some point or still are playing.
This is really interesting because I feel like Frank Esports, their biggest weak point with obviously Frank not coming in, their top lane Kurt, not coming in with a lot of experience. Now that they patched that point up and we have a much slower game, I actually think the meta fits them. This, for me, is a very AD-centric team. It is control mage based on Pretender, and the meta is kind of like that. It's slow. It's about massive team fights. So I expect Frank Esports to actually excel. They were the 7th place team last time around, and I feel like this is one of those teams that has a huge potential to overtake MFT or even Beyond Gaming.
I agree. I mean, I think Frank Esports, last split, you and I were talking about how good Eminem looks when they give him priority, and how as well, I think Hollow was a very solid jungler, and they had a good team identity, right? Remember as well, we were highlighting Pretender like nobody's business. He had a really good rounding off the split.
Yeah, he had a great Vex, and his bread and butter has always been champions like the Victor. So I feel like this meta is kind of like a home for him. And I think he's going to be very comfortable here. The problem, of course, with Frank Esports and why they were kind of low is they could not push tempo to save their lives. They could not make any aggressive plays. We'll see if that's still the case. On the other hand, for Sem9, we have new players coming in both No Name and Xiedudu. We don't really have a lot of information on these players, and also interesting enough, the coach is coming down from to play the support role. So there's a lot of new pieces. Frankly, not a lot of experience, but what we've seen from them in the past is that they like to play these compositions like Renekton, LeBlanc, and Lee Sin, and just try to get early lane kills and try to snowball. To be fair, it hasn't been all that successful, but I think we have seen them pull things off where they're able to get early skirmishes going their way, and especially for Arashi, he is the star player of this team, hands down. I think his Lee Sin, he's found so many ridiculous Baron steals, and I just think that this team, to be completely frank, their problem lies in their laning phase is just not up to snuff with the rest of the teams in PCS, and the other thing is that once they get a lead, they typically have a difficulty in continuing to ride those tempo advantages.
Because the experience isn't there. I'm glad you pulled out Arashi being a core player. No Name competitive history is not there. Debut game here as well. Xiedudu is the same. And Clement, as you said, Axon is coming into the bottom lane. The support, is he's actually on the roster as mid, by the way, over Kirino, and he's still on the roster as a coach. So I guess he plays a bit of everything, and for Sem9, we're just hoping they get their first game win of 2022 here, because otherwise they're well on track to being the V5 of the PCS, and you know, nobody wants that. So Clement, run me through, because already Frank Esports have the strangest set of bans apart from that Wukong.
Yeah, I feel like Swain is somewhat okay. Wukong's okay as well, but like the Darius is just a bit of a head scratcher. I'm not sure what they have on their scouting information. We certainly don't know much about these players, so I think maybe Frank have a lot more, maybe even scrimmer information than we do. On the other hand, Sem9, it seems like they're going to stick on track with playing tempo. Ari definitely screams tempo for me. I wouldn't be completely surprised if Arashi goes for a carry jungler. I think that's his best bet. Viego, of course, is, I think, the usual suspect here.
Yeah, makes sense. But, you know, with the Wukong down, wonder what Frank Esports going to settle for. Because when we don't see, you know, we lose the Viego priority here, Clement, we start going down the list a little bit. Lee Sin, surely I have more than that.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Xin Zhao's go into
Xin, good one.
Viego. I'm not a huge fan of that. Trundle is another one that does go in. There's basically two ideas here. You either try to play the Viego early game and try to kill him in his own jungler. That's one way, and the other way is you just go for something that is otherwise utility focused. So we've seen poppies and stuff like that crop up as well. Frank Esports right now, they're going for, I think this is very tried and true, really good bot lane combo, super strong counter pick right here. And for Sem9, I think they need more engaged pieces. What we're going to see from Ashing is going to be super important here, because once again, we've seen this comp being played in the previous game. It is a mid-game focus, kill reset composition.
Well, we've seen him already a couple of times today, Clement. And one time went exquisitely, the other time not so much. So as we get through and we get a bit of space out of with the Ezreal, kind of curious to see what jungle gets picked up now. The Volibear ban's interesting because, Clement, I'm not seeing much Volibear, or I'm really not seeing too much around the world. As you said, Xin Zhao more popular at the moment, and I'd even say that the Lee Sin is seen more than Volley too.
Yeah, Volley is another one of those picks that does actually have a good time against Viego early on. And I think one of the reasons you see it is because of the tower dive potential right here. The Lissandra, if she comes down with a Volibear, it's so easy to just pick up multiple kills. The same thing with Renata when you're shoving into someone underneath tower. Like, it's a very confined space, and Renata can hit multiple targets easily with her ultimate, regardless of the projectile speed. So I feel like Volibear, because of its matchup versus Viego, and because of how you can kind of get boxed into tower kills here, I actually think it's a really, really good ban coming out here. So they leave them with the Xin Zhao. I think the Xin Zhao is one of the riskier champions in this patch. As we've said, anytime you need to push a damage threshold, you are at a disadvantage in this patch. And Xin Zhao is a go in, you never come out type of champion. I definitely don't think Xin is that strong compared to the other two champions in Sem9.
That's fair. Trying to do a good ban on top of that as well. So yeah, you're right on the money here. Sem9 going for the support though, gonna leave that top side counter pick for their debut top laner, which is interesting here because, you know, against YSKM, we also have a fresh face heading up to the top side. Clement, for you, what seems to be the priority here? Of course, Gwen's still open. We have a side laning threat. Fiora blind would be interesting.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of counters to Fiora necessarily. I think she's definitely one of the stronger split pushers here. And I think for Frank Esports, what they want to do is they want champions that they don't really have to pay attention to top lane. I feel like that's kind of the idea there. If you already have the Ballista and the Renata Glass, I actually prefer just playing towards the bot side. So Fiora is, I think it's a very similar idea to Taco's Kill in the previous game, where it's just like, okay, we'll just wait for late game, and we don't have to pay attention to it. Meanwhile, we'll try to focus on the bot side.
Okay. Well, simple as that. Hey, there we go, Kale. Okie dokie. Yeah, so how do you feel about it this time? Because if I'm not mistaken, we still have like a very similar comp. Last game, we did not like this at all.
I didn't really like it last time, and I gotta say I'm not a huge fan of it this time either. I would much rather have immediate catch potential and play through Viego and Ari and just set them as my win conditions rather than the Kale. Kale early game does not contribute to your composition whatsoever. Like, I'd much rather have something like even just getting an Ornn, having an ultimate, having some sort of hard crowd control, because you're also running Braum at the same time. Like, Braum, again, doesn't give you a lot of catch potential here. So, I think this is kind of a split win condition composition, and to be fair, it nearly worked the last time, and I guess this is the new win condition for teams lower on the bracket, is you just pick a Kale and hope the other team can't finish you off in time.
Okay, well, with that theory then, it should be a great pick, Clement. But as we saw, through the early game, a lot of shifting came through from Beyond Gaming, and the reason that MetaFalcon team was so behind on this because the Kale worked her way up and, yes, became relevant, but still the game ended up being a bit of a flip. I'm very curious because as we get the Xin Zhao you predicted, as we once again get ourselves a Lissandra, we have some nice setup here from Frank Esports, and with the Fiora in the top side, my biggest question to you, Clement, is can Sem9 survive the onslaught from this debut top laner when we know there's going to be a lot of pressure?
Yeah, I have to say that Frank Esports definitely have the stronger early game in both of their side lanes. So what Sem9 need to do is make sure that they can keep a no-name and keep their bottom side alive throughout all of this, and allow them to hit level 6 on Viego and both Ari. I feel like they don't have much of an early say into the game, so that's what we're going to have to pay attention to in the first 5 minutes.
Well, welcome back to Summoners Rift, folks. Our penultimate game of the night. Sem9 searching for their first win of the PCS for the year. As Clement told me off break, he's like, Sem9 is still winless, right? I'm like, wait, they didn't pick up a single game in spring, and lo and behold, they did not. Clement, similar story with V5 in 2020 summer.
Now look where they are.
Yeah, now they look like a first place team. This is how it begins. This is how Sem9 go to Worlds.
Here we go. This is where the journey begins. You don't want to miss Sem9's first win, okay? You have to tune in. You have to stay here the whole way.
Hell yeah. Well, at the very least, look, their coach is on the Rift. So let's just say, in terms of shot calling, maybe they shouldn't have as many issues as they normally do, considering that Axon is playing the support role this game and was actually their head coach last split, Clement.
Yeah, this is really interesting. He was also the head coach of, I believe, Berjaya Dragons earlier on, so has a lot of experience in the competitive scene. And I'm always very interested with coaches going into the support position, because supports do have more time to shot call. That's just kind of been a fact of League of Legends for a very long time, and we've seen it work out. Remember DFM when their coach just went down as like, our support can't play, sub myself in, and it was actually pretty successful.
Sure. Well, again, another thing that I guess we're going to start with the legend for today for Sem9. For Frank Esports on the other side, Clement, I did kind of set you up for the top side, but we once again have a strong bottom lane. However, going up against the Braum, give me your 2 cents here on if the lane's neutralized or not.
I think this is actually a very hard lane to play, coming in from the side of Sem9. A lot more damage, a lot more kill threat, and I just see Sem9 just kind of playing very passively on this bottom lane. This is more of a skirmish-oriented bot lane, where you're not very strong in lane, but you're great at following up fights that other people have started. So that's what you want the Braum for. It's very easy to tag Winter's Bite and get the concussion blast down with the Ezreal, because Mystic Shot does proc that as well. So it's just easy to chase up and follow up damage when Ari and Viego have already started a fight.
Okay, well, you can already see the pushing down the bottom lane. The trade on Axon as well before. Quite nice from Eminem. We talked about Frank Esports being a bot-centric team, and the strength of Eminem last split, their superstar with the cool tattoos and the cool hair, Clement, he, kind of lived up to his name as well. Axon, while we're off screen, just took a massive burst trade. Keris didn't even use ult. Ignite. So that already is kind of just proving the point through and through, as even Hollows here, dive stopped across other regions. LPL might have pulled up, but I didn't expect this, Clement.
Yeah, the most dangerous dive that the LPL has ever invented, the 3-3 versus 2-2 dive, it's basically gone extinct. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's so hard to pull off because everyone has extra HP. And, you know, that I think they might still go for it here.
I mean, Axon stuck around for way too long. Wind becomes lightning. The coach about to meet his end, and he gets a face full of Rift players. Frank Esports with first blood, and it's over to M&M. This lane is doomed, Clement.
Yeah, like I said, this is a very difficult matchup to play. I almost feel like Braum has anti-synergy versus Renata Glask. When you try to use, like, stand behind me, and you jump on a target, Renata Glass can just handshake you and throw you on your AD carry. Like, you're literally making her job easier. So, I expected this to be hard. And now all I'm wondering is, if you're the coach and you're playing support, how do you do VOD reviews? It feels like, you know, it's like, well, I was there with you, so not much to say. Move on.
It's not my fault. I'm just here to review. We're not going to talk about my play. You know, we've focused on the rest of the team. But it's a rough start, isn't it? Either way, Clement, like, humor aside, things get very serious for Cher Dudu and Axon debuting here today because the Sem9 bottom lane pushed against turret. You can already see teleport was taken by Cher, and he's going to be able to get back to lane, but they've already lost a plate. They're 15 CS down. Berserker Greaves this early here on a Kalista always spells trouble.
Yeah, that lane looks absolutely terrifying to play against, and all the more pressure being put on Lazard and Narashi to deliver. They need to find some skirmishes. So a couple points that we probably should keep our eyes on are, I think, that Scuttle that's just coming up. You know, both of these players are very close to 6. I do imagine Pretender would be closer in this situation.
Right.
And the other point that we could see a fight break out is just really that Shidudu and Oxen are not in a good position.
Timing here, actually missed time by White SKM, but Grand Challenge comes through and Arashi backs away, pulls that ulti out, and doesn't have to burn a summoner, so in the end, works out fine here for Frank Esports top lane, but as Jungle's spotted top, Sem9's bottom lane pushed so heavily out, Clement. Loyalty program gets damage down. It's Ren City coming in. You said that anti-synergy, Clement, right there in front of our faces. Stun comes through as Axon runs into Cher. And as the Dragon starts, Sem9's bottom lane just gets pummeled.
Yeah, a really nice job done by Frank Esports. They pulled the lane, and they just held that cannon there, made sure that it was difficult to farm from Sem9, and you know, if Sem9 have to walk out that far, there's not really much they can do. They're losing the trade 100% in that situation. And it looks like Frank Esports, with that bottom lane favorable trade and that freeze to start things off, they're going to take the Scuttle and they're going to take the Dragon. So, unfortunately for Sem9, it almost feels like the last game where the strategy now shifts to, can we get to 35 and No Name becomes the Kayle savior?
Yeah. And I guess because, like, we know this team is winless and we know that Sem9 are the bottom team in the PCS, like, undoubtedly, right? They haven't made many roster changes. They've got their coach in as support for today especially. Like, Sem9 still chasing their first win, let alone the chance of hoping to get to playoffs this split. I have to use so many filler words, Clement, like, hopefully, maybe, probably not, but could make the playoffs if they probably didn't play like they did in spring.
I'll be honest, if we were just on a continuation path from spring, I actually think Sem9 would have a good chance. But unfortunately for them, Hurricane Gaming's not there anymore. I mean, it's like we have not changed our playoff format.
Impunity, sorry, got better.
Impunity got much better. So the people that they're trying to chase now, I think are kind of different. Like, if I'm looking down at the roster, I think they're chasing guys like MFT and maybe Beyond King. So those two teams are, I think the PCS has leveled up, just to put it mildly, and Sem9 have to follow suit.
I feel like it does every split. Maybe Sem9 can level up with this player. Arashi has his ulti available, but he flashes away. Met with Hollow here, the bailout used for the attack speed, and look at this, Lazar's getting chased now, as Axon has to come in just in the nick of time. Meanwhile, Grand Challenge used on the top side successfully, but a Divine Judgment from No Name keeps him alive. Frank Esports 2-0, a 1.5k gold lead. Clement, this is clinical play, and it's only getting better as time goes on.
Yeah, that was slightly close, I would say, but unfortunately, Holo is able to just flash out of the crowd control coming in from Braum, keeps himself alive, and then the cavalry is there to clean things up. You're not getting away from the Lissandra, and honestly, like I feel like Holo could just straight drop this. I feel like they're probably going to go for bot lane and then do a swap in a 2v1 situation. Kalista can be very weak against Renata Glass plus Kalista. So that's probably just the play there. Drop Herald bot lane, transition the duo into the top side.
Well, as we continue watching bot for the time being, though, before we see any of those transitions, Clement 30 CS has to be noted. I'll keep tracking for you. I Pretender with 20 in the mid lane. Top is getting to a point where YSKM is bullying out No Name. He's ranged for now, but YSKM threatened him pretty well. As Arashi's coming back to the top side, but look at where Holo is. On Lazar, who doesn't have flash, who doesn't have ulti. Glacial Path taken, rooted in place. He's got clans, but ulti not available for Pretender, so he cannot lock him up any further. Holo gets spotted out, and I guess he's going to take his business elsewhere.
Yeah, and this is the dive that we were talking about. Very dangerous. You can tell that Ashin right now is still doesn't have that level 6, and they have to venture out, drop a lot of these wards to prevent the Lissandra from coming in. The entire map is basically getting drawn towards the bottom side just to prevent the dive happening. What this essentially means is that Sem9 is going to find it very difficult to get their main engine for the composition online. We said this again, but the most important part is definitely Lazar's Ahri and Arashi's Viego to find kills. If they can't get the 2v2, then it's going to get really difficult. Sem9 have to break this up before they can converge with the bot lane.
Well, how do you break it up? I mean, Clement the Herald's going to get placed down, and at this point I'm being a bit pessimistic. That's the Pretender in the middle of everyone. Axton getting a hit again. Look at that! That hostile takeover was huge from Carries, previously known as K2 Clement, but he got more than 2 in that fight.
Oh, that was just absolutely disgusting to watch here. Karis is apparently he's a venture capitalist. Like he's he knows the way of business very, very well. Got 4-company merger at the same time. Amazing to watch right here. So the problem here is Sem9, they needed to stop the 2v2 before it could get and converge with their bot lane. Their bot lane is very far behind. They aren't able to do that. They tried to save their coach, which is, I think, is a valiant effort, but definitely not advisable. And Shedudu misses the target right there. That was a little bit sad to see. To be honest, I don't even think Karis was moving right there, but still couldn't hit the mark, and Frank Esports are running away with it.
As we said about 5 minutes ago, right? It's 11 minutes in now as Holo appears mid once again. Eminem sitting there by himself. There's 2 people there from Sem9. They will not touch this Kalista with a Mortal Shield Bow with 30 CS over share. And as Dragon spawns once again, Frank Esports are also stacking this up. Clement, today, we've seen so many teams where, yeah, they're falling behind early, but at least they're getting Dragons, they're buying time. We can't say that this game. Dragons are being picked up, and early enough, where Frank Esports are heading towards the Soul at 23 minutes in the game if this continues.
Yeah, it almost feels like the patch never really changed. No, we're still getting the same pace of game right here. We're seeing the play where I mentioned that I think the best play for Frank is just nip the flower in the bud. You just go top lane, make sure that No Name gets no farm, zone him off XP with your duo. And what can Sem9 really do? Like, they can't follow because they're so far behind. They need to catch one farm themselves. They can't double stack carries here. So it's going to be very difficult. Either Sem9 need to play into a 1v2, or they need to send No Name into a long lane in the bottom side. So not a lot of good options here. The only thing that could save them is just definitely some hero play coming from Arashi. We've seen it so many times before, but once again, that's who they call for.
I mean, Arashi, the only person keeping track with their laner at the moment. To be fair, No Name is doing well over YSKM, but, you know, we have seen Arashi playing towards the top side, hovering a little bit, threatening off the Fiora, because now No Name is ranged. It seems to be a bit of a threat, but we'll see what happens here as he's changed around to bot side. You can see that Arashi's moving down towards YSKM, but Eminem and Carries have at least 40 seconds, Clement, with the top lane turret, and Eminem's doing so much damage at this stage, and no one's nearby.
Yeah, we could see Sem9 scrambling to get their lane allocations correct. We saw No Name actually head for bot lane initially, and then realize, wait a minute, this tower is going down way too fast. I need to go up top. I do like this answer from Sem9, pairing the support with No Name, so at least he can pick up farm and not get bullied 1v2. I think this is the correct lane allocation, but unfortunately they did waste a lot of time figuring out how to get it to go.
And it means that Frank Esports going to have the time to respond 4 members topside as Ward clears out, deciding whether to put them in trouble. You can already see though, Sem9 moving share up, Arashi's shortly behind, but this will give a bit of space to YSKM in the bottom side, and Herald's up in 30 seconds too. So as they clear up topside, they push up Clement. They're going to reset, and then it's a perfect window to do so.
Yeah, just a really clean play from Frank, pulling people across the map. I think the most important part about that play is how much farm that YSKM was able to claw back. He was down 18 CS plus a call, and he's catching up relatively quickly right here. And you can see Ahri is not going to step up and contest the Fiora in a long lane like this.
True. Why would you? He's close to his first item, but still YSKM is level 11 to the Grand Challenge. Very impactful at this point in the game, but I'm just finding things to talk about with him because nothing's happening while the rest just keep attacking Sem9's duo. And of course, I mean Eminem. Look, Cher walking up here. Yes, the Arcane shifts away. Of course he does. True Shot Barrage only hits carries, but as Arashi positions himself to steal the Herald, remember that Eminem now has himself the component of the second item as a pick out here from carries. Will it matter? Ooh. Well, True Shot Barrage already burnt down, but the poke's still good enough as Eminem's been charmed out, cleanses through, flashes as well. Lazar coming in strong, and Sem9, this is their first piece of control in the game.
Yeah, this is Sem9's chance to claw things back. I feel like Frank Esports and their bot lane actually played a little bit too cavalier, trying to just walk through that ramp. That's never advisable when Sem9 are sitting right on top of it. So they get hard punished here. There's a lot of HP missing. And I feel like Sem9 have to make a play here. This is probably their best chance to stop the snowball, and indeed they're coming in.
But they're going to be running into a hostile takeover. That's my concern here. Kerry's not getting the handshake, but at the very least, the loyalty program with the shielding it provides maybe helps with the respect Sem9 have now given. Herald goes down. They had the inside track in mid, but Clement, no damage to take it down. They move towards the bottom side, and yeah, there's no response here from Sem9. No big play. And as such, they sit down 4K behind when there's enough time for Frank Esports to reset, and we look towards the third Dragon, Clement.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate right here. I feel like Sem9 were a little bit hesitant because they didn't know where YSKM was. And in fact, it was just backing. So Frank Esports managed to pull off the front. They actually pulled No Name away from his lane for a while, and they also get the Herald. So straight wins across the board from Frank Esports. They get out of a low HP situation.
Okay, Hollow's going in. Look at Pretender behind enemy lines. Everfrost down's good as well, but as he goes Golden, Lazar's going to be coming in with the charm timing. He gets it. Kerry's coming up next as Eminem is still alive, but the hostile takeover is late as anything. A Sem9 managing to get their first kill of the game is a sight for sore eyes.
Yeah, that was a really weird from Pretender. I feel like the zone would have done.
And it turns back around. Axon with a good ulti, but Eminem once again still lives. Kerry's thrown into the team. Wants to sacrifice his life as Lazar just wants to reset. And so does Arashi. But as he jumps back in, Eminem still has the immortal shield bow. It looked good, and even on the other side of the map, No Name goes down. Clement, Sem9, just as you think they get back in, Frank Esports take it away again.
A 1-for-5 trade right there, and Frank Esports were actually playing in a 4v5 situation, so very well done on their part. Unfortunately for Sem9, they face check, took a ton of damage, and also weren't able to just clean out any of the kills. So the resets were missing right there. Arashi isn't able to get that extra HP back, and they lose across the board. That was very impressive from Frank Esports. They were down one member and were still able to get such a decisive win here. So we'll watch the 1v1 into the bot side right here. Oh, that is so critical here. YSKM is able to get the attack speed slow onto the Kale while also proccing one. Goes immediately in. Unfortunate for No Name. Oh, the proc actually resets on the left side here, so he doesn't have enough time to reposition towards the other side of the wall and just gets taken out. That was a bit unlucky. Oh, not a bit unlucky. It always resets like that, but very well played by YSKM.
Well, to be fair, Vitals is Vitals luck at the moment, Clement? I can't remember. They did change it, but I know it's based on some kind of positioning, right?
Yeah. It's always locked into 2 positions, and you can actually reset it by leaving the range and coming back again. It always resets. So that was actually a really nice play from YSKM. Like, he didn't go all in for the play. He knew that No Name was hugging the wall. He reset the Vital and then went back in for the kill.
Smart play, as you said. So with that solo kill, we're kind of back at the point where, okay, Sem9 had this KO to lean on, but now the solo lane is YSKM sort of taking. He's caught up in the gold that he was losing in the early game. The CS is now only 10 as the difference, and you have to look at the rest of the map burning. That Frank Esports have set up through this bottom lane, kicking things off, now with a Wit's End. Now also with the Guinsoo's Baby Knife, Clement. Almost 3 items strong. M&M is on a tear in his return game back to PCS, and now with the 7k gold lead, Frank Esports are out for blood, and it looks like they want to push into the base as 20 minutes start approaching.
Yeah, just very standard build coming in from the Kalista here. You get a lot more value from on-hit items just because you actually descale with AD. That's kind of the Kalista passive here. On-hit, definitely the way to go. And you get full value for the Rens later on when you get your Runon's Hurricane as well. So that's kind of been the build we've seen. Guinsoo's and the on-hit builds and then into the Runons later on. So he's very strong. It gets a ton of sustain. And we've also seen Kalista just kind of build into one single tank item later on too, just to make sure that they can get the dream 256 Ren stacks down.
I think, I don't know, it was casting recently, Clement, but it was Randuin's third, actually.
Yeah.
They were that far ahead. And as I say that, here's another Kalista who's doing exactly the same thing, but acting caught out once again. M&M, give him the kill, of course. You must. Frank Esports with number 10, Clement Chu, and now onto the Baron at 20 minutes just about.
Yeah, they're not giving No Name any chances to drag this game out. We saw Taco able to hit level 18. I doubt he's going to get much beyond level 16 this game around. And I like this Pretender holding the fort, but
okay. Well,
goodbye.
Pretender, he died. He died, Clement. But M&M still by himself. Ren not stacking up, and Lazar lucky to survive. But, you know, at this point, even though something bad happened, it returns as a good vibe for Frank again.
They're too far ahead. A little bit of a mistake there from Pretender. I thought he was going to be able to dodge that one. Like, he had the vision advantage, but Lazar, with some extraordinary sixth senses, is able to catch him out there. And it was close, but still, like, Kalista at this point, you really have to look across the roster and just think who actually has anti-heal. And so far, only Ashin does. That's kind of on a long cooldown as well.
Yeah. Healing also reduced as well, Clement. So, you know, not as effective as it was before. Or, sorry, grievous wounds, I should say, if it comes into a relevant conversation. But I'm sure we're going to get a replay of the last play. But at the very least, like, this hurts. If anyone's a Sem9 fan, which at this point, after going through spring, I'm sure a very small minority, you know, you're kind of revisiting the issues that we saw last time where it's kind of hands diff, Clement. I think that's the, I guess, not majestic way of saying it, not the formal way of saying it, but like each Sem9 game always comes down to like, oh, you know, if there were better laners, if there were better, you know, individual players. I don't know if that's fair to say.
I feel like in this game, definitely, for sure. Like the bot lane, even though it's a very bad matchup, you definitely don't expect the lane to fold that quickly. And they lost some early trades to allow the tower to die.
Like this. I mean, Axon, again, the Brom not doing too much here is YSKM is joining into this one. Glacial nothingness goes down. And after that tomb disappears, after that Fisher is gone, they re-engage. Lazar, the first target, M&M with a quick cleanse, and the hostile takeover. Perfect once more. Two-man Ampharos from Pretender. Clement, he makes up for his previous play. As No Name is in the middle, but this Kale ain't even 16 and isn't close to being relevant. Lazar lucky to survive for his 4th or 5th time in this game. And as we look at the scoreboard at 14-2, you guys know this one has been over for a while.
It's really hard to state otherwise. Frank Esports, they have way too much engage in this fight. I love the way they layered everything, you know. You see the Fiora going in, super far in, using her riposte to engage, but they're willing to do that because they have the hostile takeover right afterwards. So, you know, YSKM trusting in his support, knowing that he can bait the enemy team, and all the while, you have Eminem just firing on the enemy squad. He has that cleanse up. We're going to watch this again. I really like how cavalier Frank Esports is willing to go in here. They know their toolkit very well. Ashing engage is down. YKSM, he's like, I'm just going to go in for this. I know my team can back me up. I'm going to use my W right off the bat, and it doesn't even matter because I have all that counter engage follow-up. Perfectly layered from Pretender, and that is such a nice Everfrost, catching the 2-man out, and the rest of it is just cleaning off the scraps.
Well, it's been like that for the past couple of fights. Damage numbers may come out, and, you know, if you took away the kills, if you took away the scoreboard, you'd think this could be a close game. But Eminem still on this Kalista, despite Pretender layering great CC, Hollow with some amazing engages. Hell, even YSKM having some pretty good angles too. It's all been about this now 4-item Kalista. Clement, level 13, is only a level ahead of Shia Dudu, but in this game, has always been ahead of CS and has just been outclassing the very fresh bottom lane of Sem9.
Yeah, this is absolutely terrifying to watch this Ballista right here. So, Runan's Hurricane actually gives you a stack of Rend on every single target. So he's tripling up on those spears. It's going to be super easy to reset them. And it also gives you additional healing. So I don't see how he dies in any of these team fights here.
Well, neither do I. what do I say? Neither do I. It's a 10k gold lead, and Sem9 are kind of just waiting for it now as they push out midway. But here it comes, the engage. Fate's call, a big knock-up, and once again, the hostile takeover. If it was anything as heroic as the world song, I'd be saying that Sem9 would have a chance of fighting back, but no, once again, obliterated. And at 25 minutes, Clement, finally, the base will be shattered through mid.
Yep, Frank Esports taking their time here, and I feel like this game, the best thing about it for Frank is I think they solved a lot of their engage issues. That was the biggest thing that we saw in their previous games, is that against Frank Esports, you could always draft for late game. Like, they never closed things out by 30 minutes. They were incredibly lethargic when it came to actually ending games. This looks kind of different. I like a lot of their vision baits. I feel like they've layered crowd control very well, and even against a team in a meta that has extra HP, they've been able to play cleanly and finish off targets. I feel like Frank is giving us a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, again, one of the teams, you know, last split in the top 6, right? DCG taking them down in playoffs, but still Frank Esports provided us with, I guess, a lot of exciting games. Like, they were the biggest upstarts, Clement, because people like Pretender really ran into the split nicely. Like Eminem and K2 were a very good bottom lane, and in the sense that Frank knew who they were playing towards. I feel like a lot of, you know, sometimes a lot of these teams, right, like their win conditions, Clement, change from game to game, but also they don't have a clear identity of their strong players. I wouldn't say that about Frank, considering that they always try and play towards Eminem, and that's their strongest member on paper and in game too.
Yeah, for sure here. I feel like Frank Esports, they just understand that you just play towards the bot lane, but
have Rend. Rend is out of smite range. Yeah, Rend is out of smite range. Arashi failed the flash, and now Axion's gonna die. So once again, Kalista coming in handy as they secure the Baron, and now on the kills. Arashi wants to play peekaboo with YSKM, but Grand Challenge about to pop off, and everyone's gonna benefit from it. Berserk once again is standing in place, will not benefit them at all. A double for the Fiora, Pretender to clean up the final one.
Oh, no name. Here we go.
Now. Woo! Level 16, Clement. Pretender's gonna int again. Well, let's see how they get out of this one. He flashes Fail out, but he won't be able to get the reset in time. But now on top of No Name, the Divine Judgment comes through, but Frank want to end the game right here in 28 minutes. This one wasn't even close, and while Sem9 keep on with their loss streak at 19 games in a row this year. Frank Esports enter the PCS strong on their day one.
A great performance coming in from their new players. YSKM really played a nice Fiora. In the past, Frank Esports were kind of a blind pick Gragas or Nara team. That was kind of their go-to. It's good to see that they have fighters that they can now blind pick and hopefully play on both sides of the map. I felt like their engages were very crisp. There's no obvious macro mistakes that we saw compared to our previous Beyond Gaming game. So I feel like Frank is coming in as a very strong contender for a team that is going to move up into the ladder. They actually entered the playoffs at 7th place in Spring Split, and they were able to claw themselves all the way to 5th, even take over teams that were ahead of them in the standings. So that just goes to show you that they were already on an upward swing, and I think they will continue that trajectory.
And I feel like for Frank Esports, as you said, this is one of the teams that, was already getting better last split. When Sem9 have not got a lot to look forward to, like, okay, Hurricane Gaming don't exist anymore. We have Jewish team who, in theory, maybe have a better lineup. Impunity has improved. Frank Esports, as we just saw, have improved a heck of a lot as well. Meta Falcon team still, able to pull out wins against them. And so for Sem9, Clement, to reiterate, you said, these teams are getting better. Now what do you do? When the talent around you gets better and Sem9 come in a similar level, it feels like a rough split ahead.
It definitely does. We're not going to sugarcoat it, but I just want to say Copium always exists. I want to point to 2020 when Resurgence looked like the worst team in the PCS. They were keeping the Filipino pride alive, giving it their best every single game, and the miracle happened and they took down PSG. I'm just saying we do have some precedents. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I'm not saying it's going to happen in the next week or the week afterwards, but it's always possible.
Thanks for that, Clement. Yeah, you're right. Copium does exist, but I don't know how much you've been taking because, 0-19, dude. 0-19. And, you got to feel for the team because people like Lazar have had pop-up performances. As you said, Arashi does feel like one of the strongest members in this team, if not undisputably the strongest. But, even in that game, we saw, okay, Bot was losing so hard. What do you do? Mid then as well through the laning phase. Pretender was doing a very good job there. I don't know, Clement. It continues to be a lot of...
I think for a team like this, I understand picking Kale against Frank and just saying, oh, maybe they'll let us get the 35 minutes. That is how Frank actually operated in the past. So I don't blame them on that. But looking at the composition holistically, I don't actually like these types of drafts where you're trying to, put all of your investments in different baskets. I feel like if you're a team coming in on the weaker end, you have to concentrate on one victory condition and make sure every single piece of your draft is working towards that condition. I feel like this is just if it's split, and then you actually have less firepower to focus on something.
I agree. I mean, cohesion is something we talk about a lot as casters, right? Draft cohesion as well. Yeah, I don't know. It's a rough one, and I think all I can say left here is that for Sem9, while the road is not going to get easier, at the very least for Frank Esports, we can talk and hype up what this team has to look forward to. And, for Frank, tomorrow it's Impunity. That'll be a really good test. CFO on the 3rd day. Clement, these first 3 days, it goes from bottom of the table to somewhere maybe in the middle, a true middle, to someone maybe near the top if CDBC Flying Oyster perform like they did last split. So, I don't know. I'm kind of excited for Frank Esports, and I think this is a nice warm-up for the next 2 days.
Absolutely. I feel like the Frank and Impunity are definitely the two teams I'm looking up to make a massive run on the upper bracket. In Spring Split, our upper bracket were inhabited by Beyond Gaming and Meta Falcon team. And I'll be honest, I don't think they really deserved it by the end of the split. They still made it in terms of wins, but the teams in the lower bracket were looking more competitive. I think this is the split where they actually can flip the script here.
Well, I hope so. MVP is Eminem. There you go. Look, we don't get any other stats. He had a lot of gold, He had a lot of kill participation. I'm sure his damage numbers were high. Maybe his damage numbers, Clement, were so high that he did 100%, which is actually impossible unless everyone AFKs. However, he did a lot. Congrats to Eminem, Clement. Is that what you thought coming into today? Like, expectations hit?
Yeah, I really looked at Frank to be one of the big, kind of up-and-coming teams to contest here. And I really want to see a league where it's not J-Team Universe plus PSG. I feel like that league is boring because essentially there's two teams. Like, you kind of know who the rest of them are.
Yeah, and I don't feel like, last split didn't really feel like two teams, right? Deep Cross Gaming, CDBC, we had, PSG, as you said. I'm going through the J-Team Universe, aren't I? I'm about to.
J-Team Universe and PSG. That was last split.
Yeah, okay, you're right. So, good point. Can Frank Esports continue to rise to the top? Who knows? But that's for another day. That is for tomorrow. For now, Frank Esports will take the win, and we will go to a break because after this, DCG versus J-Team. This is a good one to end on, and hopefully a banger to finish off the PCS day number 1 tonight.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Determination on my side. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. They're telling me to run and hide, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me.
so good. I've been thinking about you lately. I'm thinking that we should. I won't say nothing, baby. Nah, where you been, girl? I say you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up. Let me show you. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we could meet up after you finish working. You got the 5-star service. You got the 5-star service. You can be the samurai, you can be my master. Put me in your senses like I'm your eighth chakra. I can feel your vibes throwing around me like a rafter. Coming so strong, you love it when I go faster. I'm loving your interior, no I wouldn't change it. Body is superior, other ones are basic. Thought you was inferior, wrong, you're amazing. Hey, nah, where you been, girl? I say you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up. Let me show you. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service.
Tell me what's this feeling? Tell me why I lost my self-control. Why is my heart still beating? For you, for you, for you. Yeah, I told myself I don't deserve it. I don't deserve the hell when you leave me hurting. Yeah, I told myself I don't deserve this. Don't deserve you. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Don't myself, don't myself. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Don't myself, don't myself. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Don't myself, don't myself. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Don't myself, don't myself. Yeah, I told myself I don't deserve it. I don't deserve the hell when you leave me hurting. Yeah, I told myself I don't deserve this. Don't deserve you. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Don't myself, don't myself. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Don't myself, don't myself.
Are you bitter? There's something about the way you sound, just like you do. Devil, sinner, to everyone, know what you because the bit of time until they get you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the match we've been waiting for, at least one of them. We started with a banger and we end with one too. J-Team versus DCG. A match that, last split would have also been considered hype as second versus fourth. That was their regular season standings. And DCG, Clement, a bit of a surprise coming through with their innovative tactics. And for J-Team, a bit of a cleaner team that had some stars on it as well.
Yeah, I think this team, the most important thing to remember is just that, of course, first off, CTBC, our main sponsors. I know that was a hand up, but I will pick it up. No problem.
You gotta get it for me. Thank you to Carry Live and Garena for PCS League Op as well. I know it's every time I feel like I'm almost forgetting it, but thank you for the cover, my friend. Now you can tell me what you're gonna tell me about these two Titans going head to head.
All right, so the last time we saw them, they were actually playing a playoff match in the lower bracket that went 3-1 the way of J-Team. I think it shocked a lot of people because DCG were looking as a very strong team. They actually won their regular season match against J-Team, but in the actual playoff series, what happened, we saw was Leaky had a pretty poor playoff split in general. He got clobbered by Hanabi, and I don't think he was the same person afterwards. And then you also saw Kongyue and Uniboy just carry the squad in the final two games. It was a very dominating performance from the mid jungle that allowed J-Team to just prove that the original is better than the offshoot. That is kind of what happened. If you want to talk about the actual teams and what they're known for, you have, of course, J-Team with, I think, probably the most deadly mid jungle duo here. They are very aggressive. They play for kills, and they also have, I think, fallback options in terms of a team fight. I wouldn't say their team fight is necessarily the best, but Little V has a lot of experience in those setups as a hyper carry. So that's kind of the gist of this composition, where they really have a two-pronged attack here. They can run you over in the early game, and if that doesn't happen, they still have a default to kind of a late game grindy style.
It's that versatility that, a lot of people thought, J-Team could actually make it to the finals. But PSG knocking them down in a 5-game series that went the full distance. That's how the story ended for them in spring. So high expectations on the team that finished second in the regular season. Now, Clement, with J-Team as well, you said something that for, I think, international fans to be a little confused at, that, mid-jungle works so well. And earlier in the split, remember, Uniboy and Kongyue were on different wavelengths. I think their mid-jungle was completely different by the end, and in such a good way. Uniboy came back from the LPL. He went over on LGD. He was just outclassed. It was kind of the same situation that we were talking about with Gory earlier. And then he comes back to the PCS, and Uniboy hits a new element, was carrying the game, as you said, through his jungler too. Kind of excited to see that against, Deep Cross Gaming, when we know that they have a pretty interesting mid laner as well.
Yeah, Deep Cross they're such a fun team to watch because they were very creative out the gates. They were the first team to really embrace the support top lane meta and just run around the map crazy. But on the other hand, they're also a team that has a very decent team fighting core. Kriskata, I think, has proven himself to be one of the more interesting carries to come out as a rookie right here. I think he's had a lot of competitive experience in the past, though not necessarily in the Premier Leagues. He's proved himself to be a great team fighter. We saw a lot of great Zeri games coming out from him, but I would say that this is a team that doesn't always go for the the standard meta. Like, this is a team that definitely tries to be a little bit too creative, almost for their own good. And a lot of that does come out from Nesty. I feel like this is going to be a huge test to Nesty, because as the game slows down, I feel like you're rewarded less for creativity and rewarded more for just going for the standard control mages. And Nesty is not someone that plays the standard control mages.
Yeah,
so
like,
we'll see.
You know, there's a couple of games where he did during the regular season, but you're right. It makes me think a little bit closer, because exploding the game wide open, like this Bard mid with Smite, you know, roaming around, the laning phase is mute, and 15-20 minutes, you know that DCG have won the game. Not sure how you're going to get away with it, and I'm not sure what the drafting is going to look like here, Clement. In 12-11, today we've seen so many different variations, right? We finally saw the Xin Zhao come out in the last game. Viego's been a priority here today. I kind of wonder if you could, you know, go to a very unique ban pick as we finally find ourselves in. At the very least, that's a singed ban, so maybe call us wrong to open up this game.
I'm so excited what's going to happen. Once again, these two teams are very familiar with each other. They've basically been on each other's rosters. They've all originated from JT, essentially. So they know their pocket picks quite well. This is probably why the Singe ban is there. And it's always fun watching, like, essentially brother teams fight each other out, because there's a lot of, like, crooks and nannies that you just don't think about in normal drafting procedures. If we look right here, the standard answer would be something like Viego, or maybe if you're going for Kalista, going for Kalista. But
Kalista, Senna.
Yeah, I'm not even trying to guess here. Well, okay, looks like the Senna.
Okay, this is a bit more standard. So Senna left open this time actually seems a higher priority. You said Viego. Like, if we are talking normality, I know you don't want to guess, Clement. Viego, you mentioned. Maybe a steal away of the Tom for Woody. What else?
Hana's a great Viego. I think Hana would just prefer to go that champion. It was a huge reason why DCG were so strong in the playoffs. They were just able to play that despite Hana not really picking it much in the regular season. And I feel like for DCG, their problem with morphing into a complete team fight composition is that they're a team with very sketchy engage. They're not terribly consistent with getting the fights that they want, and that does come down to both Hana and Woody. I feel like they can be, I don't know, they just kind of throw themselves in the fire a little bit too early. So I actually like Woody on things like Tahm Kench and Renata. I feel like those are better champions for them in general.
Well, this time it might be him on the Nami, Clement, because both bot lane has been given what they want. J-Team with the Tahm Kench. So we get it. But now, is it early jungle, or do you set up Uniboy? A core carry of this team in the past, and it looks like the Ahri will be prioritized while we get the basic setup in the bottom lane. So some strong meta picks here, Clement, so far, and that means nothing out of the ordinary for now.
Yeah, this is super interesting. In terms of the playoffs, what we saw was DCG's bot lane actually being very strong against Little V and Enso. It's so weird because their playoffs, a lot of our expectations were actually flipped. We thought that Leaky was going to crush Driver. That didn't happen. And Uniboy actually didn't get that much of an advantage over Nesty in the first 3 games either. So these players, I would definitely say that a lot of these matchups are incredibly on the day dependent and just matchup dependent overall. So we'll get to see what happens right here. Generally speaking, I think DCG still have the advantage in terms of the top and bot side laning phase, while J-Team definitely looking to play through mid jungle would be my guess.
Well, Clever, doesn't that just check out? Doesn't that just go back to what we talked about? It feels like a lot of teams today have continued with their narratives, right? Doesn't matter what the meta's doing. J-Team want to play through mid jungle? Well, tick. You know, DCG... well, I was going to say, DCG are going to pull out something out of the hat. Maybe that's a tick. We'll have to see at the very least. I will say, Clement, as we're getting the bans coming through, jungler's going down a peg. Poppy has been played a little bit in the LPL. Once or twice, the man Caster, I believe, pulled it out. And, you know, being an LMS PCS representative, it feels only fitting to bring it up and bring up that there's not many junglers available except for something like the Trundle.
Yeah, I don't think Trundle's great at pushing tempo. You know, there are some weird champions out there. You know, Vi is one of them that I feel like it is just really strong on chase down and I think is underappreciated. What other junglers are there here? We still see some Jarvans here and there. Nocturne is another champion that I actually feel like fits quite well with Ahri, so there definitely still are options here. But Kongre's gonna have to dig deep. Kongre has been known as a Poppy player, but not a terrific Poppy player. I don't think if you catch my drift, that is.
Oh, Clement, it's not even a drift. I mean, you just said it outright. So it's hang on. Okay, well, Qiyana's locked in. So let's kind of forget what we were talking about. That is an explosive jungler, Clement, because it has to be jungle, right?
Yeah, I don't see any way it goes into the top lane. Enzo certainly seems kind of baffled by this pick as well, but he's gonna. Not sure I'm a huge fan of Aatrox into this matchup.
Is Enzo okay? Did he not expect that? Maybe Lil V's like, what you want, Qiyana? No. Do you mean something else? No, Qiyana. Enzo a bit upset. Hey, DCG with a very normal draft. And while Swain kind of fell, backwards at 12-11, still strong enough champion. Clement, and you just now got to tell me what DCG do, because I'm not used to their first game of the season being this standard.
Yeah, super interesting comp from DCG. So they're obviously playing with rather short ranges across the board right here, like in terms of the chasing potential. So what I see is that, they're going to slow people down with kind of the game plan, global ultimate, and then just sort of run you down with their backline, gap closing up like that. While on the other side, I think J-Team has a much more delicate composition to pilot. They don't have a lot of sustain on this composition. This is actually a very, very how should I put this? This is a comp that if they get hit first, they just evaporate. There's nothing left of their composition. They get blown to smithereens. So for me, it feels like a JT composition that, once again, feels like we're beating a dead horse, but they have to win the jungle and they have to snowball.
I was going to say, delicate's a good word, and it's a composition, fight or flight, Clement. I think that's an easy thing to put it as. If something falls down, then the dominoes will fall with it. We know that for DCG, scaling there too, Clement, despite Lucian Nami, right? Like, we look at that team and we go, well, there are some good scaling elements. AoE is huge. Once those ulti buttons are down on J-Team, I have a big question as to how the rest of the fight goes, Mr. Chu.
Yeah, I see this team, J-Team needs to get a couple of picks right at the start of the fight. I feel like they have a lot of trouble actually going through some of these targets here. Like, Swain is going to be massive in this team fight. There's a lot of short range targets. Outside of Senna, they're all basically close to melee range. So Swain can have a massive ultimate. Same thing for Gameplank. I feel like he has a range advantage here. And even though you don't think of Lucian as kind of a long-range champion, with Nami he kind of is. So I just feel like the comp is very difficult to execute for JT. I am willing to be surprised. I like games that are decided by mechanical prowess. If I'm a coach, I'm not sure I'm comfortable with the draft.
Well, Clement used to be a coach, so, you have every right to say that. Your credibility continues to soar here in the PCS, so I feel like
you're buttering me up too much.
I'm not buttering you up to say something bad, I promise.
Okay.
For once, actually just giving you a compliment without anything on the side. Hey, the Qiyana jungle. This is where you got to start me off, because I think we're all interested to see how this one goes. I have seen one throughout the split, but I'm just kind of shocked to see it come out when we know that lethality is kind of at a weak point, and assassins in jungle are building very differently.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this one goes as well. I'll be honest, I did not catch this in my research of the split. Did not expect to see a Qiyana here.
That's very fair.
I feel like there's a possibility for Qiyana to work because she's not purely about assassination. She actually has a lot of teamfight crowd control here.
Okay, well, hey, first gank's coming in really early. I know you had to drop a little bit there, Clement, but as the white flag goes up, Hana with a level 2 gank mid is the innovation we expect out of DCG. As, wow. Well, they hit 2 first, and Lil V was a bit too far forward.
Yeah, gets absolutely decimated in that one. And going back to that early level 2 play, Uniboy obviously knew that something like that was coming. He did get the early ward down, so is able to push up while remaining safe at the same time. What I was talking about with Qiyana is that, outside of just bursting down targets, which is much harder to do this patch, she does have that sort of team fight utility that can give you a great team fight in the river situation here. So maybe that's what they're pining for, but I'm not sure. I just feel like J-Team, like, this is such a brittle composition. Like DCG, their members, Swain is difficult to kill. Diego can kind of hop around the battlefield and everything like that. So I just feel like the key thing for both of these squads is to get the first shot in.
At each other?
Yes, the first strike is really important in team fights. Whoever gets the damage in first, I think will just obliterate the opponent.
Which is once again a different angle. A different angle to our lovely 12-11 day and our debut, Chris Carter and Woody. That's who I'm looking at the moment because they're about to get an unexpected visitor. Kongyue is level 4 and down in this bottom lane. However, nice positioning in the lane, and Clement right now, it looks like it's at a pretty even state. So Kongyue backs away, and Chris Carter and Woody actually with the ward in the tri-brush. Gonna have a nice little heads up here in their early game.
Yep, just pretty slow and calm here across the board. I'm really not looking forward towards anything until Hana might prove me wrong. He's going back. I feel like this is a kind of wait till 6 game and see if you can find a kill with Cannon Barrage plus the Nami tidal wave.
And Kongyue might actually put a flash here. He does. Nesty with his own. The flag goes up. That's jungle flash for mid, and that pressure might be revisited here as Kongyue finally gets on the board.
Yep, small win there definitely for J-Team on that one. Easy to see if they can snowball kill onto Nesty. Meanwhile, we're just kind of waiting for things to develop. I feel like Aatrox is one of those champions as well that is very much reliant on chunking people down with a single rotation. So his win rate this split has not been looking good. Like in solo kill, a lot of people have actually been switching over to Eclipse rather than just keeping for the Gore Drinker because you kind of need more damage to make that rotation count.
Yeah, it feels like as we look back towards the top lane, hold my thought, Leaky flashes away. Oh god. Good little start here from Driver, and that's now another summoner burnt by J-Team. So Clement, it's these small wins that are making an impact, and I dare say that, as you said, as a lot of people are saying, level 6, to reiterate, is what we want to see. So it does feel like we're getting close to that point. Uniboy now has the Spirit Rush. Kongyue will have himself the ultimate as well. It's been so long for Qiyana. Clement, I've even got to look up the ability name. Oh my god. I used to know it. Terror Shape, yes. Edge of Exile, yes, I got it. Supreme Display of Talent. Oh, well, there we go. It's an ultimate that is very wordy, very lengthy, Kind of like a Hostile Takeover at the moment.
It fits the character well as well. Like, if you've watched the character introduction video, she had a lot to say. And
oh yeah,
she was looking right at the camera when she said it. So,
well, the problem was, Clement, she was, literally the Legend of Korra. It's like the last Airbender.
Yeah,
it's like, let me tell you about all the elements.
Yeah, it was her predisposition is like just super bratty queen that's trying to look after her crown or something. So, very arrogant, very in your face. In the meantime, DCG going to pick up a bot Drake with their advantage in lane here. Kind of expected out of this one, and I respect JT for kind of backing off as well. I felt like for DCG, the best avenue was definitely to get a global kill down in bot lane, but they're flipping that around and going for Leaky instead.
Yeah, so Leaky still has his ulti for himself. That means the wave going to be thinned out, but 2 ultis already burnt. Charm down as well. Kongyue doesn't have his own, but doesn't need it. First Blood goes over to Driver, and his lane now set up for success. Clement, Leaky doesn't have TP to come back and catch the wave.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here. Leaky lost a massive trade earlier on to Driver, and Driver coming back with the TP, able to sync up very well with his jungler and the mid laner to get this one down. So I feel like J-Team, yeah, I kind of criticized them for this draft because I felt like it was going against the meta, but hey, if you can find the edge to build the damage items to cut through the patch, I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's true. But do you want to see a bit of time here, Clement? Because I didn't ask you too much about how this translates as the game goes on. As you said, like, it's those ultis, it's whoever pulls the trigger first. But for J-Team, do you put them on a bit of a timer, or do you feel like it's kind of even across the board?
Oh, I would say definitely on a bit of a timer. I feel like if you go into the uber late game and, you know, Swain starts building Zanyas, you almost can't deny him the second buck of the demon form, which is just a bunch of damage on a bunch of low range champions. I feel like Swain alone can probably wipe your team down to 40% HP just with one ultimate. So it's very hard to play that, and you also have to consider just the insane range that Gameflink does get. I know J-Team has a fair bit of scaling themselves, especially with the Senna. I just don't think that it's quite comparable to the other tools that DCG has on the roster.
And DCG as well, they only have to cut through one tank. As speaking of a bruiser up in the top lane, excuse me, Hana keeps visiting up here. Now you got to give it to him, Clement. He really wants Leaky to succeed in this lane, but look at what he does by showing himself. Kongyue has a supreme display of talent. That was beautiful. Kongyue coming in clutch. He's eaten up as well. Enzo saves his jungler's life, and with that shield, Lil Feet healing up too. That's going to be all she wrote under the turret. No more targeting here as Enzo's still going to get rooted up, and he should be going down. At the very least, trying to W out of there, but Enzo's just trying to bind time here. He knows he's going to die. It's just about who to. In the end, it's the Hana, but what a great dive from J-Team to keep it going.
That was absolutely beautiful mechanics from Kongyue. He goes in and he doesn't use all his crowd control at once. He baits out the cleanse from Kriskata, and then he uses the supreme display of talent to get the guaranteed stun. It's such a beautiful stutter step right there for him to guarantee the kill right off the bat. And, you know, good job on Enzo there to drag out the fight. Let's watch this again. He goes in, waits for the cleanse. Oh, actually, he just cleanses early. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. Kongyue gets the job done, but that cleanse was... He didn't really need to wait for the cleanse. Kind of awkward right there. But, you know, he gets the correct crowd control chain off. And then you have Enzo just wasting time here. In the meantime, while Ahri gets a free plate. So, it was really well done by J-Team. Super smooth.
And that's going to be J-Team pulling up a bit of a gold lead. We'll come back to live. And we're at about 2K. Clement, 2,000 at 10 minutes into the game. And I want to pull the attention of where that's actually on. It's on the jungler that we weren't expecting. Kongyue having the kill. Yes, it's equalized, but he's now got an Umbral Glaive. He's a bit far from CS, but we'll be catching up. Or maybe I should be saying it is on the bottom side of the map, because Lil V is doing pretty well in the lane. Plates were taken, both mid, both top, and even the bot side. It's just kind of like some global pressure that J-Team have been applying, despite going up against a global GP, which for Leaky hasn't done as much across the map.
Yeah, I actually pretty surprised about how close Leaky is keeping in this matchup. We have to remember that he also gets extra gold from Parlay, so he's really not that far behind. He's also got a call right there, so Leaky definitely playing for the long game in this one. And again, we have to say that J-Team, with all the lethality that is being built across the board, does hit some limitations, I think, later on. So they're still looking to snowball as hard as possible. The river is where a lot of this is going to happen. You know, the supreme display of skill can just get you an instant knockback into stun. So I still feel like that's the moment that they're going to strike. Basically wait for DCG to go for the Drake, and then start picking off kills, get a reset with the Ahri.
Kind of nice that for once we don't have to talk about getting set up around the neutrals, right? It feels like this time around J-Team can approach when they want. And the Dragon's up and ready. They have control of vision for the time being, but for DCG, they're interested in something else, and that's onto Uniboy. Hana starting to move across this river. And setting up the mid wave is going to help start this off. Herald down as well, Clement, so bit of gold to share across with Nesty and himself. But for the meantime, I mean, J-Team are still posturing aggressively, and that Herald will only go to Hana, so Nesty is not able to benefit.
Yeah, that was a bit of a weird one, to be honest. I'm a little bit surprised that Hana dropped that one so early. I feel like that was just okay, we want to go for Drake, but he didn't really get the fork down either. So this is still an open situation where I feel like J-Team is very happy to contest. So I don't think that Herald got as much done as DCG would have wanted it to. A bit of a weird Herald, to be honest.
And as Dragon starts up, though, I mean, weird Herald aside, at least now for DCG, they're ready to fight. But Dragon's gone. Okay, never mind. They're not ready to fight. DCG back away, and J-Team will hold on to their gold lead and now pick up a neutral objective. Leaky sticks around on the top side. And again, not committing the ultimate here, Clement. So J-Team, for a team on a timer, still keep playing away at it.
Yeah, that was definitely a weird sequence of events. I feel like DCG definitely had the opportunity to maybe hold on to the Herald a little bit longer. Maybe it was timing out, but you know, they didn't get the fork going with it whatsoever, and J-Team are happy to keep on poking them away with it.
I mean, it's getting to the point where the poke is getting better on the bottom side, though. Let's talk about that, because Clement, Lil V and Enso right now are in a comfortable position. Serrated Dirk picked up from the dive before, and Chris Carter and Woody started this lane so aggressively. It was such a great level 2 trade, but it's turned back around, and once again, Woody, as he walks on in, the tidal wave coming through. Now it might turn once more, but Enso with a great gobble up. Lil V will take that shield and run with it, but for Chris Carter and Woody, their ultimates are still down, both in tandem, as the culling was used a little bit earlier.
And I do want to point out that Kriskata is going for an early executioner here. Kind of an interesting build. We don't see this all that much from the Lucian, but definitely looking for one-shot potential on the side of Little V. He doesn't want him to get a second rotation down.
I think you're looking at Kriskata, who's probably pretty frustrated with how this game started out. You know, again, another Lucian army lane that I've seen globally, Clement, that haven't come through the laning phase absolutely pummeling. And having said that, they are 30 CS up, but it is a Tahm Kench center. You know, the gold value of a center is still going to be massive. Lil V feels like he's in a good position, but maybe Uniboy doesn't, as Hana tries to engage mid. Spirit Rush has to be used, and Kongyue isn't there in time. We just keep seeing these small windows, back and forth, back and forth. Again, Clement, I ask you, like, these objectives, you know, they're not spicing up. We are getting towards the mid-game now. I need to kind of know when J-Team commit further to pulling the trigger.
I feel like they're still very comfortable just playing through the bottom side. But I think for DCG as well, if they get to trade objectives, they're happy too. I don't think they're too concerned about just, you know, trading Drake for Herald. They've got both of them. They keep within 2k. I think they're good going forward. So overall, the most important thing, if I'm JT, I'm still looking to get a big team fight win off of the Dragon fight. I feel like that's the best scenario to put it. Obviously, the Heralds are both gone, so the Drakes are gonna be where they really want to do this. And I feel as for this trade, DCG definitely has gotten the better side of it. They're trading a full turret, basically a completely full turret, for a turret that's already badly damaged in the bot side.
Yeah, worthwhile with the extra charge on top as well, right? So, 1 for 1. Gold still in the favor of J-Team, but you're right, that trade for DCG balances things a little better. But at the very least, as you're talking about Dragons, we've got a minute 45 until that spawns. I want to pay my attention to some of these first items getting built, because we do get the full Assassin Kiana this time around, Clement. Kongyue has gone for the Eclipse. I believe you were talking about that a little bit before.
Yeah, I was talking about it on Aatrox, but we have seen Eclipse just being bought more by Assassins. It is a more helpful item in terms of getting sustained damage. You can get multiple procs, so lots of shields, and you can follow up on targets better. So if you're not killing someone with one burst, then at least you can make your second rotation that much easier to hit, and that goes with the popularity of it.
And Clement, look at the comp he's going up against. Like, you're running full lethality, and my conversation starter was more towards the side of, like, we saw Kha'Zix in the LPL. I know we've also seen a couple of Kianas too elsewhere, but it's been like this Gore Drinker build. It's been like this Bruiser, because people have been complaining about lethality items. People haven't been too happy.
Yeah,
So,
it definitely is the case.
I feel like, you know, kind of moving on, that Kongyue this time around, as you said, that burst potential is quite real. But who's going to stop him? You know, who in that team can survive Kiana burst as these items start stacking up?
Yeah, I think it's kind of a race to the bottom because on the other side, who's going to survive Swain with an exhaust right here?
True.
So there's a lot of damage coming in. I just feel like whoever gets the critical first crowd control down is going to win. And the key members that we should be watching for are, I would say, Aqua Prison. I would say the E coming out from Senna can catch people out very easily. I think it does come down to a bit of a dodgeball fight. Here we go.
Well, there's one. Hey, dodge not succeeded. Nesty there, but oh!
Two-man?
Kiana in the back line. It's Kongyue, and that ulti as it goes through. Now they're relying on Driver, but the sustain wears off, and DCG, no one dies. Woody with some good healing here, and Clement, look at how much was burned from both teams, but Uniboy still with his ulti available. It times out. All 10 ultimates down, but Dragon begins anyway.
Whew, that was so incredibly close for J-Team. Great zoning by DCG, but they're going for a second try with the full TP.
TP going to be on 5 different people. Drive is here without his ult. He takes the first one down. The knock up, the flash away. Uniboy joining in. And the action finally starts boiling over as J-Team pull out their 4th kill of the game. They open up the Dragon, but the response for DCG is going to be to push fast, push hard, and get somewhat of a trade.
Yeah, that was a beautiful response from Driver right there, recognizing that all the ultimates are down. He's perfectly okay to go for this flank and comes in and kind of saves the day here. I don't think they mind losing that mid lane tower that was so low. We're going to watch this fight again. Again, these are sort of like knife edge fights. Whoever lands the first crowd control is highly likely to just finish off the entire fight. We'll watch this. I think there was a little bit of, you know, J-Team not being able to reach the backline in unison. Very good zoning by DCG. Nesty stands right there, and they also layer the cannon barrage down, so Ari isn't able to get into the backline. Honestly, if Uniboy just got 1 kill, he probably could have finished off the entire three-man backline. Afterwards, DCG kind of forget about Driver, and I would call this a small J-Team win overall.
With the Dragon as well, and the blood that turns into gold, absolutely. I mean, it is still only 1,500, but Dragon starts stacking, and with that movement speed, for Kongyue, especially going to be super important, as Lilfleet just walks up into an Aqua Prison. He knows Driver's there, but Enso has to devour him and save his life. Second time he's done that, Enso on point this game. And Clement, I kind of wanted to come back as we see, you know, more and more items getting picked up. Oh God, I sound like a broken record. In LPL this, in LPL that. Once again, Swain mid has been buying Imperial Mandate more often than not. So, you know, I know you're talking about Nesty's damage before, but it's going to take a couple more fights and a couple more items before we see this Swain get into a position where, you know, he can get that ultra late game like you're talking about.
Yeah, it does a lot of extra damage. Like, it really helps with your W where you're getting for that Imperial Mandate. We've also seen things like Leandri's Anguish being picked up, Everfrost sometimes around as well. Ooh, good catch.
But it's only that the trade doesn't extend further than that. Uniboy not willing to commit the ultimate. J-Team desperate for this mid turret. You can see it in their eyes, but minion waves are getting cleared quite instantly here with Chris Carter with Nesty. And that gives them a bit of time to move to the bottom lane. Driver might be in a bit of trouble. Hana's moving in. Cannon Barrage burnt down, and Leaky now chasing after, and Driver for the turn onto this GP. The center ulti helping out. Lil B thanks for the hand, but Driver needs a bit more as Enso comes on in. Hana wants to reset the heal up the tidal wave, and Nesty helps with that. The Soulfur in the middle. Supreme display of talent is nothingness as DCG have already started off the fight with a couple of dead bodies. And with the Ghost chasing up, the Never Move about to come in. Uniboy is next on the menu. A great Aqua Prison, and DCG are back in it.
And that's what I said. Who's going to take down the Birdman? He just gets to walk in on 4 people, full sustain afterwards. And
oh, yeah.
That's the problem with running lethality on this team. J-Team have a lot of champions that are good at, you know, instant burst damage. Once that rotation is down, they have nothing against the Swain.
As you were saying in draft, like, you were a bit hesitant on J-Team's side because of how hard this window was. It fails, and DCG snap them up. Clement, the gold lead, finally back in their favor. And with Baron in their hands at 22 minutes, we'll look again because it was Driver in a side lane after mid was cleared, pushing too far forward.
Yeah, Driver actually played this pretty well outside of the fact he was obviously in this position, EA is able to like drag out for a very, very long time. But I think the key factor to this loss here was just the positioning. You have your entire backline and a lot of low HP targets getting caught here by Nesty, plus the tidal wave coming over the wall from the Nami. And J-Team are just instantly obliterated. They can't fight in that corridor. They can't fight through the AoE, being so close to Swain. And he also just lands this beautiful crowd control to just chase everyone down. So well played by Nesty here.
As we come back to live, hello. Okay. Well, Woody's dead. Kongyue finds a pick, and I guess that's the other pivotal part, as Nesty might be caught out, rooted down with ice thanks to Kongyue. Cullen comes through to divert the play, but Driver's already on top of Nesty, and with the Demon Flare already out, this guy knows he's about to meet his doom once again. J-Team with a good couple of picks, and death timers are creeping up on us, Clement. That's going to be a dead mid laner when Dragon spawns.
Oh, this is such a fun game to actually watch because everything is just about turning the wrong corner and dying instantly. We talked about DCG and their problems in the past, and it's mainly been this issue. It's been, okay, people need to ward, they go for it, and they get caught, and they kind of lose the tempo across the map. So we'll see how DCG actually try to fix this one because they don't have a lot of people that can ward easily here. Like, it's not completely on Woody. That was not an unreasonable turn to make, given that Nesty was right around the corner. But Kongyue gets his due.
It's crazy though, right? Like, that's the power of Qiyana. I'm glad we get to see more than just team fighting ulti. The burst that comes through an assassin that Kongyue was hoping to pilot when he picked up this Qiyana. He's now 3-0-3 after the kill, going towards Sorelta's Grudge for the third item too. So we are going to get that ulti with maximum slowing impact, to say the least. We come back to live. DCG actually the ones on the Dragon first. Looks like J-Team didn't have the setup there, Clement, so a 2 apiece. It will continue to be a late Soul game. We'll continue to probably talk more about the Baron as it expires in 35 seconds for DCG. And, you know, these objectives, again, Clement, that's where the majority of these fights are happening.
Everyone's trying to pick each other off here, and I would say in terms of, like, just the river fights, I do think that DCG have the better team fight setup. They have more range to play around when they're actually in the river. And for J-Team, it's really about how they can play off flanks and the angle of attack for Kongyue. That's probably the most important part. If Kongyue can start the fight off with a 3-man ultimate, then sure, J-Team can make their way past ramps, they can make their way past barrels, but everything really does come down to him and his angle of attack.
But the survivability as well is increasing as the game goes on. You know, Clement, we've got a giant belt of health here for Nesty. We've already got some armor for Hana, and I'm sure like a couple more of those defensive items will manifest. And the Zhonya's too. You know, what's the best Qiyana counter? Well, if you go golden for a couple of seconds, she can't hit you. So for DCG, the game continues to be, you know, kind of what you set up, like an easier setup for the red-sided team when J-Team have such limited windows. As you said, watch Kongyue 3-0-3, and he now has the Soreltas picked up. So that 3 item has hit pretty hard. 2 minutes 10 until the next objective. Seems like we're just going to farm up and wait for this one and see if J-Team can pull it off.
Yeah, I think at this point, J-Team's goal is to go in and just pop Kriskata in the back and hopefully clean up the rest of the team afterwards. The solo lanes at this point, I don't think they're very much afraid of Kongyue. Leaky can kind of cleanse himself anyway, and he's a beefy boy. The other side for Swain is he's already getting very tanky at this point, and of course the Zhanya is there. He also has a demon form, so I think for Kongyue it has to come down to to Lucian as the primary target here.
That's okay. Yeah, if Kriskata dies, that's a 2-item Lucian that goes down with it as well. So it's kind of important. Clement, I'll also say earlier in the day, you were very intent on people killing a Nami. Woody, once again, seems kind of pivotal in this composition when there is already so much healing enhancement. And, you know, Woody in that last fight showed that he was the difference between life and death for 2 members of DCG.
Yeah, for sure here. Nami, very easy to pick off. I don't think that there are going to be that many opportunities for him to face check. Like, you do have a Swain, so whenever anything gets kind of tight, you can always just use Vision of Empire and just clear Fog of War that way. So I don't think he should be caught out that much. If I'm JT, I'm not really banking on that to happen much more. I think what we're going to see is DCG just with kind of their raw stats and how they can open up the terrain with someone like Nesty. They're going to be forcing their way into River a lot earlier. And it's about J-Team finding a way to enter second. I feel like J-Team needs to use the objectives to do the work for them.
Well, they've got one in 15 seconds. We finally get to see the Baron play. DCG have pushed mid and are moving up top side. But it's about this pick here. As you can see, Enzo already with the consume. Ulti down here for the Tahm Kench once again as DCG turn for the fight, and Hana still waiting. Seeming a bit angsty here as he wants Enzo to walk into him. But once again, waves are in order here. DCG, maybe bot side will push up, but there is a four-man group for now. Clement, you can also see Leaky's behind them. They want mid.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to force down mid as deep as possible and then transition to elsewhere on the map. I don't think they're seriously after the towers. It's just kind of a force back into a rotational move here, and it's worked out quite well for now. Hana's going to be completely fine against Driver at this juncture. And what we should be paying attention to is just how Imperial Mandate does function in these rotations. If you get tagged down and someone hits you, that's 20% extra movement speed that Nesty and an ally can get to chase you down. So J-Team do have to be pretty careful in these transitions. Is if someone gets left alone, it's actually very possible for Nami and Swain to enable a chase down.
Well, everyone's grouped up for now, so it makes it a little bit harder then, as you say, for DCG. Driver the one who's going head first. Enzo is sticking by Lil V. Once again, good poke coming through, but Enzo has to eat out. You see Kongyue is just in his belly. Down goes the ulti once more. Enzo has been using it off cooldown at this point, and the cooldown ain't that bad. But DCG, the response, well, Clement, actually seems to be all 5 ultimates.
DCG,
so hang on, that's worth.
Yeah, DCG definitely jumped the gun right there. J-Team are like, well, we don't have to engage into that one. They let them clear all of their abilities and just take over the entire map. So I actually felt like Nesty he wasn't going down right after that. And I feel like DCG they didn't have the coordination to conserve on their abilities.
That's something. I mean, what can Tahm Kench do? You know, he burns one ulti, DCG burned 5. And as Leaky, he spots the back in here. I think it was a little bit too late. Driver was back in the nick of time. Means that DCG reset, but at very least, we're in the late game. So those ultis don't have as much impact as they would earlier on, Clement, but 30 minutes into the game, still down for a little while. Some of them coming back up. We're still preparing for Baron because Dragon was taken by Kongyue after the failed play. And in 30 minutes with 10 kills, I'm just waiting for the one pick that changes everything because teams are pretty even in gold. We are at a pretty stable point. And once again, as you quoted at the start of the game, it is about who pulls the trigger first and I guess to the most efficient degree to add in.
Yeah, I almost feel like at this point, even if J-Team does pull the trigger first, they also need a perfect shot.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah, there's a lot of members on DCG that I don't think go down quite easily here. Okay. You have Hana coming in, going for the Guardian's Angel as well here. So there's limited targets. Again, I think the bot lane is going to be the primary focus for these squads. Oh, but DCG can also try to catch out.
So can't eat himself up as now onto Little V. He's in a tight corridor. Pretty awkward here as Hana misses the engage. 2-man ultimate from Kongyue is good, but Nesty survives, flashes in with the Demon Flare, and he found the AD. Lil V eaten up once more. Enzo saving his life. As looking Uniboy trying to carry this with Spirit Rush over the wall. Orb Deception onto Nesty. Sets up for Driver. A knock up, knock back as he goes gold with the dunk down. Perfect. Uniboy the charm. This Ahri comes out of nowhere, Clement, and maybe J-Team's shining hope.
Well, Cascada's looking to turn it around 5v4 though. Interesting move. But J-Team are going to usher them away. I don't think they're going to be confident enough with these HP values to start Baron. So they're just trying to bait around the corner. DCG will have none of it though. That was a very interesting fight. I honestly felt like at the start of it, Nesty, you could see just how tanky he was with the ultimate, was able to stand there for a very, very long time. But Uniboy just dancing on the edges, tagging with the E and chunking him down with the Q is able to get a critical play here.
I mean, it kind of changed what we're talking about. Like, Lil V at this point is the center you expect. Uniboy comes out of left field. He's a 3.5 item Ari. And I said it before, Clement, you know, there's a lot of targets available considering that there's not a frontline tank. You know, the tankiest member seems to be Nesty, maybe Hana as well as a Bruiser. Watch again because J-Team were caught with their pants down a little bit with DCG having numbers advantage.
Yeah, it starts out with the flash onto Enzo, and after watching Kongyu's engage, I felt like this was actually a bit of a failed engage, and once more DCG overplay their hand here. Nesty goes into 3, and there's not a very clear target, nor a very optimal use of Cannon Barrage. That Cannon Barrage, I don't think did anything, catching or stopping anyone. So, I'll be honest, I don't think J-Team actually succeeded with Kongyu's engage. He burned a flash for that one. There was no follow-up whatsoever. But on the flip side, DCG once again overcommitted on their ultimate usages. And this is something we talked about at the start of the broadcast is when teamfights last a long time, actually portioning out your crowd control and your abilities starts to matter more. In the past, you just throw everything and the teamfight's already over. But in this patch, you do have to keep on to things, and you do have to use things in unison. So I think DCG are showcasing that, you know, maybe their team fight is not where it needs to be just yet.
Yeah, it's a fair point, right? This team was, what would you say, Clement, a fairly base tempo team in spring?
Yeah, I would definitely say they were tempo. Like, they had the team fight components, but I don't think they ever brought it together where you would call them, you would categorize them as team fighting as their main strong point.
I mean, they're at a point now where this is what the meta is going to be consistently like. Slower games, longer games, games that require the 5v5. As the DCG grouping up in River right now, it's all about clearing the vision. They want the 5v5 to come to them. They want Leaky with setup, and as Baron starts here and starts going down quickly, this is where we could flip it all. Lil V has the Umbral Glaive, and so does Kongyue. They're running in. The vision, they know where it is. Uniboy flashes in immediately. Look at that ulti! Kongyue this time, Clement, I think it's fair to say that he got it. Looking for the reset as Hana, but Enzo denies it once again this time. Kench looking clutch as all of a sudden J-Team with limited windows, limited time, as limited moments, Clement. They get it right where it needs to be. Kongyue comes in clutch, and Uniboy was definitely the core carry.
Oh, that was just so beautiful to watch. He comes in over the wall and gets the 4-man. The most critical targets we were talking about is that backline between the Lucian and the Nami. He hits both of them onto the wall, and that's just all the damage gone from DCG. Massive play right there. I feel like DCG did the correct play in trying to bait them over, but they weren't really able to utilize things like the barrel chains very well because J-Team just attacked them so quickly.
Okay, Flash, I mean, Uniboy's confidence. The mid-jungle of J-Team once again standing up trumps. We'll look at the replay here because this was over in a blink of an eye, Clement. This wasn't a long team fight.
Yeah, Woody flashes to the left side immediately, and then that just gives the opening for Kongyue. He hits the 4-man across the wall right there. Kriskata has to leave the fight immediately, and you can see that the setup there just wasn't there for DCG. You know, they should have been able to punish a little bit more with the tidal wave, with the barrage, with the barrel setups, but JT just went straight ahead. JT, no hesitation, flash in from mid-jungle to close the gap, and DCG didn't get any of the terrain advantage.
And now their backs are against the wall. Baron in the hands of J-Team. Looks like a very different game when DCG are forced to check each and every brush. You can see that on the side, Kongyue with his ultimate back up and available again. This 4.5 item Kiana is wanting to pounce. Clement, how many 3-4-man ultis can you have in a game? As DCG are once again low and Driver's ready for the cleanup. He too has resets as he runs right at the rest of the members. Nesty will drop, so will Hana, and Leaky going airborne for the time being lands to his death. J-Team pull it together, Clement, and I've never seen so many consistent ultis from Kongyue.
Oh boy, Kongyue just making this look easy, turning it into a massacre here against DCG. Another big ultimate, he attacks the entire backline again. And this time Kriskata doesn't have the summoners to really get out of there easily at all, so forces everyone back. He's going in again!
And he's dead. and he's dead, and the turret will take him into GA, but Kongrue's done enough. 5-0 and 8. Lil V's range at the max, and J-Team with a couple of clutch team fights, couple of clutch ultis, secure their first win at the PCS Summer.
Oh, what a beautiful match coming in from J-Team, and Kongrue with the Qiyana, the surprise pick coming in here, just getting everything done. I felt like the lethality build would gradually fall off, but he was able to hit the backline every single time. So if you're hitting the backline, the lethality actually doesn't degenerate as much as you think it does. So really nicely done here by Kongrue, just able to pick the right targets. I think a huge part was just how fast they executed everything. Like, if you think about running through Swain, running through Cannon Barrage and GP, it's not always an easy thing to do. There's also a Nami there that can tidal wave you, Aqua Prison, all that stuff, but none of it mattered when you just pull the trigger in the blink of an eye.
I mean, it's the fights that we kind of talked about not existing anymore, right? We have long, drawn-out fights, but Kongrue, when he gets that ulti on 4 members, especially when we were getting late game, because there's no tank, Clement. Like, who can absorb all that damage? The lethality starts to matter more and more. And I think the biggest thing I want to highlight is that for J-Team, you said this comp was very hard to run. You're a bit antsy about it, especially with the Qiyana jungle.
Yeah.
And that window, although so minor, was hit to a T towards that late game.
Yeah, they did a lot of great kiting. I think DCG never found a chance to actually engage on the proper targets.
Yeah.
You know, I felt like DCG, if they wanted to play this composition, they needed to realize that it was a fight. Whoever got the better engage usually is going to win these type of fights. When you have no tanks on either side, either composition, then the damage is going to stick. You just take it off the target and then you snowball the rest of the team. I felt like DCG were unable to actually catch enough opportunities from J-Team where they were just kind of wandering on the map, and we didn't really see the Imperial Mandate actually being used all that much. You know, that's a great catch tool. You use Empire, Vision of Empire, you get to slow down, and then you have the extra movement speed to chase people down. We never saw that combo actually being used, so it ended up being J-Team as the one pulling the trigger, and they always hit.
I think also that we never saw the setup from Leaky, right? The ult always came in after the fact. It was never, okay, well, you know, this needs to come down. That, like, Leaky setting up for the rest of the team to kind of pounce. We talk so much about pulling the trigger in that game, and that GP never got the chance to help set up for that. We never got the setup for GP barrels, for that matter, as well, when we got to that ultra late game stage where the game was just dragging on and on.
Yeah, this game, it was still very much a knife fight. If you look at Leaky's item at the end, he was sitting on, I think, 3 crit items already. Infinity Edge was there. You had the Triforce. So I just feel like it was just mechanical outplay for the most part on the side of J-Team. And it's so cool to see a team still being able to pull this off. I've rarely seen compositions like this coming into this patch where it's all about just kind of one-shot comboing.
Yeah. Again, like, you know, it's just out of left field, right? We've seen so many different drafts today, Clement. I think each game kind of gave us a little taste of what could be, and draft diversity is always fun. And the funny thing was, we got it out of J-Team, not DCG. The DCG, the ones that would pull out, you know, the Bard mids, the kooky stuff, like the crazy picks belong to them. But J-Team, in their first game of the split, decide, hey, Kongrue, pull out your Qiyana. And we get an Aatrox top for driver, and it just looks great.
It was definitely something to behold. If I'm looking at these compositions, I just felt like DCG, I don't think they played a poor game at all. I felt like Hana actually did a really good job at controlling objectives. They got the early fight win that we saw on the gold graph right there around the 20-minute mark. That was a very strong play coming in from them, and I expected them to take the game from that point on. But I just feel like the team fights later on, they were a little bit, they overcommitted a lot of times, even when J-Team did not get decisive engages. Now, props to Kongrue, he got them when it mattered. So he still gets the MVP right here, 5-0 and 8. I gotta say, it's got me pretty excited to see more of this pick.
It makes me think that, you know, like J-Team are going to be a pretty exciting team to watch this split. it feels like when you look at J-Team throughout spring and through now, you know, you get a little bit of the flavor of what this team's been developing, which is mid-jungle. Clement, Uniboy was also a bit of a powerhouse this game. And Uniboy last split really rounded out nicely, considering that I think I gave him a lot of flack, considering I watched him on LGD in the LPL. He was one of the worst mid laners in the league, bottom 2 for sure. And he's not acting like it here, which is always a good refresher.
I think the thing about Uniboy is just checking if he can expand that champion pool a little bit further. He's still sticking to like Zoe, Orianna, Ari. Basically any champion with orbs, he does really well on. It remains to see if he can pull it off on Azir and Victor. I think those are the other challenges. But taking a look at the results today, we have a lot of interesting things coming in here. If I'm looking and comparing to the previous split, all the higher C teams actually did win.
Yeah, which is, you know, okay. It makes sense, but also I think today the only surprise for me was the Beyond Gaming game after we saw Meta Falcon team have a Kayle that got to the late point. However, Clement, everything else seems pretty fine. I was excited watching Impunity today. When that roster came together pre-split, on paper, it looks pretty OP. And we're going to keep a closer eye on them as well.
Yeah, I feel like we are seeing the league shake up and expanding the top side. I feel like the top side is almost around 7 teams. I think there's 3 teams that might be a step behind in Sem9, Meta Falcon team, and probably Duoish. But the rest of the 7 are very, very close, and most of them have gone better.
Yeah, they really have. Good luck to Sem9. I don't know, Clement. I have to be truthful here. Good luck to Sem9. Frank Esports, you know, trying to fight for their spot as well, or at least continue to. Tomorrow, Impunity versus Frank, actually a really good matchup. Deep Cross versus PSG as well. Should deliver on some level too, considering that PSG today, also a team that we could say came together. Clement, I think it's going to be a pretty good split, and I'm not sure if you're going to have a 4-team split, you know, J-Team and friends with PSG.
You know, when it really comes down to it, because the way our playoff is formatted, there's a couple sections you want top 2 or you want to keep on the upper side of the bracket. I think those are the most important breakpoints. So it's either top 2 or top 6. And I think it's going to be different from previous splits where it was like, oh, who's top 4? Like top 4, I think the boundaries are going to be very, very exposable. I think teams like DCG that are a little bit too reliant on certain like cheese strategies are going to find a tough match against guys like Impunity, against guys like Frank.
I mean, at the very least, 12-11's already delivered in the draft. Hopefully tomorrow does the same. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to Clement Chu, as always, for joining us here on the PCS. Thank you to you for tuning in for our debut night. It is bye for now, but not forever. PCS continues same time tomorrow night.